All right, there we go. That should work. Shit, I should send that so it's a little bit easier. All right, let's do a quick. Uh, Don Dove, hello, welcome. Uh, Pierre F, welcome. Joni Rotten, obviously, welcome. Julian Esperanza, Esperanza. Morbid Angel, welcome. Grandma Pam, welcome. Clarence Feltner, welcome. Mutual Assured Destruction, okay. Joe Black, welcome. Bruce, welcome. Tammy Linlin, welcome. Cameras, welcome. Rima Man, welcome. Mama Gnome, or Gnome, welcome. Eh, JJ, welcome. She Devil, welcome. Eh, oops, wrong button. And on one, welcome. I don't know if I got Joe Black, but Joe Black, welcome. Southern, welcome. Gary Atkins, or Acklin, welcome. All right, cool. Rock on, rock on. There it is. All right, now that I've got that, I can go in. Copy. Hit the live. And yeah, there we go. All right, where the heck did Tammy go? Hey, Tammy, you still here, Mike? And what the fuck was that guy's name? Shit. What the hell? Uh, damn. I don't. Oh, Julian. That's it. Julian. Yeah. It needs a little something. It's a little bit squeaky. Fucking thing. Maybe I'll put some butter on it later or something. Uh, I take it Tammy dipped. Hey, Wilma. Welcome. No, it's a squeaky ass damn chair. Yeah, okay, that covers that. All right. Now, let's see if this will paste. Oops, that didn't work. Oh no! Oh, what a miserable. All right, let's try this again. Dang it. There we go, that works. Hello, do I need to be stoned, drunk, or otherwise altered to get a stamp on my hand at this door? I'll need to move on if so. You can be whatever you want to be. 15 minutes ago? It didn't take me that long to take a piss. What the fuck? What, the dude not ring the damn bell? What the hell? Ring my bell. No? Just me? Well, where the hell did Tammy go? Jesus. Come right on to her.
What up?
Me, I guess.
Right? The sky. I'm
Well, I'll
out
tell
running
you,
around.
anything that's not down, that's for damn sure.
Right? Hey, I don't know if it was you or me, but I figured out those child thing on my channel for me. I went in and changed it to not for children. I think I figured it out. If you didn't do it,
Uh,
you,
no. I was meaning to log into it last night, but or yesterday rather, but I wound up going to my mother's.
that's all right. Well, like I said, I got the not for children part taken care of. I figured out how to get to that and got it done. So it
Damn,
wasn't
dude.
no chance for fines anyway.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Oh, fudge! I'm at the lawnmower repair shop getting my mower fixed. Fun.
Um, at the lawnmower repair shop. Why don't you just
Yeah,
fix it yourself?
because it's not my mower. Might as well let them pay for it if they're gonna do it.
Hmm.
Right?
Right.
That'll save me the hassle of trying to figure it out myself. I've never put a serpentine belt on a mower deck before. Have you?
Duct tape.
Duct tape.
No?
Duct tape. That'll fix everything, man.
For sure.
Red green show. uh, and then gonna probably be getting a new car Thursday or Friday. Haven't decided what I want yet though. What kind of car do you drive? Do you mind me asking?
Should be a truck.
Well, that's what I want, but shit, they're expensive here. I actually found
Pick
a
up an old
2000.
beater and fix it up.
Well, that's what I was getting ready to say. I found an old 2000 Dodge Dually 4-wheel drive for 4,500 to 5,000. I might pick it up and run it around. With only 100,000 miles on it, ain't bad. And
100,000 miles on it?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
That's
for a
it.
2000.
Was it owned by elderly people?
Yeah, old person.
So you know it's got all of its oil changes done up, so you don't have to clean the engine.
Exactly. And I also found a a Pontiac G6 car with only 46,000 miles on it. That's a 2006 for 4,000 or for 5,000 as well. I'm thinking, man, Pontiac G6 with less than 50,000 miles on it at the year, that would be a hell of a deal.
That's right.
You know, that's what I was thinking about getting if I don't get a truck, just so I have a nice vehicle. And that was an old couple that owned that too. You can tell by 46,000 miles. They didn't hardly ever go anywhere.
My
But,
first car
yeah.
I ever owned was a 92 Dodge Shadow hatchback.
Shadow.
Yeah.
The hatchbacks, I had one of those.
Yeah. Fucking K cars.
Yeah, K car. Yeah, I had one. I think mine was 92 or 94, one of the two. It was a maroon, kind of looks similar to the old Toyota Torino.
I was gonna get a Topaz, or a Temple.
Yeah.
But my mom was getting rid of this little red car that she had, so I just fixed it up and used it. drove it to shit. You couldn't kill that car if you wanted to.
I could.
I tried.
The first car I ever owned was an old Ford Pinto 4-cylinder. It leaked more than a freaking oil refinery.
Right? Trying to think. My first car that I ever owned was a Toyota Torino that a kid from Japan came down that brought it with him from Japan, and I got it from him when he got a Mustang. And I was the second kid in school to ever have a right-hand drive vehicle. It was fun as hell to drive that thing.
Now, my second car was a Dodge Charger, and I got that given to me for free. 71 Dodge Charger. Yeah. Back then, you got to remember, the old cars back then weren't worth a damn.
Right.
It's in recent times that they've gone up in money.
Right. Isn't that how it is?
Yeah.
It's like anything over so many years is considered antique, and then or classic, then antique.
Yep.
Nowadays, my old pickup was be considered a classic.
Yep. Well, what a lot of people are doing, and I've talked to different people who's got these old restored cars and all that. They're keeping them now and not wanting to get rid of them, because you remember back when they were talking about the solar flare and EMP thing really
Right.
bad. Without the electronics in them like that to keep them running like the more modern cars do, they can still drive them sons of bitches.
Hell yeah, you can.
If that happens, and that's why they keep them now, and that's why they've gone up in so much price, because people ain't getting rid of them because of that fact.
Right. I agree. Holy shit. FedEx galore here, man.
Where you at?
I'm at the Cub Cadet store getting my mower fixed.
Oh wow! I guess it's delivery day, huh?
Yeah, well, there's a tractor trailer FedEx in front of me and a regular
There's one
FedEx
behind you, or is that a
Yeah,
truck?
the Cube van behind me. I'm like blocked in. That's okay. My mower ain't fixed anyway. He's working on it now.
Right.
Duct tape.
And I'll tell you. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying duct tape.
Right? Duct tape works on everything.
Duct tape works for everything.
Have you ever seen the old Red Green show?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's been a long.
He'd always put duct tape on anything.
Yep.
If your woman don't find you handsome, at least you'll find you handy.
Yep, that's
Right.
it. That's it. Duct tape fixes everything,
That's right.
including
I like
NASCAR cars.
200-mile-an-hour duct tape. There you go.
Yeah.
That's funny. NASCAR does use a lot of it, don't they?
Oh, they go through rolls of it. And then some races, they go through total rolls of it.
Especially Bristol.
Yes,
Bristol's a bad one.
Bristol, or Atlanta and
Atlanta.
Talladega where they have the big wrecks. You know,
Right.
30, 40 cars or 20, 30 cars are in it. You know,
Yeah.
I remember I was watching that damn the Busch Clash this year
Oh yeah.
before everything got shut down. And them motherfuckers wrecked every damn car out there except for one. There was one car that didn't have a scratch on it at the end of the race.
Damn.
Every
That's
other car
crazy.
was fucked up in that Busch Clash. I was laughing my ass off.
Damn. Inexperienced drivers or just bad happenings?
It seemed like every time they had a fucking wreck, it was right there at the front of the pack.
Oh, so everybody had got caught up in it. Yeah.
Yep, yep. You know, when that wreck happens, you're lucky if you make the right decision to get through it. Yeah.
Well, it's supposed to be you go high and punch through it, right?
Well, not exactly. That's why they got spotters. Spotters, you say. But the biggest part of it, like on a track in Atlanta, yeah, you want to try to stay high because for 9 times out of 10, they're going to slide on down that 45-degree banking. Yeah,
Exactly. You stay high and punch through it.
yeah. But you got to
Yeah,
remember
really
when there's other cars involved and they're still sliding and moving, it's hard to make your decision. That's why
Slam
you
on the
see.
brakes, you're going to cause a bigger wreck.
Yep. Yeah, that's the thing. As soon as you let off that gas and you hit that brake, they're going to slam you in the ass. You know. So
Exactly. Somebody's going to be hitting you from behind.
yeah, yeah. I used to race sprint cars and when you lost control of your sprint car 9 times out of 10 you flipped, you were done and you were out of the race.
Right.
But the problem is you never know where that car is going to flip.
Right.
You know, when you're the one trying to get past it. You know.
Well, I ran hobby stock, so I know what you're talking about.
I literally had a car. I did that stay high punching, and it literally did a weird ass bounce and it flipped right over the top of my car.
Well, you got lucky then.
Yeah, I did. I got very lucky. If that thing would have been another probably about 12 inches lower, it would have been right into the top of my car.
Yeah, it would have got your wing.
Yeah.
Oh shoot, he's already got this thing on almost.
Damn, he working his ass off on you. What was that? An old Poland?
No, it's an old Cub Cadet.
Oh, come to get that. Okay.
Yeah, it's an old Cub Cadet.
Yep.
He's got that belt on almost already. Wow. He does got it on. He just got to get it over the one pole. No, that's on that pulley. Damn. All you got to do is put the guards on. I can pay, put it back in my trailer, and get the hell out of here.
As long
nice.
as the FedEx trucks move.
Well, I'll just go forward. I'll go forward and go around the dirt road around back. It looks like it goes all the way around. Now that FedEx truck's going to be going out of my way in a minute anyway.
Yeah, I was going to say they'll probably be going here shortly. It won't take them long. They're probably dropping off only 1 or 2 packages and go.
Right here's the package they just dropped off. So he's getting back into his truck and getting ready to pull out now.
You know, if they were dropping off packages like that at most stores and things like that around here, they can't even get out of the truck. An employee has to come out of the store, they have to put the packages at the back of the truck and grab the packages and bring them in. Now,
oh, fuck, another FedEx truck. Oh, he's just turning around. I was gonna say,
he thought he had a delivery. There were so many of them there. He just figured he thought he had a delivery too.
Well, you think if you got FedEx coming here, you'd send everything on one truck, not 4 trucks.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Well, it depends on when the damn package went out. You know. Yeah. And it depends on where the package came from as well. So
right. Oh, fuck.
You're at a mower store. I guarantee you they get packages from all over the world there.
Oh, yeah.
So
Yes, sir. Well, I'm going to bounce out of here, guys. Looks like he's about done. He's put my guards back on, then I'm going to be back on the road. So figured
all right,
I'd jump in here and say hi while I had a chance.
All right, man. Looks like a good day there. It's raining here. Where the fuck you
Oh,
at?
man, it's beautiful here. I got a sweatshirt on, and I'm debating why I wore it.
Where you at?
Yeah, that's
You down-
true.
You down
Where
south?
you at, Tammy?
I'm
Tammy,
in
where you at?
Pennsylvania. I'm in Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania? All right. Well, you have a good one, Tank, Tammy, everybody else in the chat. I said, hey, I'm out. Later, all.
Later,
Later, dude.
Dragon T. So what are you up to now, Tank boy?
It's fuck living the dream or dreaming to live. One of the fucking other.
Right. I still say you need to upgrade to an A1A Abrams instead of the Abrams. It's faster.
Why you say that?
As slow as you were to start this damn stream this morning.
I had to take a piss. Jesus.
Oh,
What the
excuses,
hell?
excuses.
I
Excuses,
put Cindy up.
excuses.
Why is she not up? Yeah, well, yeah, I guess it's an excuse. I had to make a coffee. I don't fucking know. Some fucking sue me, you bastard. I don't care.
You're sued. Now you owe me $1 million, damn it.
Hey, Tank, is your computer running better than it was last night?
Dang.
I'm here.
Is your
I can't
computer
hear Cindy. What the fuck is going on here?
Oh, Tank.
You
I
can't
don't
hear
even-
you,
oh,
Sydney.
there she is. She's muted.
No, I'm not. No, not on my end, I'm not.
I hear Cindy just fine.
Cindy, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh my God! Oh, I can hear you too. Wouldn't that be
I-
something?
I said, is your computer running better than it was last night? And then you started, I can't hear you.
Oh, well then I guess not.
before this very moment, was it running better than last night?
Maybe. I don't know.
Maybe we shouldn't talk about it. We'll jinx it.
Yeah.
Okay, we won't.
She Devil, I hope you get to feeling better, hon.
You want to talk about watered down syrup?
Not overly. Why?
Because
That's
I
a
just
horrible fucking topic.
I know I don't really want to talk about it. But I just wanted to hear Gary give you a hard time about it.
Oh my God, Gary.
That just cracks me up so much.
It does. It cracks me up too. It gets all you Canadians with it. It ain't just you. It's funny.
Last night, listening to you two go back and forth, what he do? He give you a hard time for pushing an hour? That was so hilarious.
What?
JJ says he's in Canada. His computer's run backwards.
No, you
JJ?
said yeah. I misinterpreted that. He'll be-
Hey, PD, what's up, buddy?
You should
up,
have
Mike?
checked me first.
Yeah, you never know. He might be that serial killer guy.
Every fucking time I bring somebody up, it drops them down on my end.
I'll kill a box of Cheerios cereal.
But he on the phone, he's there.
I'm
I
still
just
here.
had Lucky Charms. I didn't eat Cheerios.
Lucky Charms.
I ate the rest of the grandkids cereal.
I know his boyfriend, Fruit Loops.
Huh. Oh, yeah, there he is. He's fucking muted too. What the hell?
Now I have to get the grandkids cereal, or when they come back, they're going to be like, "Where's our cereal?" And I would just blame it on Grandpa.
It's easier to blame somebody else than take responsibility, right?
Grandpa does no wrong in their eyes, so I always blame everything on Grandpa.
That's funny. You must be the disciplinarian, the one that gives discipline.
Yep.
There you go. That's why Grandpa does no wrong in their eyes.
Grandpa does everything right, and I am the one who does the discipline.
And you do everything wrong, and you're the big meanie.
I'm the meanie.
So what's going on in people's boring stay-at-home, I will not comply lives?
I'm staying at home.
Stay don't comply.
I'm staying at home complying.
I went
I'm
outside
just
earlier.
obeying, y'all.
Only reason I am at home right now is it started raining. I went outside earlier before I even came on Joni. I was intending to take a walk down to the store and everything else, and started raining on my ass. So, and it was cold.
I would go away if I had some place to go away, but I don't have a place to go away, so I'm complying.
I got all my lawns done yesterday. Today's a slow day, so I'm waiting for my new communication system for my motorcycle to be so I can install it on my helmet and get that done. And then I'm waiting for my laser burner so I can start burning some really cool stuff on just about anything.
Hey,
You got a picture? You got a picture? I can laser print it on the back of a plastic cell phone holder, a piece of wood, paper, all that kind of stuff. It's gonna be cool.
Hey, PD, when are me and you gonna go fishing though?
Oh, fish.
Dude, I haven't been
your
fishing
hellers.
since I
Get
lived in
your
Florida.
hellers.
Well, we need to make a day just to go fucking fishing, dude.
We can do that. You know what? The real reason I haven't gone fishing since Florida is because the last time I went fishing, it wasn't required to have a fishing permit. That's how long it's been since I haven't been fishing, and it's been one of those things where I will not comply, so therefore I will not go fishing, and you can pound sand because I'm not going to give you taxes so I can go fish in a free ocean or lake or pond and either catch and release or eat the fish, whatever I wanted to
That's
do.
cool.
And
You
there's
live
no
in
reason
Florida
for it.
now?
Huh?
If you live in Florida now, there's different ways to get around even having a fishing license in Florida now.
Yeah, but see, that's the point. You shouldn't have to do it. You shouldn't have to pay a
I
tax
agree.
to go fishing to either eat or to have a good time.
I agree. I agree with you on that. But I think I've had only 4 fishing licenses in my life, and every one of them was bought for me. I do intend to buy one when I go fishing though, because I agree about the not complying thing. But damn it, I just like to go fishing. So.
I just think it's this freaking. Never mind. You're gonna get me all riled up. But yeah, we can go fishing.
You're okay to rile up.
Yeah, go ahead.
You're telling the truth. Yep. In order to not do it, you got to find a private lake.
I'm gonna dig one in my backyard, but I'd have to have a permit to do that.
JJ, in freshwater, if you got a fishing pole down in Florida that that don't have a mechanical retrieving device on it, that you can go fishing in the freshwater as well in Florida.
So you're saying if you have a string or a string only with a hook on it or maybe a bobber on it, you could throw it out, catch a fish.
No, you can have a fishing pole. You can have a fishing pole just as long as it don't have a mechanical retrieving device on it.
What the hell is that? Next thing you know, you're going to tell me you can't fly a kite with a fishing pole.
That means like with the cane pole.
A cane pole.
Yeah, things like that. You can have a fishing
I haven't done that in a long time.
Yeah, you can have a fishing pole with no reel on it. As long as it don't have a reel on it, you could use it even your fishing pole. Yeah. things
And
like
That's
that.
actually a
you're
pretty good
saying
idea.
you could go fishing with a cane pole
In
in
Florida,
any
yes.
place? In
No,
any
in Florida.
place?
Yeah, in Florida, in any fresh water, as long as you are fishing with a cane pole, you're fine.
Oh,
And
really?
yeah, and also if you have, and now here's the kicker: for saltwater, if you're getting some type of government assistance, you can fish on saltwater for free, in any way, shape, or form, even on a boat. If someone offers to give you a boat ride. Now, if it's your boat and it's in your name and you're getting government assistance, you cannot do that because they figure that you have enough money to buy a fishing license if you have enough money to buy your own boat.
JJ said, I don't know what he was replying to, but he said, but Tammy, that only applies in the country of your region or residence, rather.
You mean the county of your residence? No, they've changed that,
Or
JJ. You should look up that
county
new
or
rule.
country? What the fuck?
I think he meant county because it used to be the county of your residence where they used to have that, and 2 years ago they changed that law down there.
Yeah, Florida is Florida has changed quite a bit since I moved down there in 1969.
Oh yeah, I'd say so. The damn state's turned upside down and puked since then.
US 19, when I first moved down there, was a 2-lane road.
I was going to say that was shortly after they made it into a blacktop road, ain't it? Because I mean, there for the longest time, 19 was nothing but sand and dirt.
Yeah.
I mean, you probably just got down there right when they blacktopped it and got done blacktopping it.
Well, in Ohio, you need a permit to go get a permit.
You need a permit to go get a permit.
Yes.
That's like bringing a tow truck to drive to the store.
Yeah.
I got this friend here that she's got 2 kids of her own, single mother. She adopted 3 more. She's taking care of them. So she wants to put up a pool, a temporary pool that, you can take up or put down every year. So it's not permanent. So they said she had to have the fence fixed. So I went over and I looked at the fence, said, well, you know what? Here's what we're going to do. We're going to replace the whole fence. We're going to put new poles in it. We're going to put new lattice up. It's going to look really nice and do that. Well, you can't do that. If you do that, you need a permit. So I took 1 pole and I left it. Technically, I'm replacing the fence because I left 1 pole.
Yeah.
Now, I did it in such a way that a month down the road or so, I'm going to pull that post out and I'm going to replace it with a new one. Because it went bad.
Repairing it.
Because I'm repairing it. So I got around the whole damn thing, putting up a new custom fence without a permit.
There you go.
Fucking love loopholes. Love
Yep.
loopholes.
That's funny as hell. I love it. I love it.
The volunteer chief of the fire department here called it in and said he's putting up a fence here without a permit. So I went over and I knocked on his door. And I said, "You candy ass mother." I said, "If you ever call anybody on me again, I will search every inch of this earth for any kind of dirt that I can find on you, and I guarantee you within inside 2 months you will not be a chief anywhere ever again, because I know damn well that you've got some skeletons in your closet somewhere, and I will find them."
Never throw stones if you live in a glass house.
Exactly.
You know,
So
don't just fuck with people to fuck with people. You know,
exactly, and that's what it was.
have a reason and then destroy them.
And then the whole
But give him a chance.
reason for that, for him doing that, he complains about the kids out in the yard playing, screaming and yelling. Frickin' move. If you don't want that, move. Move somewhere where you have some property where there's no kids. I mean, you're in a neighborhood, for God's sakes. It's in a little town with row homes. So where the hell are you going to be able to live, if you have kids and you can't afford, a country home somewhere so you don't disturb people? I mean, come on. It's not like they're out there at 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock at night screaming and yelling. It's during the day,
That's right. Kids
So I
should
told
make
the
you
guy to
feel a little
pound things.
younger.
Yeah, there's something going on,
Kids are
especially
noisy
now.
anyway,
Mm-hmm.
know?
Especially
get mad
now
at
when
the
everything's
kids.
so quiet.
That's just my opinion, though.
No, it's valid. It is valid. I mean, if you don't want the kids around, then move.
If you hinder your children or children you're watching or whatever the case may be, if you hinder their ability to explore and,
Yep.
and learn things in their own way, then you're just going to, by definition, make that kid retarded, hindered and held back. He's not going to understand a lot of things because he wasn't able to explore his creativity or
Yep.
the ability to learn things on his own pace.
Yep. Now she was having trouble with the one little boy, and he just wasn't listening. And I looked at her and said, "May I?" She said, "If you think you can." I said, "Son, come over here." And I didn't say a word. He walked over and said, "Let me tell you something. The reason your mother told you to do this is because of this reason. There was no other reason for that but that, and you need to start listening to her. You understand what I'm saying?" He looked at me and, "Yes, sir." And she looked at me and said, "What the hell did you just do?" I said, "I just looked at him and I told him the reason why you didn't want to do it. You can't tell a child not to do something without giving that child a valid reason." The one thing I used to hate,
By nature.
I mean, if you tell a kid to do something, the first thing they're going to say, why? Well, this is the reason why. You can get hurt. If you don't put your shoes on and you're walking out in the yard, when we got construction going on here, I may have dropped a nail. That nail is going to go straight through your foot. And trust me, it's going to hurt.
Oh yeah.
And he went right in and he put the shoes on. No problem. She says, "That's all you did is told him why. That's it."
A
Kids
little bit
may
of
be
communication
inexperienced.
goes a long way.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
You know,
kids may
for them,
be,
even adults.
well, yeah.
You know,
There's some adults that really, like our governor. "You can't stop us from doing this. We've got the Constitution behind us." He don't listen. But kids they're not stupid. They're just inexperienced.
and
And they're
curious.
inquisitive. They're very inquisitive.
Exactly. And I was
They're
always
cute
the
to
one
everything
kid
around them.
that wanted to know why. Why are you telling me? Why? Why is this like this? Well, I know it's a pain in the ass, but I was trying to learn.
I was always curious.
Yep.
I wanted to know what made things tick. I wanted
Yep.
to know what made things the way they are. I always questioned everything. It didn't matter how large it was or how small it was. I needed to figure out everything about it.
I used to
That's
tell
how
the
I
kids
learned.
on the bus, they'd say, "Mr. Lane, can I ask you a question?" "Yeah, go ahead." "Well, how come I can ask you a question and I can't ask my parents questions? They don't want to ask." "Well," I said, the only stupid question I know is the one that isn't asked." He said, "You should always ask questions. If you don't understand it, you ask it. That's how you learn. You do that in school, right?" "Yep." "Okay. Well, then why wouldn't you ask your parents, why is it like this? What's the reason behind this so I can understand it better?" And use those terms to your parents, not being a smart ass. say, why do I have to do this, Mom? Because I don't understand what the reason is for it. And if a child asks their parents that, they're gonna spend the time, and most of them would anyway, and tell them why, they shouldn't do it. But
I hate to do a subject change, but we need to.
What's that?
Beach 12366 said they would like to have an open question, please. So many conversations about the N word. Can we discuss the F word? Rarely in my vocabulary. I'm new to panels. Seems like every third word is the F word. Why?
It's Tank Boy's panel, so I would think he'd be the first to give that one.
Sorry, I'm typing. Hold on.
Okay.
This fucking phone.
Well, while Tank Boy's doing that, I can give a little bit. One of the reasons why a lot of people do that is a lot of people here are, I'll say, constitutionalists. They believe in the Constitution. They want to use that right that was given to them when they were born. So that would fall under the freedom of speech. And that's why a lot of people use it. It's also used as, and you'll ask any psychologist, it has been used and has been studied as being a form of not only expression but a relief for anger. They've actually done studies on it. When somebody uses the F-bomb, it portrays a little bit more anger and frustration in their voice, in their vocabulary, to let a lot of that out. You can look that up.
My straight and simple forward answer to that is because I can.
Well, that's the First Amendment, right?
Yep. First Amendment. Because I can. Not trying to be a dickhead about it, but that's why I do it. I do it. I say it. A lot of people may not like it. I understand that, but if you don't like what I got to say, you don't have to.
I don't want. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Sydney. Go ahead. I'm done.
I don't want to give you the because I'm an adult and I can, because you pretty much know that. But I'm going to go with I said it over in Jones today, and I noticed someone made the comment, oh, Cindy said the F word. I use it when I'm angry or even sometimes excited, but I use it a lot of times when I'm angry because it's just like, oh, I've had enough, and are you serious? And then that's when I'm going to use it a lot of times. It's because it's just like I'm to my breaking point. And of course, there's probably other words that I could use in that point, but maybe my brain is going 100 miles an hour, and that is just the word that is there, and it's in that spot, and that's the word I'm using. But a lot of times, for me, just Cindy, and I only speak for Cindy. Who I know is speaking is Cindy's brain. It's when I'm angry and I've had enough, and it's just like, oh, are you effing serious?
Right.
Yep. No, it's just like I said. It's used for frustration. It's a way of blowing off steam psychologically. I don't think it really has to do with lack of vocabulary skills, because I drive a school bus, so I try not to use it. One, because it's frowned upon in school, but two, if the kids are going to learn it, they're going to learn it from home. So I don't need to add to it. And believe me, they know the words.
Oh yeah. Hell, we used to practice them. What new cuss word did you come up with today when I was in first grade? I mean, come on.
I mean, that Beach, that was a good, valid question. I mean, it's you asked it properly, and hopefully we addressed it.
But yeah, it does seem like the F bomb, as you want to call it, comes out of my mouth more when I'm frustrated or I'm upset about something.
Right.
And if
When
you
I'm
say
irritated,
it,
I
you'll
say
get
fuck
your
a
point
lot.
across a lot quicker. If someone's not paying attention to you and you say it, they're
Mhm.
paying attention to you then.
Especially someone like you, Sydney, who doesn't really, in general conversation, you don't really use the F bomb in general conversation. So it's like, okay, Sydney said the F word. Uh-oh, something's fucked up here. You know, that's what goes through your mind.
I
Not meaning
I
to
look
use
at
the
that
F
as
bomb, but
I look at that same ideologic, the same idea in like relationships and shit. Um, if you got a girlfriend or a wife or whatever, and you guys can commonly communicate properly and compromise to get your points across to excel and grow together, um, then that means that you're not angry at each other a lot because you're compromising or you're doing things for each other, right, and yourself at the same token. But the moment that she gets irritated, that's when you know if it goes on that level, that's when you know that it's probably best just to shut the fuck up and listen.
mm,
You know, it's like when my mother, she used to say my full fucking name and say Jesus Christ straight before it. I knew I was in shit. I knew that
yeah,
there was a wooden spoon that was going to be broke and another six that were going to be broke right after.
yep.
And it was going to be on me that it was going to be broke. So, I mean, I knew, run to
Generally
your
on your
fucking room
ass.
and don't come out until you're fucking told to come out, you know? But that's the way I look at it too, right? And I grew up in a family that was just full of fucking women, and women, the way my mother puts it is they wear the pants, right? They hold a certain percentage of, I got your shit and that's it, you know? But only when you have the communication and the ability to compromise with each other, because otherwise it'd be a constant bicker, right? But if you can make certain uh, compromises or increase your communication or learn a little bit more about each other to be able to communicate properly, um, in that moment, once things start going smooth, then that applies, right? Because
Mhm.
commonly you communicate, you don't fucking yell at each other, you don't get frustrated, you don't fucking, you just work with each other. You make those necessary um, adaptions, right? Each of you do, not just one person. It's a meet in the middle thing. Um, but but then the moment that she gets all fucking like she's fucking all fired up and you know that's usually the moment that you shut the fuck up, when it goes in that common uh, pattern, right?
Yeah.
Then you've really fucked up. You've done something wrong where you should probably just listen and you'll understand what you did wrong. No
Jay
matter how cryptic it comes across, you'll be able to get it.
and JJ saying he says, yeah, telling kindergartners to sit down and shut the F up would be a little bit much.
Yeah.
First thing
But
they're gonna do is they're gonna go right to the principal. He said a bad word.
yep, yep.
See, when I was a kid, I drank a bottle of Sunlight soap, not on purpose. My mother fucking jammed that shit down my throat because I told her to go fuck herself. but but I
Wow.
heard it from her. She told my father to go fuck himself, right? and I was like, go fuck yourself. And she was like, oh, you little bastard, get Jesus Christ, beep 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 beep. I was like, what I do? What I do? Right? Well, I drank a whole bottle of dish soap for that fucking shit, so I never cursed again. Well, I
See,
mean,
this is
until
what
I got older.
that's
My
the part
mom,
where I'm telling you is
my,
where explain to a kid why, because you had no clue why. You heard your mother doing it, you're emulating what she was doing, you think it's okay, so
Well,
now
that's
you're
what
being
lead
punished
by
for something.
example.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
now you're
No,
being punished for something that you had no idea was in her eyes was a bad thing to do, but yet she's doing it.
That's that lack of communication.
My grandson, about 6 months ago, 7 years old, stood in my living room and said, "I know a bad word, shit," and ran to the bedroom. I just, I had to hold my tongue and stop snickering before we went in there to discuss. Well, you knew it was a bad word. And so now we have to discuss the adults say words that you don't say. Well, I knew I wasn't supposed to say it, but I wanted to see what you would do.
My dad told me to say puck or spit or like different like sound effects or sound words that rhyme with the curse word. So I ran around the neighborhood because I could run faster scared than she could mad. Saying puck, 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 but she thought I was saying fuck. That stuck up my ass.
Do you know how I got my mom to quit trying to wash my mouth out with soap? And now let me tell you how bad my mom and dad cussed. They got our cockatoo answer when the phone rang. It said, "Answer the fucking phone." That's how much they cussed. The bird picked up to answer the fucking phone and would say it every time the phone rang. But I would start cussing because hell, everybody else would. Yeah. And she started trying to do that so to me, and I started blowing bubbles with it, and it pissed her off, and she never did it again.
When I was a kid, I asked my stepdad. I said, "What's it like to get drunk and get your head kicked in at a bar?" He said, "Well, here, let me show you." So he made me chug the beer and he punched me in the stomach. I learned a valuable lesson that day. Don't ask stupid questions. It was clearly a stupid question, right? I mean, obviously. You know?
Don't ask questions you don't want to know the answer to.
Right.
I mean, fuck, somebody should have told me that then, for fuck's sakes, but I was a curious kid, man. I needed to know everything, even if it got me in the most horriblest shit. I mean, I would break into the neighbor's house just to see if I saw something that wasn't there, you know?
The only time my mom backhanded me, the only time my mom backhanded me was when I called her a bitch. I called her a bitch one time, and she backhanded me so hard that I picked myself up about 5 foot from where I was standing up against the wall.
That's true, Beach. It's what you're all familiar with.
Yeah.
You said crap at 21, and that was unfamiliar with your family.
And Beach, there's nothing bad about that. Matter of fact, I applaud you for not having to say or don't use those kind of languages because
I just have a question when you're done.
Yeah, I don't care for it myself, but I find myself doing it when I'm frustrated and I need to get it across that when I say that word, I'm pretty pissed.
Right,
and,
that falls back to what I was just saying.
Yeah, and it's just one of those things that I try to do anyway.
I have a question for Beach. I mean, it could be a very fucking stupid ass question, but what kind of upbringing did you have? Out of curiosity, and if you don't want to disclose that, you don't have to. You don't have to disclose anything you don't want to. It's just a question. You could tell me no. It's none of my business. Fuck off. Or if I guess you don't curse, you could say frick off, whichever. You know, it doesn't really matter. It's just a question.
While we're waiting for that answer, let me say this. I'm going to say that he was in a family that was noticeable to the community. Maybe had something to do with wealth, or like in the government, or like church, like
religion.
Religion, that type thing, because those are the areas,
structures,
right, that have to be. Hey, you're a picture of me when you're out in public. You need to do this. You need to do that. So you don't embarrass me, and those type of things.
Now, let me give you a little bit of Cindy. We had and Beach, it might make you easier to tell. Let me tell you about Cindy. We had a list of words on my refrigerator when I was growing up. The list of words had the cuss word on one side and the slang on the other side.
Okay.
So that we knew what the slang word that we might
Ah.
say and what the cuss word or the cuss word, what the slang word that might be said, so that we was not to, we had a list of no words on the refrigerator.
Right.
That's how we were raised.
We had it on the kitchen sink.
So that
Said sunlight on it.
so that dad made it clear right from the bat the no word.
There's your answer right there. Religion.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And with Mormons, if I'm correct, they're probably even more strict with certain types of things than the Southern Baptists are or used to be. You
Which are
didn't
the
listen to music.
polygamous ones? The ones that live on like a compound.
You
One
got
of the
me, man.
branches of Mormon, you know those missionary people that come to your house, bang on your door, and it's like, read the good word, not the fucking Jehovah's Witnesses.
That's Jehovah's Witness, but Jehovah's
Yeah.
Witness
The
don't
other
live on
ones.
compounds.
Mormons down in Florida
Mormons.
do that too.
Yeah, well, they do them here too, right? So I got sick of them coming to my house and banging on the door. So I asked my
Canada. Are you talking about Hutterites?
no, they're
No,
Mormons.
Mormons in Florida
Um,
do that as well.
So
JJ's
so
funny.
I got fucking frustrated, and the girl I was with at the time, I was like, "Fuck, man, you want to just let the fuckers in and see what the hell they got to say?" Like, I mean, we've only based our opinion on them based on what everybody else has said. So let's just fucking figure it out. You know, maybe they got some good fucking words to say. So I let them come in and we spoke. Well, I started noticing my cigarettes were going missing and bottles of liquor were going missing, and I was like, these motherfuckers, what the fuck? So I asked a stupid question because the girl I was with, her aunt, which was her mother, because she adopted her, she said that they're into multiple wives, and I started to think, right, because when we went to this church thing, because I mean, I don't like to do things halfway. I like to do it 100%, right? I like to know everything I can possibly learn before I form my opinion. And we went to the church thing, and at the end they separate the guys from the girls. The girls go and they do, well, I don't know what the hell they did, but the guys, we sat around and just talked, you know. So I asked him about this, and he said that one of the missionary dudes said, he goes, well, I'll tell you this much. He says, if that's something you're really interested in, he says, I can talk to one of our higher, whatever the hell he called it, and we could possibly get it, but it's a compound. And I was like, what do you mean a compound? It's like, well, it's kind of a property line out in the middle of nowhere, and it's just a bunch of families that live there, and you got to start off and work your way through it. And I was like, well, that doesn't make no fucking sense at all. You know, it doesn't sound like a religion. It sounds more like a fucking cult. Like, where's Manson at? So I started to do a little bit more research into it, and sure enough, there was a branch, but I don't know what the branch is called. There's a polygamous version of it, and then there's another one, but they are connected, not to the standpoint where they all go to the same damn church, but
Are you talking about?
Latter-day Saints?
No, I don't think.
No,
Well,
I
yeah,
don't
These
think Latter-day
people,
Saints
these
means-
people that I'm talking about down in Florida, they come up and say we are from the Church of Mormon.
That would be not the regular. That'd be the Latter-day Saints.
No, they don't say Latter-day Saints. They say they are from the Church of Mormon. That's all they say. They don't even discuss the Latter-day Saints.
Well, it
It's
sounds to me like they're kind of
It sounds like to
maybe
me
a
they
branched off.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're branched off. Like, you know,
Mhm.
you got Baptists, you got Southern Baptists, you know, that type thing. So, I mean, the ones, from what I gathered, the Mormons that are in, say, I think like Utah, some of them, if I'm not mistaken, they believe in taking more than one wife. And then there's some that I've met down in Florida that no, they don't believe in that. They just, you know, just one and that type of thing. And hey, to each his own. If you got enough guts to have more than one wife, then you're the man.
All Mormons have now done away with the one wife. That is why the TV show guy had to leave and go to Vegas, is because he was going to be in trouble in where he was. Because Mormons, if they're true from the church, they are dispelling the polygamy?
It depends on what a part of that religion you're talking to, and some have not gotten rid of it. They're saying they're getting rid of it because it's illegal in the United States, and the United States started cracking down on it so hard it wasn't even funny. But they believe in the Old Testament where you can have more than one wife, and a lot of their belief, a lot of them believe that as well. Still yet today, they just won't tell you it now because the government says it's wrong, and they put you in freaking jail for it.
Well, again, I'd be a pretty bad Mormon because one's enough for me.
Yeah, I'm not into that multiple women shit. Fuck it. No. It just.
I agree.
it
I
just-
agree. I don't think I could handle more than one if I
It's
ever
not
get
about
married in my
handling,
life.
It's about a moral code. You know, like I live by a code. Like I've embedded this code into my everyday living: respect,
Mhm.
honor, loyalty, honesty. You know,
Right.
if you live by that, no one can come back and be like, "Ha, gotcha." You know, because I've told you the truth. I've given you everything that you need to form an opinion of me. But I mean, that's only at 98%. There's still 2 more percent.
Hey,
That
Clarence.
other 2% are the things that are personal. And with any friendship or whatever relationship, doesn't matter. When you're meeting someone, you always keep 2% to yourself, because it's not something that that was after the meeting kind of thing, right? So it's
Right.
not like it's personal shit from like fucking when I was a kid, right? We all have that personal shit. If we don't feel comfortable with sharing it until we're comfortable, then fucking we don't have to share it. You know, that's just our fucking, that's our right as humans. You know.
Yeah, I don't
but I always
trust
keep that
anybody
2%.
100%.
No, but once I do trust someone, I'll believe anything they say. They could tell me the fucking sky is falling and it's pink, purple, and there's fucking fluffy unicorns with cotton candy for ears.
Will you
And
quit
I'd be
talking
like, well,
about Canada again? God dang it.
oh, for fuck's sake. Listen, this is my fucking home and native land, motherfucker, and I'll talk about it if I damn well wish to.
You talk about you
Fuck this
keep
shit.
you
Goodbye.
keep doing that, Tank. Keep it up, and I'm gonna talk about watered down syrup.
Come back, Tank. You know we were fucking with you, buddy. Get your ass back
There
up here.
you go.
Toot, Tammy, hey, let me tell you
Syrup,
something, brother.
It's not my area of expertise. I'm sorry. Just saying.
My grandmother was from
I love
Canada,
you.
so back off
And bite me.
and leave your ass down in Harrisburg next time.
I tell you what, I thought for sure you were going to have to go home without me that day. I really did.
No, I had already,
Tell me the day
dude.
you got arrested.
Yeah,
Yeah, dude, I
was
had
just
already.
Good die, Tighter. It was a good die.
yeah. Me and PD went there together. I was like, damn, I guess PD gets to go home with one less person today. That was the first thought in my mind.
Dude, once I hung up on the live stream, I made a few phone calls. I had you spotted. I knew where you were, and it probably was a week after that. I made a few other phone calls, and that's probably, and I can't confirm it or deny it. It's probably why your case was dropped.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was dropped like a hot potato quick.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, it was simple. I
Yep.
showed the video where what I had,
mm-hmm.
and I told him, I said, you had a hole here, and
Hold on.
there's no way in hell that you're going to get this to go through. And I suggest it was a minor incident. You guys had a hole in your security, and I'm pretty sure that you don't want other people to know that. So, and that's all I said. That was it. So I can't confirm or deny whether it helped or not, but I made
Well,
it clear.
I have to admit, the sergeant did say, he said, go ahead, please take this to court because more than likely they're going to drop it at court anyway. So maybe you
Yeah.
showing that they're like, well, fuck, the court's going to
Well,
drop it anyway. We might as well just say fuck it anyway.
I think it also had to do with little minor things like this was in the eyes of the law, you might say. To you, it was a big deal. You were standing up for your rights, and you had every right to. But for them to have this, and there's going to be more of this going on. So now you've got all the courts closed, and you've arrested 200 people. So that's 200 cases that's going to get inundated into the system, and they're going to be pushed back and pushed back and pushed back and pushed back because of whatever reasons. So it's just one of those things where just let it go. He's going to go home. He's not coming back. One of those things. So, it behooved them just to drop whatever. They just wanted to get you out of the loop and into kind of suspend what was could have happened. Plus the cop that was walking away from you. I told them, I said, that would even given me mixed signals. Like he just walked away and didn't give a shit. So I said, there's a lot of holes in your case here, so you might want to rethink it.
Mm-hmm. And I think they did. Even the sergeant said they'll more than likely drop it in the courts anyway, if it ever.
Yeah, I mean, now if you had been fighting them, and fussing and stuff like that, yeah, dude, there's nothing anybody could have done. You'd still be in jail right now.
Well, see, that's part of the reason why I also believe once you know them silver bracelets are going on your ass, you might as well just shut up.
Go with the flow.
Yeah, and go with it, because for one, you're either going to get your ass whooped or you are going to jail. If they hadn't planned on putting you in jail, you're going to jail.
Yeah.
Okay. Two, if you don't fiddle, fart, and fight and fuss, once you know them damn silver cuffs are going on you, okay, it looks better for you in the court when you do take it to court.
Yeah, because your whole idea, and let's face it, Tammy.
I got my point across. I mean, look how many people were on the fucking grass. Look how many people were filming that. I mean, the whole point got across. And now they're getting lawsuits done against Wolf for suspending First Amendment rights.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I told one of the cops here that was asking me why I'm out and about cutting grass. I said, because there's no law that says I can't do this. Well, there's an order coming down from the governor. Well, it's a suggestion as far as I'm concerned, because it's not a law, it's not a statute. So therefore, it's just a suggestion to me.
It's not even an ordinance.
Unless you want to violate my rights by what is it, liberty and the pursuit of happiness. And believe me, if I don't bring home the bacon, my wife's not going to be happy.
Right.
So as far as I'm concerned, that was a violation right there of telling me I can't go out and feed my family. And but somebody would say, well, then, you're going to get the stimulus check. They're paying you to stay home. No, because of my situation, I don't get a stimulus check. So therefore, I have to go out and still make my money.
Check?
If you make over a certain amount of money per year, you don't get one.
Oh.
So therefore, I don't get one. Which,
and
to be
people
honest
like
with you,
me, I haven't got mine yet, and I'm supposed to get one. So what the heck's up with that? And they're already sending out the second stimulus check to people.
Who told?
I'm not rich, but I don't need the money. I'm okay, and I would rather them keep it, so I don't have to pay it back to them tenfold later, and give it to someone that does need it.
Right, that's true.
That's true.
What were you about to ask, Sydney?
Why? There's no second stimulus check. If someone told you that, they're fibbing to you. Look it up.
You should
Look it
look at
up.
the Sydney. I
But
don't
why
have to
haven't
look
you?
it up.
Why
I don't
haven't you
have to.
gotten yours yet?
Sydney, listen. All you got to do is just listen to the commercials about Trump. When you go from channel to channel, they talk about, oh, the second stimulus check's already being sent out and everything by Trump with Trump's name on it. If you get a paper one, they're talking about the second one already being sent out. Don't skip through them ads for Trump. Listen to it one time. They even talking about the second stimulus check being put out. And several people have already said they've gotten their second stimulus check right here on these panels.
You know what pisses me off the most is that here in Pennsylvania, and I don't know about any other state, you're going to have to pay tax on that money. State and local taxes on that money, which you should not have to do in this situation. There should be no, and in credit card debts, there should be no interest accrued on your credit at all for anything. These companies, they can sustain a whole couple of years of this and not put a dent in their monies. So they're full of shit if they think that's going to fly.
Right. And the reason I ain't got mine, according to them, is because I'm getting a paper check.
Oh, yeah, paper checks.
Yeah, I was told that it was on the news, if you can believe that if you were getting a paper check, it could take up to 4 months.
Yes, that's what I've heard now.
My daughter's an accountant, and she's got some customers, and she's told her customers is it could take up till September.
Well, that's like 4 or 5 months.
Yeah.
I don't want the money. I just don't want it. There's too much baggage attached to it.
Oh, I agree. There's a lot of baggage attached to it.
The last stimulus check that they did like that was like $1,000. I got it. The end of that year, I usually would break even on taxes. The end of that year, not only did I have to give that $1,000 back, but because it put me over a little bit on my tax bracket, I had to pay $1,200.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what the hell good is that? What did it? It didn't stimulate nothing except for piss me off. That it stimulated. It didn't do a damn thing.
Cindy must have got a call or something. I was like, what the hell? We got an emergency broadcast system going on right now.
So
I'm getting texts periodically. My grandson is arguing over schoolwork today.
Wow.
Oh, okay.
These poor kids, they've got to be scared of all kinds of hell. I mean, and they don't even know.
Typing. What kids? I'm sorry. I should have been paying closer attention.
No, the kids that are at home and having to do the schoolwork at home and this whole thing, not going to school and seeing their friends, has got to be scary to them.
Well, the way it's set up,
to their advantage. I think that it would work to their advantage because when I was a kid and we were learning something, the teacher would engage us in a different manner. They would stare at us. Like, I see you. I want to explore your potential. You just help me understand what the best way is to teach you by me watching your movements and how you learn shit. And then once they figure that way, they then enhance that for you. Or what is the word I'm looking for? Enlighten or...
normally they're not with this. With this,
he's a lot more one-on-one shit. They allowed you to learn in your own terms with your own methods. Nowadays, this is how it's going to go. Just fucking obey. Don't question. Always listen, but don't hear.
Well, but I think more what PD's getting at is more of the fact that their social lives have been destroyed that they come accustomed to of seeing their friends
The
every
structure.
day at
Yeah,
It's the
school.
structure.
routine.
Yeah, their
No, but
structure,
with
Structure
and that
this,
is
would scare someone when they got a
but
particular
okay,
structure
with
that they're
this, we're
used to.
talking about education. This is a
Yeah, but
7-year-old who has been given a tablet from his school.
Right.
So during the day, he's got this tablet. He's supposed to do certain work on the tablet by
Right.
himself.
Right.
Then he's supposed to go to the television. He's got a certain YouTube channel he's got to go to get work from this teacher on the YouTube channel. Then when he's done with that, then he's got to go work back to the tablet by himself. Then he's got to go find mom, who he's got to get her and him's got to do work together. Then he's got to go back to the YouTube channel, do work with that. Then he's got to go back to himself, and this is how it works. Then he's got to go back to mom, back to his tablet, and then work's done for the day.
This sounds like a lot of busy work. The busy
But
work is something that, yeah, it's keeping the kid doing, trying to keep him up with his schoolwork, but it's also trying to keep him busy where it's not really, his mind is wandering too much and not concentrating enough on the schoolwork, opposed to having to go back to this and do this and then do that and then go back to mom. It's just a lot of busy work. I don't think it's working.
at the end of the week, they have to turn all this garbage into the teacher.
Mhm.
Luckily, mom is working from home right now. But the only problem is mom's not getting her full work done because mom's also the teacher.
Yep. Yep. See, I'd be a bit surprised if, when all this is said and done, that you start seeing public schools go bye-bye.
Oh, I guarantee you it's gonna happen.
If they can do this online where they don't have to do this, that's tax dollars they're not going to have to use on these buildings. Well, they can probably get rid of a lot of teachers because they're not going to need as many. And do you think that our tax dollars are going to go down from this? No. They're going to keep that tax school dollars in. They're going to maybe even pay us more because technology costs money. Yeah, go ahead.
Our stupid governor, the idiot, just announced last week he cut millions of dollars from our education system
For what reason?
because Ohio's in this big hole. And the strange way they say the Ohio education says we're going to do school next year is so bizarre. Going to go to school half the day and then going to stay home half the day. All this because of Corona. My daughter said if they're at school half the day, they're around each other. So what's the point of going home half the day? Makes no sense.
You got just as much chance of picking it up on the school buses and going into a school for even to pick up your tablet or whatever. You got just as much a chance of getting it as you do is sitting there for hours at a time. I mean, it only takes the one time. I mean, come on. And, I do agree with cutting taxes or cutting budgets where possible. In other words, and let me elaborate on that. If a school is spending $1 million a year on bullshit, then cut that. But don't ever take away the teachers' pay because we need to keep them in there. We need to keep them to where they're motivated and they're living a halfway decent life, just like everybody else is. And make sure that the school activities are still there because a lot of kids do look forward to going to band. They look forward to playing football. What do you think's going to happen to the baseball and the football professional teams if you don't have these kids starting to learn the game when they first possibly can growing up, getting those skills to play ball, and then next thing you know, they're going to college and never played the game ever. And how are they supposed to go through college and then go into professional if they haven't had that foundation when they started as a kid? So what's that going to do to our professional teams?
Well,
I don't
people
mean to cut you
complain
off,
that
PD,
they don't
but
need
I
the
got to make a
sports.
copy, so I'm just going to mute.
People complain they don't need the sports. Well, I don't know about the rest of the country, but we need the football next year because a lot of our seniors, they use the football to get their scholarships.
Yes.
We need the football next fall because we got senior guys who's waiting on that football to finish up some scholarships.
That's
See what
about
I'm
like
saying,
one
though?
kid there, about like one kid down there in Florida that he went through high school. He did not have money whatsoever to get into college, but he excelled in football and he was
Yeah.
great. And he freaking he wound up getting into college and he dropped football in college. And became a major in he majored out in science and technology.
Well,
Okay.
he had to have.
He played, but he benched himself basically.
I
That's
don't.
what he did.
I don't see how he could have got that and them keep on paying for a full ride.
They did. They
No,
did. They went ahead and
he
did
had to
that.
play
He benched
to
himself,
pay.
and they went ahead and did it. And he couldn't afford college otherwise. And that was a big deal in the papers down there for a while. Their Patriot Defense. He was out of Perry, Florida.
Because that's what he's there for. He's there to play
Yeah,
ball, put people in
he
the
had to
stands to
play to
make money.
pay.
Well, like I said, he benched himself. He was still on the team. He just benched himself. He wouldn't play, and he went and did put his all his time into academics instead of the sports.
Hmm.
So, but that was a deal probably between him and the college. I don't care, but it happened. It was a big deal down there in the papers, and especially the Taco Times out of Perry, Florida.
What did you say?
The Taco Times out of Perry, Florida.
It was actually called the Taco Times.
Sure is. It sure is. And it's not was, it is. It's still a functioning paper.
Wow.
But my daughter and I have already talked that she lives 45 minutes from me, but we've already talked that if the school system tries to pull some of this garbage, my husband and I may have to move down there by her because there's no way she's going to be able to hold down the job, and she's got an awesome job, and be able to homeschool him and do all that. Her work will suffer. It just won't happen. So we've already discussed it. Maybe we're going to have to move down there, and Grandma's going to have to take over his homeschooling because there's no way she can keep doing both.
I think that homeschooling should be nothing but an option for parents and children, because I've seen some kids, parents pull them out of school because of fights, or there's a rash of drug stuff going on, and they pull the kid out thinking they're going to protect that child from all that, whereas what they're doing is making them, let's say, street stupid. In other words, they don't know what's going on. They've never seen it. They may not be brought up into it in school, but if they're on the street and next thing you know they meet somebody, these kids aren't going to know what to do, what not to do. So it kind of hurts them as well. And kids need, and I didn't believe this before, but kids need structure. They need that every day count. You count on it. You got to go to school. You got to do your work in order to do this. Now, there are some kids that can get away with it, and they do very well at homeschooling. There's just some that just can't do
it. For hundreds of thousands, or not hundreds of thousands, but for thousands of years, that statement was proven totally wrong and false. Why is it now true today?
What's that?
What you just said about schooling. Yeah,
mean,
for
homeschooling
thousands
was
of years before people could even get to schools, unless you were like the richest motherfucker on earth. You didn't go to no school. That was proven a very wrong statement. So why is that a valid statement today?
times change.
No,
Electronics.
no, you
Danny.
you let the times change you. That's the difference. I can tell you
Well, I
now,
mean,
I spent all the way up in school, all the way up until I was 10 years old. And I do very well at my jobs and everything else.
okay, but that is you, Tammy. That's the individual.
No,
But
it's how
there's
the
some
parent
that aren't
teaches
there
you.
like that.
It's how the parent or the people around you teach you.
Are you saying you left school at 10? Did I
That I
misunderstand
was taken out of school at 10, yes, I sure was. And because of me fighting all the time, constantly, and things like that. So,
Well,
but I
again,
still got in fights. I still went to the school grounds and got in fights when I saw people at the fucking football field, things like that, picking on the nerd. Because
okay, let
nerds
me
would
ask you
go
this
to the
question
football
though,
thing and
Tammy.
things like that because they had the food concessions and shit. What?
Let me ask you this then. Why did you get drawn back into the school, the football games and this and that? If it was bad for you then, why do you think you were drawn
Because I
back to
never
go in
listened to
there?
my mom and dad, and it also kept me from having problems at the. See, the football games and things like that wasn't contributed to the academic part of my life.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? And that's
Sure.
where my mom and dad was trying to keep me from having problems was with the academic part of my life by pulling me out of the school. And now I did do homeschooling. I
You
did a
did?
lot of homeschooling.
Okay.
Okay. And things like that. It's how your parents teach you. Okay. It's how your people around you teach you. My uncle taught me the value of working hard for your job and doing
Sure.
for your job. Okay. Not the fucking school by no means. Okay. My mom and dad taught me the value of working hard for my job and doing the best job you can for your job. Okay. And work ethics, not the school. If you're pulled out now, it falls on the people that you're around to teach you properly. If they fail on that, that's their fault because I've seen it many times where kids were pulled out of school and they were taught work ethics and everything else. I've talked about there in southwest Arkansas, where they had to shut down literally hundreds of schools because of the lack of children there due to the people pulling their kids out of school. Okay. And them kids are some of the hardest working kids I've ever seen. And will go they'll literally chop wood with an axe for hours because that's they went up, made a deal for that job and to get paid to get whatever they wanted to trade barter or get paid a certain amount, whatever. Okay, whatever they're getting out of it, right? And they got to get so much freaking wood chopped. Well, they'll sit there for hours chopping wood, and I'm talking 12 and 13-year-old kids are doing this. Okay, so they already know the meaning and value of doing a good day's work and a hard day's work for the value of your pay. Okay,
Okay.
you see what I'm saying? It's how you're taught. It's not. It's how you're taught, and the people around you should step up and then start teaching you if they want to pull them out of school. And you see what I'm saying? It has nothing to do with having that structure from the school. Okay,
But
it has
again,
to do with having the structure, the proper structure in life. If you're not in a school, okay,
it goes into, and what you're saying is 200% correct for you and your family. But you got to remember, there's millions of jobs out there that has to be done at different levels of school. And if a parent wants their child to be the best that they can possibly be, then it requires a little bit more of integrated schools, specialty learning, and everybody learns different, and they learn either faster or slower than others. So that's one
I
of the
guess
things about schools, that they're taught to identify the children that don't learn as fast, and that's where the no kid left behind policy came in. But like for me, I was never one for college, and the teachers knew that. So what did they do? They sent me and had me tested, and then they put me in what they call work experience back then.
right.
I was tested for what I'd be good in. They found me a job, so I went to school half days, and then went and worked the other half,
See,
and it worked for me.
I guess I was also sort of lucky because some of the jobs that and most of the jobs I was hired for would give me the hands-on experience. Even when I went into the game and fish,
Right.
and worked for them, I had hands-on experience, and where I was sitting there learning from a guy that knew the stuff, and then he'd say, "Okay, now you do it." So I guess I was actually lucky in that aspect where I had a lot of hands-on experience. And you're right, because of jobs trying to change people's lives, the hands-on experience thing has gone out the door a lot.
But that job that you got, Tammy, that you obviously loved.
Oh, I did.
Let me ask you this: could you get that, or could let's say you had a son, could your son get that job nowadays without at least an associate's degree now?
Yes, you can.
You're telling me
you would have to. You would have the way
game.
they do that. The way they do that is you start out as OPS. Okay, other personnel service. Okay, is what they call it. You get the hands-on training, and you show that you have an aptitude for it. They're going to hire your ass in a full-time position, and within a year.
See, I'd say that is one of the I would say like an odd man out type of job, because nowadays a high school diploma doesn't mean shit. You need an associate's degree nowadays to get a halfway decent. And I'm talking what
now,
you're
wait, that's
talking
not
about there.
true.
Oh yeah, I'm telling you.
Well,
I've seen.
I think I got a pretty damn decent job right now, Patriot.
What do you call a decent
and I got
job?
a GED. So,
Tammy, it's my turn to argue. My turn to argue. What do you call a decent job?
Well, that's individual. That for that individual, a decent job to me is something where you can sustain a house, a car, a halfway decent bank account, be able to feed yourself, not be on any public assistance, that type thing. So, relatively speaking, I mean, it depends on where you live too, what your pay would be. I mean, there's a lot of variables for that.
My husband is just a high school diploma guy, and he's 54 years old, high school diploma. He's always sustained everything you said, and we've always lived quite well. So don't nobody in chat go running around saying I'm rich. That happened a year ago. So stop that bullshit right now.
Now, see, that's where the one that I'm telling you about would apply.
I guess I apply to that too, because actually I have one step lower than that.
You can get. You can drive a dump truck. You can go. You can drive a concrete mixer. You can drive a lot of trucks. I'm just going to stick with trucks.
And those are
those become a supervisor at
jobs.
Those go ahead,
you can become a supervisor at Hershey.
Well, let PD answer me. Let PD answer. Go ahead, PD. What did you say?
And those are decent jobs, but there are some. Those are the jobs that you can get without an associate's degree, and it's almost you have to know somebody to get in those too in a decent company. Because I tried to do a truck driving job in a rock quarry here, But because I didn't know anybody in there, they kept all those jobs for family members. So it's hard to get those jobs.
Do you know what got me my job that I got right now, Patriot? It's called 15 years and having 15 years of working for a company and having a great rapport with that company. So much so that they gave me a great uh, uh, evaluation when the company called. I had one company I worked for 5 years, and they said if I wanted to go back down to Florida, and this was before the COVID. Now I'm sure it's changed, but before the COVID thing happened, they said they had a job waiting for me if I wanted it. And that's called having good work values and good work ethic, and it pays off in the long run, and it did for me.
Well, I want to take you, Patriot, back to this homeschool. I'm going to agree and disagree with you on the homeschool. Because
Okay.
if you homeschool, your kids don't have what you call street smarts. I'm going to give you that. But if you homeschool, your kids also don't live in a bubble. Because I can tell you around here, down in Cincinnati, Ohio, there is a group, a large homeschooling group. And they get together every other week, and it is probably, let me guess, 200 kids that will be together.
That sounds pretty cool.
And they will get together and they will have all kinds of activities. So that they don't live in a bubble. So that they get together and they socialize and they do this and they do that and they do whatever. And then of course they will have their splinter getting together, because you live close to me, so we're going to have a play date. You live close to me, and they do that. So people have the idea that homeschooling kids don't see each other. They do. Now,
Well,
on my father's side, we have a lot of homeschooling on my father's side for religious reasons. So number one, those kids, I'm being straight up their family, so I can say it. Those kids are a little different than your average, say, 12-year-old. You get a 12-year-old that's been to school and a 12-year-old that one of my 12-year-old relatives. They are a little different for several reasons. Number one, they're homeschooled. They don't have the public schooling. Number two, the religion that they're being raised in doesn't allow for some of the things the other kids do. So sometimes the homeschooling, the reason it's done for several reasons. So it's not that they're not necessarily street smart. It's the reason behind why they're homeschooled. Does that make sense?
yeah, and it's maybe what I should have said for individuals, it may not be a good thing. But what you're saying to me there with all the 200 getting together and doing those things, that to me would be a perfect storm scenario for kids that are on homeschooling, because now they're interacting with other people. They're getting, and let's say you got a kid that's not doing so well. Well, they're interacting with this one, and this one may be able to explain to the other child, hey, you're not doing it right. Try this. Next thing you know, the kid, it opens up a whole new world for that kid. So that is, I would say, a perfect, almost as perfect as you get scenario for the kids, because they're getting homeschooled, they are being protected, and yet they're being exposed to the good and bads of the public. So they're not missing out on that life experience that they need to learn about, so when they go out on their own, that they can protect themselves. So I would applaud your area for doing that. I think that's pretty cool.
And some of these kids, they do have gone on to college, and some they haven't. They've gone on to just to just jobs, just how they each choose to do what they want to do. But I just think it's what each area has chosen to do with their homeschooling.
Mhm.
A mutual assured destruction. I don't know if that's the real reason they come up with homeschooling. If I read that correctly, everyone knows, or I know homeschooling was because of bullying or kids that were slow.
No.
I don't know
But
about that.
if you are properly homeschooled, your kid has to take a test and it has to be sent to the state for your kid to move on to the next grade. If you're properly homeschooled.
If you want to know why Southwest Missouri and Northwest Arkansas started pulling their kids from school, it was the lack of teaching history and teaching what the United States was about and why it was formed. And they got tired of their kids not learning this, so they took them out of the school and started teaching that to them at their home. So you know.
Raz, we got to, where is it? I just found out the cop who spoke up, which is what we said we needed most to reach cops outside, got canned. Well, I figured that was coming because they don't want anybody to start stirring up stuff. I would say to that, I wouldn't call that guy's precinct.
You're gonna put him in danger. You got to think of a different way. You stir that up, you'll put him in danger.
How would you put a cop in danger for not calling the precinct?
If you get 100 phone calls going in there and you got a dirty cop, I don't know. I think I wouldn't do it on a whim. I think.
Wait a minute. Are we talking about the same guy that spoke out, said that our rights are being violated? He was put on desk duty and then now he's fired from it?
Yes.
Are we speaking at the same cop?
I believe that's who he's talking about, yes.
Is that who you're talking about, Cindy?
Yeah.
I don't see how that would put him in danger. He's been fired.
Retaliation. And we know cops retaliate against shit. And if we push it by calling the precinct or whatever, that's going to cause more retaliation on him.
That's what I'm thinking, retaliation.
And that would also put a highlight on the fact that this guy is correct then.
And it may also put a highlight on the fact that he's dead tomorrow. That's the point she's getting at.
I'm also pretty sure that he was in the military. He was a cop. I'm pretty sure he knows all their bullshit, and he could probably take care of himself better than us.
All I'm saying is take an hour to think about it.
Yes. Because it don't matter when you're at home and a cop wants to retaliate at you and you're at home. Yes, you may take out one or two, but guess what? You ain't going to take them all out because they're going to come in sheer numbers. And I've seen it in Missouri. I've seen it in Florida when they were retaliating against.
What you guys are saying is to let it go and let them just walk all over this guy's rights to work and all this other stuff.
No,
that's what it sounds like to me.
No,
that's
what
I'm saying. First of all,
what I'm saying is
calling a precinct when somebody's in jail is one thing. You call when a cop has been fired. You got a cop who possibly now is a bullseye because he's now stirred up. And he's now stirred up, and now he's got a whole bunch of people with their eyes on that precinct. So if they are dirty enough to retaliate, cops can make anything, if they're dirty, look like it's somebody else's fault. And this is just my opinion, and I'm saying if. So I'm saying, and this is what I always say when we have a potential for retaliation, is think before you react and see if there's another way to address the situation without putting him at a potential problem.
Right. That I'm
So
agreeing
you're
with.
saying to me, Cindy, that you think out of all the times I've been on here,
Mhm.
that I don't think about what I do and what I say before I say it.
No, not even close. I never once even came close to that.
Okay. I just want to clear that because I think about all this stuff all the time.
Oh, no, not even close to that. I'm just saying when we have a potential for a retaliation, that we have to think. We have to think to make sure that we don't. Not only, I mean, you can bring something to light and also get somebody killed at the same time.
Right. But what I'm getting at is there are other ways besides calling this precinct to make your voices heard. And
That's what Raz said.
yeah, and to make your voices heard and show that you have no respect for what they did, without possibly causing this man to have to defend himself in a physical way due to retaliation. That's the point I was getting
Does
at.
anybody know what he is going to do?
Well, he had to. He knew what he was doing when he did it. So he had to have thought,
Right.
okay, I'm probably, and if I'm not mistaken, there's another cop out there that kind of just did the same thing, backing up what he's saying and stating that, if they're going to fire you for this, then you don't really want this job anyway. So if that's the case, I'm almost certain he's got a plan of
Plan
what
B.
happens if he got fired, because he can't be that crazy to speak out and not have some kind of plan. Hey, who knows? This guy may even thought, you know what? If they can me, I can me. I've got this other thing going on. I'll just go work that. So I hope that he is safe though.
Raz, it's not if we don't do this, what are we doing this for? Another thing is, do you know what he's doing? Don't step all over him.
Right.
You know, has he made a statement? Do you know where he's at? Do you know what he's doing?
Right.
You don't want to go bombarding in there 100 mile an hour and run over his plan B.
Right.
That's why I say take an hour to think about, see if he's made a statement, see if he's made another video, figure out what this guy's doing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure that this is going to be the subject for discussion on many panels over the next week. So
that's all I'm saying. Right,
and that's probably what will happen before anything is even done, if anything. I mean, I think that, like Raz said, I think people should call and say, "Hey, you made a mistake. This guy was a good cop. He was doing his job. You need to bring him back," and then let it go at that. They need to know that the people that pay their salaries are a little upset because that was a good cop.
But I 100% agree with that if you could control that. Now, if you could control that, PD, if you could absolutely control that, that would be wonderful. Hey, he's a good cop. You made a mistake. But
we could control that.
But once that starts, for every 100 PDs and Razes and I could be's and JJs and Tammys and Cindy's who would call and say, he's a good cop, you made a mistake, bring him back. There's going to be 50 that's going to cuss and yell and scream and carry on like an idiot.
Yep.
Well, that's what I was about to suggest. If I don't know how to do this, I'm sure somebody out there does, an electronic petition to be sent to the police chief and the mayor and whoever else that it could be sent to, stating their the people's disgust with what's going on here, and that would show them that we want this guy back. I mean, he's a good cop.
There's different sites that actually do electronic petitions, just like what you're talking about.
But the people have to speak out in order to do that. And worrying about if he's going to be retaliated on, it shouldn't even be a part of this. We shouldn't have to, he shouldn't have to worry about retaliation because he spoke the truth. I mean, that's the
Do
whole
you
thing
not
we're
know?
talking about.
Have you not seen cops actually do that, PD? Really? Come
Yeah,
on.
I know that. I know they do it. I know they do it,
Yeah,
and that's why I said we shouldn't have to worry about it.
right, right. But it is something that is that definitely when he points a finger and puts a light on that uh, right there, that big thing right there, and all these other cops are going along with it. Now you're one man standing against that, going, "Hey, here's the light. I put it there," and now they're pissed because they just got exposed, and you know for a fact they have the potential to retaliate and make him go to jail, make him die, whatever the reason, and then make a lie about it on top of it. And we've seen that a million times as well. Oh, the guy
Yep.
just decided to go postal and he started shooting at me because I knocked on his door. Even though they come in with their guns blazing and shot him, and he never shot one shot. We've seen that. We know that's happened. Things. So just saying. Go ahead, Cindy. I didn't mean to.
You're probably right, but I'll tell you, in my world, I don't see police violence like some of you do as much as I see police retaliation. You all see the beating of the cops and all that stuff. That don't happen in my world. What happens in my world is police retaliation.
I've seen the retaliation. I
So
have.
I'll tell you, in my news and in my world, I don't see police about what you all see, but in my world, I see police retaliation. So maybe I'm just thinking wrong, but
No, I've seen the retaliation as
that's just
well.
me. I just know what I'm used to.
I've seen the retaliation as well. That's how I know that because I got retaliated against myself when we were working on the White River watershed project and tried to get it shut down. They would send cops just to threaten us that they were going to take us to jail. Several of us did go to jail under false pretenses and lies, just to try to shut us up and things like that. And this ain't no different here. Actually, it's probably a bigger and more spotlighted area than just what we were doing with the White River watershed. Uh, now it goes against their agenda as well. And when you go against people's agendas, that's when shit really gets nasty. And retaliation happens a lot. So when you do that, expect something to happen. And the first retaliation was to fire the man.
I'll mute now.
Well, am I correct? The first retaliational move was to put him on a desk and then to fire him. That was retaliation. That's all that was. He wasn't doing anything against his job. As a matter of fact, he was doing exactly what a cop should do, in my opinion. And then he got retaliated against by losing his job. And now, what's the next step? If things start keep being pushed up their ass in a negative way, what's the retaliation for that? You see what I'm saying? So, hey, Tank Boy, welcome back. Everybody got quiet all of a sudden.
I'm reading some of the chat here.
Yeah, I've been too. That's why I got quiet.
I fucking hate that mute button. piece of shit. Fucking
Tell me
Raz,
you've been
my
talking
all
all
the
world.
the time.
time. It does not fail. I come back, forgot that I fucking muted, take a sip of my coffee, start having a conversation. Ain't nobody listening. Not one person. Even the dog walked away, for fuck's sakes.
Raz, you can say my world and my vision. You can say whatever you want.
It's funny. 10th Man did that the other day. He was talking like 5 minutes. He going on one of his rants, and he finally said, he hit the button. He says, "God damn it, I forgot.
Yep.
I've been ranting all this time, and you guys just talking. It was pissing me off."
I've been there. I've done that too. So you forget to unmute. Yeah.
You gotta love it.
Yep.
Well, I guess in response to what everybody's been saying, one man is nothing. 10 men is nothing. 100 men is a little bit of something, but 10,000 men can change and the attitude of or the scenario of something that has happened. So in other words, if this man is standing alone and he lost his job and he's worried about retaliation, then 10,000 men can protect him.
Isn't that a song? Oh no, that's 10,000 Angels. Never mind. Well, I got friends in low places where the whiskey. No, you must have friends in high places. No, that's not how the song goes. It's friends in low places. You're mistaken.
Right. It's good to. I always said it's good to have friends in high places and low places.
See, if I was this cop, I'd stay on YouTube.
I would, and get a following. And that's
Anything that happens to him, document it.
Yes.
I'll tell you this much. There is this a YouTube page. Am I in the right fucking thing here? Yeah. There's a YouTube page that is for active and retired police officers. I cannot remember it, but before I lost my second main channel a while ago, I was subscribed to it because what it said was said something about, like, the title of the stream was picking apart the flaws of officers. Only it was not picking apart the flaws of an officer. Officer, I'm not as stoned as you drunk I am. It'll be all right. I got my education. I'm good. I speak English good. Yeah. So as I was watching the stream, they were showing a video of a suspect resisting. Now, the idea of resisting was a dude in a wheelchair that ran over a cop's foot because the cop was too fucking ignorant to move his fucking foot, for the disabled guy that's already driving a fucking vehicle side little go-kart looking thing on the side of the little handicap electric chair things on the sidewalk, right? And the cop was like right in the fucking middle, right? So the guy even veered over, right, to try not to hit him, but it just wasn't enough. Well, he fucking just dinged him, just gave him a nice good little jab, which knocked him off his scooter thinger, and then they arrested him. Well, what he was saying is that could have been classified as assault with a deadly weapon and malicious intent or whatever the fuck it was, and I was like, you're a fucking idiot. You're an idiot. That's what you are. You're just a fucking idiot. Mm-hmm. I mean, that would be the equivalent of a 5-year-old child swinging around a fucking toy and accidentally hit you in the kneecaps, so you broke the fucking kid's jaw.
Right.
You know, there's things that can be helped and there's things that can't be helped, right? Children are going to be children. They're going to fucking break shit. They're going to fucking run around. They're going to burn off the energy. Well, handicapped people are going to get around how they see fit, right? It's up to you to move your fucking foot, you lazy fucking bastard. Mm-hmm. Like, you know what I mean? They're absolutely, I don't know. The video's around here somewhere. It's on YouTube still. because he was showing it on a TV monitor, and the camera was pointed at it, and it was on YouTube, the video, but it was like a dude in a wheelchair, and he was driving. You can clearly tell that the guy was not like mobile, right? He was a mobile scooter, but he wasn't mobile, right? So he couldn't move or maneuver properly. So when he did try to maneuver the fucking thing over without driving off the side of the damn curb, I almost think that the cop moved his foot closer.
Yeah.
On purpose. Like he wanted to hit that fucking crippled person or the handicapped fella. You're a piece of shit. You're a scumbag. You deserve your whole face to be just tie that bastard up and let me just go to town on him. I'll spar with his face.
It also goes to common sense too, because when you're standing next to a car talking,
corrupted.
But here's my point. If you're smart enough to move away from a vehicle after you get done talking to somebody that's going to leave the conversation in your car, you step back because you don't want your foot to get run over.
Or if you're on a sidewalk and there's people that have the option of walking off the sidewalk comfortably and then back on, it doesn't matter. You're in that fucking path. Get your fucking ass out of that path.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
For walking, not for you guys to not for you guys to sit there, fucking smoke your cigarettes, drink your coffee, suck on your fucking glazed donuts, and hoo-ha about fucking shooting some unarmed person. All right, let's all welcome Joe Cool to the show. Let's give him, just a heavy round of applause, fellas.
It's time for me to go.
Fuck you, Joe Cool. Fuck you. Fuck you, Joe Cool. Fuck you.
How are you doing, Joe?
Time for me to go.
That's it. That lame applause.
Joe
That's
Cool's
it.
like, motherfucker, what the fuck?
I'm used to more.
It's too
Damn it.
fucking half of this shit, bro.
Boo. Boo.
If I lick the walls, motherfucker, it's your fault.
You, Joe.
Boo that man. Boo. Hey, what movie was that?
Thank God that I haven't been put in that type of situation. Like, I've been put in those situations, but it's been civilians. But I'm not quite sure how I'd react if it was a cop. If it was a cop, like if I seen a cop harming someone that cannot defend themselves, I mean, would I still react the same way?
How about this, Tank? This is yes, that's a tough question. I wonder myself. I was watching a video yesterday of some guys that got beat up because some cops started beating up a woman and threw her to the ground. They intervened and they end up getting beat up pretty bad. At least one of them got beat up pretty bad. But how about this, Tank, and anyone else on panel? How about if you see the cop just breaking the law? You see the cop going in their pockets. You see the cop searching their car, asking the passenger for ID, things that are illegal that perhaps that passenger doesn't. Would you intervene? Then
what I would do is I would calmly tell the driver, passengers, etc., what my interpretation is of their rights in those situations, and then when I was done saying that, because obviously I'd have to get that the fuck out of my mouth first, because they'd be trying to push me back, right? So then I would focus my energy on them with a much different tone. And I'd be like, listen, you guys want to violate that fucking uniform that you're wearing for people, good men and women that have died to fucking wear that shit with pride, then fuck you fucking pig. You can go suck on that glazed donut, get on both knees, and suck this fat dick, motherfuckers, because that's the only thing you're going to get.
All right, let me hear somebody else.
My fucking name, right? I mean, I luck out. I'm in a small town, and I mean, all the cops in this town know me, right? And they're not just going to create a problem with me, just for the fun of doing it. They're going to do that to the drunk people coming home from the fucking bar, or the high school kids hanging out in the park.
Same here in Chicago.
Fly with me.
They know me well enough now that when I drive up, they get a person their license back. They don't even write them a ticket most times because they know as soon as I leave, they're going to keep on doing what they're doing.
You want to hear the funniest thing in the whole wide fucking world? We took a trip to Toronto. I'm not gonna. I almost said because I call them by their last names because that's what their nicknames are, but they're twins. and they're two African American brothers that live in. Well, you know what I'm talking about. I'm trying to
I'm
be
laughing
politically
at man
correct.
saying I'm waiting for Joe to pull a race card.
The two black fellas, right? My town is like all fucking white, but for these two black fellas, you know. And I didn't grow up with them, but I mean, like, I fucking chilled with them, right? We played football or do whatever, just fucking chilled, smoked weed, got drunk, you know. Actually, it was then with knowing them as I was like when I was younger till now, that taught me that black people have a much more higher tolerance to weed. I mean, y'all can just smoke and smoke and smoke and smoke until there's not. And yeah, I tried to keep up, didn't work. But we went for a drive to Toronto. We were going to the Dirty Dollar, right? It was called the Silver Dollar. It was a strip club, and there was a clubhouse inside of it. And we were going there to you know, a transaction. Anyway, we were going there to do some shit, and we got pulled over, right? And I was driving, and when we got pulled over, I'm trying to find a name that I can call him without doxing his poor ass. We just call him C. Let's call him C, right? So one of the C brothers, they're like, bro, play cool, bro. You don't got any weed on you though? You don't got any weed on you though, bro? Oh, come on, dog. You don't got no weed on you? I'm like, no, I don't got a fucking weed on me. What the fuck's wrong with you? Shit, slow the fuck down. What's wrong with you? He's like, bro, it's like, listen, do I look high? Can you smell weed on me, bro? Can you smell the fireball? I need to know. I'm like, fuck, you're chill. Just don't worry about it. Well, we got away with just a minor little fucking ticket. Well, on the drive home, one of the C brothers was driving. They impound the fucking vehicle. They charged them with fucking evading police, because when they hit their cherries on, we were coming off the off ramp, and when we were coming off the off ramp, we couldn't pull over there. There's fucking traffic and transports and fucking everything behind us. If we would have pulled over there, I mean, we would have held up traffic. You know,
Been dangerous,
that's how. Right. Well, not just dangerous, but how many good men and women out there trying to provide for their fucking families are now going to be set back, you know? And nowadays you can only drive 8 hours, and it's all digitally tracked. So after 8 fucking hours, you have to take a break and sleep, you know, or do whatever the hell, and then get back on the road a certain amount of hours later. Well, so we got pulled over, and I don't know if it was the same cop, but we got pulled over going to Toronto and coming back from Toronto. And when we got pulled over going to Toronto, I was driving, got a minor ticket, and drive safe. Don't forget to wear your seatbelt. Don't drink and drive. Rah, rah, rah. But they didn't even ask any questions when they pulled us over with one of the C brothers. They just they said, do you have a license registration? He's like, the vehicle's registered to my mom or whatever the fuck. And here's my license, blah, blah, blah. This is the contact information. He's okay. You want to step out of the vehicle? And he's like, well, why would I need to step out of the vehicle?
What was he pulled over for?
Speeding. But he wasn't speeding.
I got you.
Because when you
That's
know
why
how
I
like
have
you come
dash
off
cams.
certain. We didn't have any of them. This is a while ago. I mean, this is actually a while ago. This is when
Back
fucking.
then, I used to explain shit to the police, where I'm coming from, why this, why that. I don't explain shit now, man. I'd be like, dude, do it look at me. Do it look like I'm gonna make the devil's job easy today, man? You know, now.
No, it was just, that was the first time I had ever seen different reactions to the same fucking thing.
I bet you wish you could go back with the mentality you have now and the things that you've learned now.
The moment they would have told him to get out of the vehicle, I would have said, well, I probably can't say that on a live stream, but
they have every right to tell us,
you know,
step out of the vehicle. They have every
they never
right.
never used to.
Right. Since
but now
Mims,
since cannabis became legal here,
yeah.
You're
in Canada. Mims don't apply to you. Mims is legal distinction here.
They were like, here, we're gonna give you the ability to grow weed and fucking smoke weed and buy recreational weed and rah rah rah, and we're not, you know, we're gonna pardon some people, and They made it sound all so fucking perfect, but then come the day that it actually happened, it was much fucking different because I was on a medical prescription, which means I could have 14 plants at all times. That kept my mother plant, that kept my bloom and my veg, and I was able to continuously every 3 months get a good chunk of fucking weed to smoke, right? Then they changed it. When they changed it, they just said, here, take this dick, shove it up your ass. We're not even going to spit on it. No lube. Just take it dry. Because they said, we're not going to, well, fuck. They're like, we're not going to allow you to keep 14 plants. I'm like, well, that's what it says. It says 3.5 fucking grams per day, which means I'm allowed 14 motherfucking plants at all times. And they didn't like that very much. So they said, fuck that, voided that shit, and got bumped down because you can have 4 plants now per household, adult household or whatever the fuck. That's not 4 per adult, that's 4 per household. So they were like, no 14 plants for you. Take that dry. But you can have 4. You can have 4. That's good, right? Right? I mean, that's 10 less, but still good. No, it's not, you motherfuckers. Now you just fucking me right up.
I'm curious. I'm curious. How would they know if you had 414? I know they get really slick with the big grow houses, and they'll check and see if the snow is melted on their roof. That means they're using a lot of fucking lights in their fluorescent lights and heat.
They check your electric bill.
Check your electric bill. How would they know if you were doing 4 as opposed to 14?
Well, here's the other part to what we lost in that whole clusterfuck. So the people that had medical prescriptions for government weed, medical prescription, which means that I went and I spent, I think it was close to 9 to 10 months, almost a year. I think I had got my first card at a year. And most of that time, and I mean 95% of that time, was me going to psychiatrists, therapists, psychologists, fucking doctors, specialists, blood doctors, fucking head and shrink, all those psychiatrists, motherfuckers and shit, because they wanted to figure out, well, what do you need it for? I'm like, well, I was in a fucking car accident. Some jerk off, which was my neighbor's son, smoked us in a big old fucking truck and pushed my mother's van into the ditch. And the next morning I woke up and couldn't fucking move. So that's what happened, motherfuckers. Right? But the way that they went with it was with I have chronic post-traumatic stress disorder. So what they said would be that I would have a stronger chance of getting it through chronic post-traumatic stress disorder being the diagnosis rather than it being for pain. And I said, well, I don't want to do that because that feels like I'm now fucking I'm now conning somebody, and I don't like that feeling. But I mean, I'll go with it. I mean, whatever. But I don't like it. And they were like, well, what we could do is we could do both. So that's what they did. They did both. They said, well, he's got diagnosis from all the specialists that he had been through to see, and he's got chronic post-traumatic stress disorder. And he's got torn ligaments that never healed properly in the one shoulder, and closer to the neck. So you know the ligaments that go from the back of your neck into your shoulder and then into your lat? Those are what got pulled, and they just never healed properly. So it creates a throbbing pain sometimes. I've learned to block it out or compartmentalize it so I don't really feel it. But regardless, at the time I did. So I got my prescription through both of those reasons. And then the moment that they made it legal, they said, fuck all the people that are prescribed a certain amount of weed. It's now recreational. We're not going to fucking give it to you anymore, or make you pay a discount price. Because I used to get like an ounce from them if I wasn't able to grow for a few months or whatever. I'd get an ounce for like fucking $60, you know, and they just send that shit to my door in like a UPS truck. But he'd be like, yeah, United Pot Smokers, woo, you know. But the other part to that was not only did it fuck the people on medical prescriptions, is it also increased the laws for impaired driving, which means they can pull you over without cause, without any reason, pull you out of your vehicle, get you to do a sobriety test, get you to do a breathalyzer, and I don't know, it's a saliva test, whatever the fuck it is. They stick something in your mouth and then they stick it in a little canister, which those tests have already been proven to be at least 65, 70% wrong, right? I mean, bird shit tested positive for methamphetamines.
It's like the dog.
cotton
The
candy.
dog is only like 50% when he sniffs your car.
Right.
50,
You know?
60% wrong.
Well, when they did that, they took away all that, so now they don't need a reason to pull you the fuck over. And I mean, if they smell it or whatever, they can search your fucking vehicle now. And if they notice that you're weaving, right? Like say I'm smoking a cigarette, right? And I'm driving down the road in my truck where I'm moseying along the way. It's a loud motherfucker. So the reason why that they figured that they were gonna say, hey, we're gonna pull this motherfucker over is because of my loud ass dual exhaust. Right? So they're like, oh, that's a little bit of a noise violation. Let's swing around. Well, let's say that I dropped my cigarette by a fucking accident and it went into my crotch. I don't want to burn my seat and I really don't want my nuts to get fucking burnt or the end of my dink. So I'm fucking fighting to get the cigarette out of there, right? Throw it in the ashtray. Well, I accidentally fucking hit the wheel, right? And it cocks me over. So it looks like I weaved. Well, now they're going to follow me home. Once they follow me home and I reach my property, they can now come onto my property, and if need be, if there is enough circumstantial evidence to state that I'm intoxicated, they can go into my home and make sure that I'm not overgrowing the amount because I've already broken that one law. So it'd be the equivalent of me being at Walmart, somebody being a jerk off to his old lady, me breaking his fucking jaw, and a guy across town kicking a little old lady in the foot, and now I take both those charges. One that had nothing to do with the other, they just added it on. They're like, yeah, well, fuck it, let's do it.
Well,
so now they come in my house and violate my privacy.
Since you're a bright guy, your mind probably thinks like mine. If they're following me, if I know what you know, and they're following me, I pull over. I'm saying I pull over. If I get home, I don't pull onto my driveway. I pull over on the street on a public property. That type of thing. So I give them no reason to, no ability to go into my house. I sit in my car for fucking 30 minutes.
Well, after that, what I started to do was because I mean, you know how it works, right? You can fucking spot these motherfuckers a mile away. Even when they're driving their piece of shit Geo fucking beaters, you know, and trying to be undercover, you just cannot fucking wash cop off your face. It just sticks there, you know. It becomes part of your fucking genetics. Your poor kids come out looking like it. Only if you're a dickhead cop, you know. Good cops, you know, they have like a more
normal kids and shit.
Right. Well, you can always tell, right? When you first walk up to a cop or a cop first walks up to you, you can tell by his body language and his eyeballs.
If he's a douche or not, you can tell.
Right.
Yes.
You can already predict how the interaction is going to go, right? So you know he's going to be a dick. Then, I mean, you just don't back the fuck down, right? You say, because the moment that you show even the smallest bit of fucking weakness, you're now the gazelle and the lion is eating you.
I watched videos. I think the same thing. I watch videos, and when I'm caught watching other people, I immediately in my head be like, that was a mistake. And sure enough, the cop will pounce. And it's usually because they showed some type of weakness, some misstep, some lack of confidence and assurity, and the cop jumps right on it, man. I noticed that shit all day, every day.
My thing was that when I got home to my driveway, I got out of the vehicle. I was just gonna let my dog fucking roam, right? Because he'll stay by me. He's very well trained. He's trained in I wouldn't say service dog areas, but he's trained that if I'm having a weird fucking day where I'm feeling a little bit off, he'll come and chill with me, you know, and try to comfort me a little bit. But that's not the only part of it. I added extra shit to it where I wanted to make sure that I would be secure. If there was ever a reason where I couldn't be around, I could send him to my mother's and he could protect them, you know. So he's trained that if we're in the backyard or anywhere for that matter. If he smells you and you have bad intentions, and he can smell it through the endorphins being released through your pores, or maybe I don't know, maybe he can hear your heart rate. I don't fucking know. But if he senses that you're not good or that you're not supposed to be, and I'm with him, he'll let me know. You know, like danger's afoot, right? He'll let you in the fucking house, but he ain't gonna let you the fuck out of the house. Right? Like he'll let you in. Oh, you want to pack that? Hey, you want the stereo? You want the big screen TV, bro? Here, let me get the box for you. Fuck, take the remote. Here's some extra batteries. You know, it's just a little bit of nothing. But the moment you try to walk out any one of the fucking doors, he'll take that as a sign of, as long as you don't engage him, he's not going to engage you. But that's the way I wanted it. I wanted it to be, I don't want you to immediately attack unless I tell you to seek. If I tell you to seek, and I place your ass on it like where it's supposed to be, you know, like seek, you'll find it, and I'll hear you momentarily later. But I wanted him that way just for the purpose of, I was drinking a lot then at the same time, right? So I didn't want to be fucking hammered walking home from a park or something, and I got to take a piss, so I stop and piss on the side of a fucking OPP station a mile ahead, right? Piss on that sign, right? So I didn't want to be taking a piss, lose the fucking dog, and have anything real fucking stupid happen, right? This younger generation that's coming around is they're fucked up, like absolute. Oh shit, they're fucked up, horribly fucked up. Very selfish individuals. Like there was like I live in a quiet town, but you can always tell when the generations, when their balls drop. The moment their fucking balls drop and the testosterone starts to flow through, they start to move in like a fucking mob mentality, right? So there was a lot of stupid shit that was taking place around the time that I got my dog, right? So I was like, no, I'm not going to be drunk and not be able to defend myself and then get jumped by a bunch of 16-year-old high school fucks. You know, fuck that shit, you know? So I got the dog, right? Mostly for moral support, but I trained him in that. But what I was going to do is I was going to let my dog out, right? And just let him roam, because he'll stay within 10 feet unless I tell him it's okay, right? Like what he'll do is he'll go about 10 feet away, and then he'll turn and he'll look at me, and then I'll nod my head, and he'll fucking continue going until I give him a whistle, right? And the moment I opened the door, I'd realized that the cop was behind me. And I seen him. I just thought he was going to drive by. I had a fucking waterhead moment, right? And so sure fucking enough, cop was all fucking, he had a hard on. I mean, he had the biggest fucking hard on that I had ever seen for nothing. Absolutely fucking nothing. Like his old lady done pissed in his fucking Cheerios, and he's too much of a bitch to fucking say something to her. So he's like, I'm just going to fucking pick on this guy. And searched my vehicle, come in my house, violated my fucking privacy. He came in and I got some shit here that's from my son that died, and I mean, he fucked that shit right up. Him and his fucking weirdo looking fucking pedophile fucking weird, I don't even know what the fuck, but he was creepy looking. His partner, because there was him, his partner, and 3 other people that came in to search my house, which they didn't give me a reason on why they wanted to search my house. They just said it's part of the new cannabis fucking laws that pertain to intoxication while you're driving, like DUIs, right? Driving while impaired or whatever. If they can prove that you have been behind your vehicle, then your house is an extension of you, basically, if you're at your house. So when they went ahead and they did their fucking shit, they wound up breaking some shit that my son made. So that pissed me off a bit. But now what I've done to see, I always say that no matter what, oh shit, there's Tim. No matter what situation you come into in life, sorry, Tim, no matter what situation you come into life, if you can't take one thing from it that you can learn from, you're not doing it right. You know, everything should.
Agreed. Tank. You got to know that when you tell a story that takes 20 minutes like that, we got
Well, it
about
didn't-
80 different things that we want to add to the story and that we want to.
Oh fuck, my bad. I
ask
didn't
you
even
and
know I
shit,
was
but
talking
you
that
don't-
long.
You don't pause. You don't
Jesus
give them
fuck.
like a break.
My bad. My
Yes,
bad.
good
Shit.
story.
But anyway, what,
It's okay. Now that we're at the part
Okay,
where
but
they're in
real-
your house.
real quick, what I did to change that was now when I notice them behind me, I don't take any extra precaution. Like I don't take any fucking chances. I take the precaution of I'm just gonna go to Tim Hortons for a minute. I'm gonna pull in there. It's private fucking property. I know the lady that's the night manager or day manager. I know them all, right? So it wouldn't matter technically. They would say I would have permission to have my vehicle there, and someone would come and pick it up. Right? It's private property, and I'll stay there. I'll wait my ass there as long as I fucking need to. You know, I'll drink as much coffee.
When back in the day, before I knew my laws and shit, I remember Snoop used to have a when the pigs get behind you, park it like it's hot, park it like it's hot, park it like it's hot. That was the thing we did. Whenever you never let them bitches drive behind you. That
No.
was our motto. Now,
Always
because
get
we don't
behind
have that law where they can follow you home and go to your crib. Now I love when they're behind me. I'm down with that shit. Me and my guy was smoking. It
Lead
was
them on
a
a goose
police
chase.
press conference. We interfered with the press conference. Police got mad at us, like 4 cars follow us when we drive off. And this when weed was just became legal here. And he was like, pull over in the gas station, Joe, they're behind us. I was like, nigga, I need a new video, man. Fuck that. I want them to follow us. Where's my camera? You know, now shit's different. Tim, how you doing, man?
Wow.
Tim, I think
Doing good,
there you
guys.
go.
How
now
you
you're
doing?
unmuted.
Hey, do
Hey,
you,
Tim,
do you know that
great.
Snoop
What's up,
Dogg
buddy?
bought in? Did you know that Snoop
Go on,
Dogg bought
guys.
into our weed factory that is like a few towns over? Like the Tweed factory that's like 3 or 4 towns over from me, like just on the other side of the city. Snoop Dogg sold one of, well, not sold, but he went into partnership with them for one of his top grade or top fucking, I don't know, potent, I guess. One of the best THC to CBD ratio, right? That fucking sweet spot. You know, you smoke it, you just drool for a while. You know, well, he went into partners with them, and he does these weird concerts there and shit, like a few times a summer, and you get to see him in a different light. So if you ever come to Canada, go to the Tweed factory. Find out when he comes in, because he comes frequently through the summertime, and they like box that bitch right off, and they like set up a little area where everybody, it's a free concert basically. He does a free concert for people, and fucking just smokes a lot of fucking weed, like a lot of fucking weed. You get high from like fucking 17 rows back, because that motherfucker's smoking a big ass fucking blunt, you know, and it's some good shit. So you're gonna get stoned just from a contact high, but it's pretty fucking cool. Last year he gave out a bunch of fucking vape machines. You just heave them into the
PD, I'd like to know why you never smoked weed. I'd like to know, is it because of your job, or is it because it's illegal? I'd like to know, is it because, you know, the stigma that comes with it? I'd like to know why. And Tim, where are you? Tim, you live in Texas, Tim, or Denver?
Cleveland,
Cleveland.
Ohio.
I wasn't even close. I
Cleveland.
might be going to Denver. I'm probably going to Denver. I don't know what made me think
No,
you
Joe,
were
I
in Denver.
just,
I'm going to Denver and Arkansas in a couple of weeks.
I just never liked the thought of smoke in my lungs. I've never even smoked cigarettes in my life. I just
Oh, so it's not weed. You don't smoke, period.
no, I don't smoke anything. No, and I'm not like the people that used to say, "Hey, people that smoke weed is going to go to a bigger and better things." You know, I never thought that.
Wait, you said I don't smoke now, meaning you used to?
No, I never. To this day, I don't smoke. I've never smoked.
You don't smoke anything you never had. You never
Never
smoke.
have at all.
Would you
One of-
consider something like a weed? Would you consider something like a weed, an edible, a different drug? Would you consider that?
Not while driving a school bus. No.
I'm trying to figure out how much of this is you just don't want any drugs in your system.
I think I'm still to the point where I don't trust it yet. I don't, plus with me
Fuck, are
being,
you waiting on? You like 90 years old.
well, close, 58. But I
If
don't
you
know.
ain't figured it out by now,
Yeah, I probably will never. I mean, I have no reason to. I'm just of the mindset that if God wanted
I
smoke in
disagree.
my
You have
lungs, He
reason
would have
to.
put it in the air. You know.
I gotta re-log in.
But I don't.
None of your cameras are moving.
Oh.
Give me a hot second.
What's up, Talls?
But
Rev,
I don't frown upon people
JB
that
was
smoke it
good.
though.
JJ,
Me and Joe
Top
Cool
living,
are
baby.
taking turns.
Beat after beat.
See, Clarence don't
Oh,
smoke
I'm
either.
sorry. I couldn't even see you guys. Who?
Clarence,
Oh, Tim?
he says he's 57
Oh,
didn't smoke pot.
Clarence. I thought you were going to say
Plus, I'm afraid I'm not going to if I'm smoking out there somewhere, and I'm not
How
going to
you
be
doing?
remember where my truck is.
He's like, Joe Cool couldn't remember where his car is. I'm picking at you,
Joe
buddy.
Cool does forget things
But you
on
know, there's a
occasion.
trade-off, PD. There's a trade-off that comes with getting high and drugs, period. And I hate to endorse drugs, but apparently they serve a purpose other than healing you when you're wounded in the obvious manner, you know, killing pain and shit. They also give you a different point of view on things, which is priceless. Even weed, all the way to LSD. I hate to say it because it's so dangerous and so addictive, but shit, man,
They were no more.
it's worth it, man. You
From what we
got
found
to
out
try
here
some
recently,
fucking
they weren't no
mushrooms.
more.
You
They weren't.
got to try some weed. You got to
Hey,
try
Joe.
some fucking bourbon.
Let me put it this
we
way.
found out here recently that all them drugs that you just said were no more addictive than the pills that they were pushing on people for years.
Well, that's probably true. Let me put it this way, Joe.
That's
I am
yeah,
not against
I would agree. Yeah.
trying it eventually. If God forbid, I came down with an ailment where it would, without a doubt, help me. But as long as I can take aspirin for pain and stuff like that, and I'm okay with it, then there's no reason to do it. Because what happens if I'm one of these people that, let's say, I started smoking for medical reasons, and it became like oxy, where you take it after a while, you don't get anything. There's nothing. I'd rather save it if I needed it than to get addicted, or not addicted to it, but it not work on me.
Right. I hear you and I
Man,
understand. And there are different strains of weed. So it's like one medication. If it don't work, you can try others. There are different ways other than smoking it. That people do the gummies, the fucking the dabbing. There are different ways. The syrup, the THC oil, the THC syrup, all that bullshit. It's different ways and different weeds to try it. And again, I come back to it's worth it. Just get high one fucking time. Listen to some music and write something. You'll make it a motherfucking once a week. You'll have to get high and write something. Listen to some fucking music. Your vision is different. You see things with different eyes. It's worth it. It's like talking to a wise woman. It's worth it.
Let me back up just a bit though. I forgot about this. I have tried the CBD oil that has no, THC in it, and it didn't do anything. It did absolutely nothing. I got more relief from 2 aspirin than I did from that. So I guess that may
I
have.
don't believe you took the good shit out. Raz say he hated you
Well,
have to smoke
again,
cigarettes.
I have to go through random drug tests to drive a school bus. So if
I
that was
understand
to
that.
come up there, then I'd be in trouble. And now when I stop
I
driving,
understand.
maybe I'll try it. But as of right now, I couldn't do it on all good conscience.
Wish y'all. I don't want to change the subject, but I want y'all to hear what Governor Wolf just came out today saying. I can't believe this man is this
I can.
stupid. He says Wolf suggests funding could be slashed for counties that move to the yellow phase of his color-coded response plan before they are given the approval to. Wolf made his first public comments on the topic Monday morning after a weekend that saw multiple county commissioners or politicians, including Dauphin County Commissioners Mike Price, say that their area wouldn't wait for Wolf's go ahead and would instead decide themselves when to reach the aggressive mitigation phase. And this is Wolf. We Pennsylvanians have sacrificed in ways we could never imagine. We separated ourselves from our families. We isolated ourselves in our homes. We have shuttered our business. We have closed our schools, Wolf said. These heroic acts deserve to be met, not by surrendering, but by staying the course, and that what I intend to do. To those politicians who decide to cave into the corona, they need to understand the consequences of their cowardly acts. How is that cowardly to want to get their people back to work, get their people back to doing what they need to do to survive?
Wolf doesn't want his job. He wants to get fired.
Yeah, the funding we have put aside to help with fighting this crisis will go to folks who are doing their part. That includes our CARE Act funding, which will be used to support counties that are following the orders to prevent spread of the spread in medical community.
Whoa, so you don't get any money if you do not comply.
Yep.
That's interesting.
Yep. He's taking money and licensing away from fucking jobs, businesses, if they don't comply to his motherfucking order.
Yeah,
now, that's fucked up bullshit right there.
He won't be reelected again. I'm pretty sure of that.
Yeah, that's why.
I tell you what, the way he keeps going, he might not make it out of office.
He probably, I don't know who would start that process of getting his ass impeached.
That would be our legislature. They have the right to throw him out on his ear today, just for those statements right there. They could have thrown him out 2 weeks ago for certain statements that he said, almost similar to that, because he don't have the fucking right to invoke that. Only the legislature has the right to invoke that. So he's taking them out of the equation and throwing them away.
And he knows that, Tammy, which is
just over.
I think he knows that, Tammy, which is why he's using this type of rhetoric to inflame motherfuckers and to divert from the real issue, calling them cowards.
So you think they're trying to get him to get up off their ass and do something?
Well, if they ain't, we need to make sure our legislation is.
Joe, you're roboting, buddy. I don't think we can hear you.
Yeah, I can't hear him. He's barely moving. I can see him move about every 3-5 seconds.
Joe, stay still for about 30
I know
seconds.
my internet shit, man. I'm a rat with you cats.
Joe's kind of ripped.
I'm pissed off over that.
Pull him back up. Give me a hot second.
I can honestly say I'm pissed off about that, Patriot. I don't know about you, but that pissed me off.
That's Bill Clinton. He got his way sucked, and you know that woman.
I did, and I did not have sex with that woman.
Hey, I got to admit, Bill Clinton did one good thing. He proved to the world in our highest court that blowjobs are not sex.
Yeah, I tried that with my wife. She says, "Do it, and I'll sign the paper." So you're pulling a wolf, huh?
Yeah.
You're saying I can't do it. It's not against the law. No, but it's against the board of health in this house.
And
It's
against the
against my
board
religion.
of directors of the house, huh?
Okay, guys, I gotta go. Just wanted to stop in and say hello.
Well, it's good to see you, Tim
Okay,
Strait. I
who-
love the
Oh, it's
the
Tim.
clown hat, top hat look, man. It looks great, man. I love it, man. I need to find me a top hat like that. I love that top hat. I've always loved the top hat.
eBay.
I've got one.
I don't
Yeah,
need eBay.
HDD's
I
got a
don't eBay.
real nice leather.
I got mine from what is it? Sturgis.
Sturgis?
Yeah, it's about a quarter inch thick.
used to, until someone liked it better than me, I used to have a Beaver Stetson top hat. Damn thing cost me $280.
I've got a Stetson from Texas. It's 6X, I think it is. But
Well, that's
the
one of
leather-
that's one of them 6-gallon hats.
I don't think you can get 6 gallons in it, but
Well, that's what they used to call it. Yeah. That's a nice looking hat right there. Look at that. That's a nice looking hat. I'd
Yeah,
I
wear
bought a
that.
cowboy hat the other day.
that hat is 22 years old.
Yeah, they used to make good shit back in the day, man. Them Beaver Stetsons, you couldn't tear them up the way they made them. Hell, you up there in Canada should know more about Beaver Stetsons than we do down here, being that they had four major factories up there in Canada.
For what?
Beaver Stetson.
Like beaver balls?
No, like Beaver Stetson hats.
Oh, hats.
Yeah.
Fuck, I thought you were talking about. Hey, listen, you ever tried something called castor oil? Not like the shit you put in your vehicle. It's
I
like
know what you're talking about, what
it's a hair
castor oil is, yes.
yeah.
No, I've never
well,
used it.
That fucking shit.
It will clean you out in about 3 seconds.
You don't eat it. It's for your hair.
No, castor oil. My grandma used to, when we get constipated, she'd say, "Here's a teaspoon of that shit," and I'll tell you what, it clean you out in about 3 seconds. You weren't constipated no more.
I used it for my hair. Right. There was a time where I had long hair, and it adds conditioning. Why? I didn't also do that. I had a big old beard too, right? So I'm fucking using this shit all on my lips and whatnot. Till I found out that there's 2 different types of castrals. There is the one castral, which is a castral bean, and the other, which is beaver balls. The technical terminology for it is castrals. And that is what that shit's made of. Beaver balls.
They crush up beaver balls or what?
I don't know how the fuck they do it, but I gave away all 4 containers that I bought and said I will never use that shit again because there's no way balls are going on my face. Hey, yo, how did we lose Joe Cool?
He was roboting and
yeah.
got all fucked up and on a signal, and he cut out, and he ain't come back yet.
I wish this damn thing would just click what I want it to click, but it's glitching like a prick.
Yeah, I had the same problem the other day. Hey, Robert. Uh-oh.
Yeah, I'm having internet connections right this second. I don't know if you guys can hear me or not.
Oh, I can hear you, lad.
Yeah.
What's that on your ear, bro?
Oh, you can hear me?
Oh, I can hear you just clear his phone.
My earbud.
Oh, I thought it was like some weird earring or something.
Yeah,
like,
that's what I thought at first too. I thought it was some weird ass fucking earring too.
He's like that guy from Rocky. You know that guy? Was it Rocky? You know, with the fucking, or was the one with the Chuck Norris? He's got that earring. He's a boxer.
Yeah,
got that big old fucking earring.
No, it's just one side. It's earbuds. They're Bluetooth earbuds, and I got one side in and the other side kind of wound up, and so it ain't hanging, getting caught in my fucking seatbelt and shit.
All right, guys, I'm gonna get out of here for right now. I'm gonna talk to you later. I got a few things I got to do, and I'll talk to you in a little while, guy.
What's his name, Tammy?
It's her name. It's her name, not his. I don't
well,
want to take
I
your
mean, it's
night
her
job
for
there,
now.
Patriot Defense. We
Tammy.
already figured out you're the feminine one here, according to Joe Cool.
Here,
You're
at
the
least I
feminine
thought I was
one.
gonna get to see a nipple.
There are no chicks with dicks, only men with tits, boy. What's wrong with you?
Oh yeah,
fucking
men's with
nipples.
tits. I got that.
But hey,
Yeah, that's what I'm fucking talking about.
shit. Now I regret that.
Joe smokes too much weed. How would he know if I was gay or not?
I don't know. But Tam, don't be a stranger, bro. You're always welcome here.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Tank
And,
Boy. Yeah,
don't forget to like, share, rub, and tell a friend.
yeah. I've already liked. I'll try to share, and I'll definitely put you out, man.
But you should tell the friend before you start rubbing them.
Yeah. Make
Why
sure
do
he
I?
knows what's
Why
up.
do I have to? Why do I have to explain that it is not a he? It is a she.
For now.
For now, maybe tomorrow it might
For
be
now.
a he. And she
Yeah,
might
you know,
not
you
talk.
might want to change it, you know?
Well,
and-
she
and-
might
and
not
she-
talk tomorrow.
Fuck, she might just cut her right the fuck off by turn it inside out. Isn't that how that works? Somebody said that they just cut it, slide it in, sew it back up, and that's how that works. I don't know if that's how
I don't
it
know.
works.
I ain't got no clue. All I know
But
is I love Salty Rant. He cracked me up the other night. He said if she can tuck it, I'll fuck it. I about died.
If there's grass on the field, play ball.
Wow.
That cracked me up, man. I about died laughing because Salty Rant's straight as an arrow, guys. But he came off with that, and knowing he's straight as an arrow, and then it just stopped the whole chat. It stopped the whole room, all in its tracks with that one statement, and we're like, it was hilarious. All right, guys, I'm out of here. You take it easy. I'll talk to y'all
All right.
later.
Come back again there, Tam. You're always welcome here, bro.
All right, Tank Boy. I'll come back later.
Well, all right. Hey, can you type in the chat for me?
Do what?
Can you type in the chat for me?
Yeah. Here. Hello.
Oops, don't push that button. Fucking phone's overheating. So it's causing the screen to glitch on me. Hey, sis,
Wait
what
until
is it you want to
I
face?
gotta wait until my chat catches up with what actually is going on here. I hate that.
You don't have to just type "fuck this shit, I'm out," or fuck all that, or you could be like, "I like kittens and rainbows," or you could be like, "I like cotton candy and Werther's Original." Not together though. That's gross. You know what I never understood is why people separate their food, keep it separated, and eat each proportion at the same. I like to split that shit up, right? Cut a piece off
There we
that
go.
steak, put
There
it
it
in my
is.
mouth, potatoes, corn, shit, little piece here, little piece there. Where are you?
Tammy News Now, Tammy Linlin.
Yep, I knew that. You gotta put, dude. You should really get a display picture.
I've gone so
I mean,
long with
I've
that.
got a few of them that I have on the go right now that I'm working on for other people. But
Are
when
you
I'm done
talking
with
about
those, I
like
can
my
make you one.
icon? Are you talking about like my icon?
Yeah, so you don't got that weird looking
Thumbnail.
fucking no
Oh,
face,
yeah.
no fucking. Well, not a
The
thumbnail.
thumbnail.
Thumbnail's for a video.
Yeah.
It's your logo basically. Your icon.
Yeah, the icon.
Beside
The
your name.
icon that like what you got up there right now with the T or take with the TBN and the cyber looking guy. All right, that's what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
It's just something, so it's not a brown thing. You know what I mean? That way,
Yeah,
when
I
you go into
might-
chats, people aren't like, "Yep, that's a fucking troll account. Look at that." That way you have a. But I got two that I'm working on right now for other people.
thing
When I'm
is,
done
I've
with
been
those, I can make you a custom one.
The thing is, I've been so long without a thumbnail. If I actually did come in with a thumbnail, that's the one they're gonna say, "Hey, that's a troll account. It's a fake."
Yo, that
Tammy Linlin."
motherfucker's too lazy to do that. I'm telling you right
I
now.
think it's called a
That son of a
channel for
bitch is
your-
way
for
too
your
fucking
channel, though.
lazy. He would have never did this.
Yeah.
He's a troll account. I'll tell you right now.
It's like the other day I came into Joni Rotten's with my shirt on, and everybody's like, "Oh shit, hell's freezing over today," you know, because I had a shirt on. And people are so used to seeing me without a shirt. Yeah, it was funny as heck. So
And I cleared it up the other day there because people were like, "Yeah, I don't think he's wearing pants, bro." But then you cleared that up. We
I
fixed
sure
that
did.
right there.
Yep,
We put a fucking stop to that rumor, but fucking story
Yep.
middle.
Yep. Right off the bat, buddy.
Say, Tauchi's wearing pants. I was on your side, but I didn't know. I
Yep.
really thought that motherfucker was naked.
Nope. I don't come on these panels naked just to be on the safe side. You never know when something might happen, and you be showing something you don't want to be showing. Especially when you know the women. If they saw me, they'd be going, "Hey, look at that little bitty thing. What the hell is that?" I know. And I don't want that.
Magnifying glass and a pepper.
Yeah, that's about it.
He's like, you know what ladies tell me when I take my pants off? You know, just take a guess. And then someone's like, well, I don't know. I mean, what's it? What is it? I mean, it looks like a penis, but smaller, sir.
It looks like someone took a shrink ray to it, buddy. You might want to take an enlargement ray to it next time.
Are your undergarments, are they full of, like freezing stuff to make that shrivel up like some kind of weird looking fucking grandpa noodle? What's
Every
wrong
time I
with
go
that
in.
shit?
Every time I go in to take a drop, I ask them, I say, let me get the tweezers and the pepper. And they look at me like, well, I understand the tweezers, but what's the pepper for? Well, you throw the pepper on it, you wait for it to sneeze, and then you grab it.
And
with
then
the
you
tweezers.
catch that
Yep,
motherfucker.
that's it. You catch it as it
It's like
comes out.
frog catching, snake catching. It's all the damn same. You see that frog going, you just quickly swoop in, grab it ever so subtly. Same with the snake, come up real subtly behind it, make sure you're low, grab it by the throat.
All right,
Same
guys,
thing
I
with
got to
that.
get
Splash a
going. I
little
got
pepper,
some
away you
things to
go.
do. I'll talk to you later,
Later,
guys.
Gator.
Yeah, don't forget to come back. I don't know when the next stream's going to be, but this will be going for a little bit anyway. He already left, didn't he?
Yep.
Well, all right. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
He's gone.
Fucking Tammy Tutu.
He's gone.
He's gone, man. He's gone. I tried to stop him, but he just left. He left, I tell you. He said, give me the keys to the front gate. I said, no. He said, fuck it. I'll take it off then.
I know.
Man, I tell you, shit must be getting really bad out there financially for people when YouTube, or not YouTube, but Facebook gets indented. How do you say that? Is just crawling with all kinds of weird shit being need to be sold, like used candles, shorts with holes in them. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff out there for sale right now.
Are you talking about those swap shop places?
No, it's people out here like
Facebook's got a,
yeah.
go ahead.
Yeah, they got a thing where you can sell stuff, Here's a box
like-
that has
called
hooks in it.
Facebook Marketplace or something. Or,
Yeah.
Marketplace. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to love those things. When you're bored some night, you ain't got nothing else better to fucking do. Go on that thing, and judge by your first initial reaction to a certain page, and keep following that initial first reaction, and it'll lead you to something real fucking cool. Don't like I'm making it sound more stupid than it has to be. Go with your
Yeah, I get what you're
instincts.
saying.
You'll lead yourself to something that you've been looking for, right? I picked up a new set of magnets for my subwoofers. I just had to install them and put the cones in them, but I got them for $5 a piece, and they're regularly like $80 some odd a piece.
Well, I just don't foresee people wanting other people's Victoria's Secret bras and panties.
Nope. Nope, can't say that's something I'd want to buy. I think that'd be a waste of money. You know? Oh fuck! It
Yeah, I
finally
don't
got
think I
clicked.
do.
There we go. Shit!
I'm having
I was
internet
trying to click
problems.
that thing, and now it finally got me able to be clicking it. Oh, what the fuck just happened? Huh. It's like it went haywire. Motherfucker, say it ain't so. Oops, wrong button. Cocksucker. Where was I? Do. Oh, oops, wrong one. Shit, there we go.
Yeah, I
That's
don't know if you
funny.
heard me before I got dropped out of there. I sell a lot of stuff on eBay.
I'm sorry,
I get
what
on
did you
there.
say,
I got
bro?
an account. I sell stuff on eBay. That's what I use.
I used to do a lot of stuff on eBay until I forgot my password one day, and I had a good track record, 100% track record on it, and I forgot my password, and they couldn't help me get my password back or reset it or anything. It wouldn't do it, so I stopped doing anything on eBay.
That's good. Yeah, you got to keep good standings, and because I won't buy anything off of anybody that doesn't have, a 100% rating, or doesn't at least have some things, at least of anything of any kind of value.
Yeah, I had like almost like 500 items that I purchased over the years and had 98%, and I just I said, you can't reset my password. No, we don't know who you are. I just told you who I was. I answered all
Wow.
their questions and they wouldn't do it. So I said, well, you just lost a good customer because I'm not buying anything off of there anymore.
You'd have thought they'd have some way of figuring that out.
Yeah, they said you can start a new account. I said, yeah, I'm going to start a new account after I built up this reputation on there for that.
Yeah.
And I
See,
just said, you know what, forget you.
I'm a seller, so I have that really, like, my reputation has to be great, or I'm
Sure.
not going to get the kind of that'd be a big thing for me.
Yeah, it's important because as a buyer, I'll look at the item and say, okay, I'm interested. What's his rating?
Yep.
And I'll pick randomly 5 reviews out of there. If one of them are bad, and then I look at the amount of what the statistics are, and I said, no, he's too risky.
Yep. That's the thing. And I know now, like, because especially in the beginning, what they will do uh, is, like, I think it's like your first 25 items that you sell on there. What they would do is they would actually hold the funds for
Mm-hmm.
the majority of them. They would let 1 or 2 go through sometimes, just so you had a little bit of money for shipping and things like that if you needed it. But most of the time, they would hold the funds until the person received your item to make sure that you weren't doing something nefarious.
Yeah, I think what they could do to stop that is for buyer or sellers that want to be on there, have like a $500 what do you call it, where they put the money in there. That's on the tip of my tongue. Where they, basically, if you've sold something to me for $50, or if I bought something for you for $50 and then you screwed me out of it, then I get my $50 back from the 500 that you put in as a down payment until you proved yourself worthy. Yeah.
Yeah. And see, the problem with it is it can go on both ends. That's why I look at, the people that are buying off of me, or the people that, like, if I buy off of somebody else, like, because both ends can fuck off, uh, you can make and pick somebody that you buy something off of, and they screw you over, and it just be that one oddball that happens to do it, or you can, sell something to somebody, and then they say they didn't get it when they really did get it. That's why I make sure that all my stuff is sold with tracking numbers and everything. Like I make sure all that, uh, I put all that in the cost, so they know what they're getting up front, and I make sure all my pictures are detailed. That way, they cannot say. And I always highlight, like, say if I sell like something like, because I'll sell a lot of like older antiques and things like that, stuff like that too. And I make sure that I accentuate the flaws. If there's an issue or a problem with something, I make sure I pay extra attention to that stuff. That way, they're never disappointed. So, but I've got 100% rating on mine. I've been on there for almost 3 years now.
Well, as a buyer, if I'm that ignorant to think that there isn't, if I'm buying something used, to think that it's absolutely without a doubt perfect, then I need to be going out and buying it brand new, because there's always going to be something, whether it may be small to me or big to me, but it's small to you, and as long as you go in there thinking, okay, yeah, he said it was good, but there might be, a little bit of scratches here or there, something that, just get it in your head that there might be something there, then you're not disappointed when you get there.
Yep.
And what made me think about that is I went to buy an ATV from somebody one time, and I was pretty particular what I was looking for. And I said, yeah, well, this thing's got some scratches on it. And he said, dude, let me save you a lot of time. If you're looking for something that doesn't have any scratches on it, then you need to go down the road to the new ATV shop.
Yeah.
Because there's always going to be something that you're going to look at and just say something about it. Then you just buy new.
Well, I'll tell you. See, what I do to alleviate that problem is I always make sure that my pictures are not blurry, they're detailed, and they're close enough so that way when they look at them, they're able to zoom in on their end to get right down into the nitty gritty of each specific spot on the items and stuff, and then a detailed description. And if you do that, then you pretty much are able to alleviate any of that. Well, I thought I was getting this when actually, you sent me this. No, if you look in the detailed description or you look at those pictures, you'll see right there. That's what I said, and that's how you keep yourself out of trouble. So,
yeah, you're doing your due diligence.
But some people don't do that. Like I was looking because I wanted to buy. I like drones, and drones are very expensive, especially the kind that I like. And so I was looking at getting one of the Maverick Pros because you're still able to modify those. You can still get into the hardware of them. You can still get into changing the parameters and stuff. And some of the real newer ones, like the Maverick Pro 2s, or like they just came out with that Maverick Air. You can't get into any of that stuff as of yet. And I like being able to get in and change the speed and how fast it stops or starts or how high it can go, things like that, because it shouldn't regulate what I get to do with my drone. If I want to break the law with my drone, I should be able to break the law with my drone. It shouldn't have no right over saying it. So I have a Maverick Pro, but the camera, the stabilizer isn't quite right on it. And for me to get in, replace that camera, the stabilizer, tear it apart, redo all of it, I mean, hell, I might as well just go buy another used Maverick. And now I have two with a bunch of batteries, and if one goes, I can use the other one for parts. And so that's what I went ahead and did. And there was a couple of them I looked at, and the one that, I mean, he took excellent pictures. He had 100% review rating. I got it. It was at auction. I got it for a real good price, and I'm, hopefully I'll be satisfied with it. But
Yeah, I was gonna buy a drone until they started doing that bullshit, and you got to register it. Because what I wanted to do is when I was doing a lot of ATV, and I wanted it to attach to my phone and follow me and take an aerial picture of it.
Hmm.
But it got to the point where just just too much bullshit.
Well, you can buy one now that you don't have to register. DJI just came out with a brand new one. It's called the Maverick Mini. It's just under the weight of in the United States happening to be registered, and it takes. It doesn't take 4K video, but it takes 2.7K, which is a little better than 1080p, I think. And it's got the follow me mode, and
But how
it'd
is
be
it good
perfect.
in wind?
Huh?
The wind is the problem. You get high winds. There, like I bought a cheapy one that just to kind of practice on it, and yeah, I never could fly it because of the wind. It would take
Oh,
it
they're
just
GPS. They got GPS in them, and unless you're talking about 30, 45, 30, 30, 40 mile an hour winds,
yeah.
you're fine. Yeah, they've got GPS. They adjust to the wind. They stay in one spot regardless of the wind. And it's a lighter drone, so but from the reviews and the things that I've seen online, check it out. There's a bunch of different reviews. People have had them. It's called the DJI Maverick Mini. Check it out. It's about $400 you're going to spend for it. But it's what you want if you're talking about not having to register something, and it will
Yeah.
get you the pictures, the quality of the pictures, and it has that follow me mode on it. It has that tracking, and it's got a bunch of other things. And like I said, the camera's pretty good, and for the price, and it's all right. And DJI makes the best drones out there, I say. They're a China company though, but I think they make the best drones. But it's called DJI Maverick Mini. It's fairly new. I think it's only been out for a month or two now, something like that. Maybe a few months. But it's just under the weight here in the United States. You're in the U.S., aren't you?
Yeah, I was looking at them here on. I googled it. The DJI Maverick Air 2.
No,
Is
that one's over the weight. That one's
Yeah, that
over the
one's
weight. You'd have to register
$7.99.
it.
Oh, wait a minute. Here's one. Here's the mini.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's $399.
Yep. And it's under the weight where you do not have to register it.
Yeah, I was looking at the Phantom 4 Pro.
Yeah. Yeah, all those, any of that stuff, you buy, number one, you buy new, you're going to pay big money for it, and you're going to have to register it if you're going to fly it legally. You know what I mean? But
Yeah, I think they're like around my neighborhood. They're getting a little bit. People are getting a little bit leery of them because people, you fly them around the houses. People get all weirded out, saying, "What are you doing there?" Yes, flying my drone. You're looking in my window. I said, "Dude, your wife ain't that good looking."
shit, that's funny.
So it's the only thing I'd really want it for. Like I said, when I go out, ATVing and stuff like that, and doing some jumps or something like that, or getting in some mud, aerial view would be kind of cool.
Yeah, so that'd be perfect. That'd be perfect for you. You're not gonna get the 4K video. You're not gonna get that, but you're gonna get 2.7.
1080 was pretty good.
I mean,
1080 is good.
Yeah. So, yeah, you're gonna at least get that. But it has that active, what you call active track, and you basically set it up, and but there's YouTube videos you can go through, and they'll show you everything that it does and all the features that it has and type of video that you're going to get from it and pictures and how long it flies. It's got a pretty decent flight time for being a little drone like that. It's got a pretty decent flight time. I think the flight time is like 25 minutes. It says that it'll go for 31, but I think it's like 25. 31's if you got perfect conditions, no wind, you're not,
Yeah.
it's just hovering, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But
Well, plus I would think they'd want a little buffer there just to kind of like, it's probably got one of those return to home options.
Yep.
Yeah. So
oh yeah,
it
it's got all
needs
that.
time to be able to do that, What's the range in them?
The range in that one, I think, is you're gonna have to look. I forget. I know it's a few miles. I think.
A few miles?
Yeah.
Then I'd be afraid that thing. If I can't see it, it's too far.
Well, you're technically not supposed to fly it out of your line of sight, but it does have the capacity to, I think, go a few miles.
They got one here. It says a Maverick Mini Fly More Combo.
Yep. What that is that's going to give you a few more propellers and a couple extra batteries. Because when you buy the Maverick Mini itself, it's going to come with one battery, one set of propellers, the remote control, and the drone, and obviously the charger and stuff. Now the Fly More combo, that's going to come with your charging kit for your car. It's going to come with a couple extra batteries, I think a couple extra propellers. It's going to give you, you more fly time, and then when you're on the go, you can plug it into your cigarette lighter and charge your batteries on the go.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
I'd probably go ahead and order one today, but I had to order a head communication device for my motorcycle, and then I got bored and I bought a laser. I'd say a laser printer, but that's not. Basically, it's a laser, but it burns into wood and plastic and stuff like this. Whatever picture you put in there, so.
Oh, that's cool.
Pay those things up first.
That's cool. Well, check them out. I mean, you can at least do your, watch a few YouTube videos and see how it handles and flies and what you can do with it, and learn some stuff about it before you buy it. That way, you know for sure it's exactly what you want. But if the main thing is not happening to register it, that's the one, because I think it's just within a couple grams, literally a couple grams of weight under the specification, perhaps, to register in the United States.
Yeah, it's just like, it's not something I'd have to be really kind of careful on how high I flew it around here anyway, because my house is over the airport flight plans and stuff here, and you get one. Let's see, it'd be south, I think southeasterly, and then you've got the military that flies over helicopters from Fort Indian Town Gap, probably east to west. So, it's one of those things where you kind of have to watch what you're doing around here too.
Yeah. Well, you're not supposed to fly them above 400 feet anyway.
Yeah, that I wouldn't, if like I said, if I can't see it, I don't want to fly there.
Yeah, all that stuff. I got to pick this person up, I think. Hold on. Yeah, I got to pick this person up. I got to go on mute for a bit.
All right. Well, I'm gonna take off, guys. I got some work to do here. It stopped raining, so.
Oh shit! You didn't
Everybody
have an umbrella?
No. Actually, I got two mowers. I got one mower that's got a flat tire, so I got to figure that out. And then I got one that is leaking in the hydrostatic side of the transmission, so I'm going to have to tear that apart and figure out what I need to do to fix that. I do all my own repairs on my own machine. But I got to get that before.
I think that's the only way to do it. Why would you pay someone else to do something that you can do? Well, I mean, I enjoy working on engines and shit like that. It's a hell of a lot more entertaining than to sit in the fucking waiting room and wait for some jerk off that probably has absolutely no damn clue what to do, and then you got to take it apart and rebuild it all over again anyway.
Well, the
You're
guys
muted, Robert.
yeah, he had to pick somebody up.
Oh, okay. Fuck, I was confused there. I was like, what the
Yeah,
fuck is
he had to pick up a fare there. But yeah, it's these lawnmowers. These guys are almost getting up to $100 an hour to work on them. So, you know, if you got one particular thing wrong with it, you know, say a $50 part, it could cost you almost $200 to fix it, when I can replace the part myself.
Well, head gasket kit costs $100, right? Bare minimum, just for a cheap head gasket kit, $100.
Probably, yeah.
Right. So you go to get your head gasket replaced from a repair shop or Canadian Tire or wherever the fuck you want to get it done. I mean, you're looking at almost $1,200, and that's just to kick off from the boot. You know, like that's just like boom, there you go. That starts it off. Whatever problems arise, then you'll obviously need to pay for those, which there always is another fucking problem to arise. So I said, fuck that shit. It's a hell of a lot more rewarding to do it myself and tear the fucking top of the engine off and drop it down, pull it out, fucking realign it, put the head gasket in, re-put the fucking the headers back on, but just reassemble it myself, right? It takes what, half a day, if you work at it steady. Case of beer and you're good to go. And
it also depends on how many hours on a professional level anyway, how many hours it has on the engine. If you're coming up on, say, half, or say an average engine is about 3,500 hours. So if you're coming up on 2,000 hours on an engine and you have that kind of problem, and it's going to cost you, say, $1,500 to have one done, for an extra $300, you could slap a new motor right on the top of it, and you got it for another $3,500.
Well, that's what I did with the Dodge.
Oh, you're talking about
Dodge,
car?
Yeah, that was a different vehicle, but that's what I did with this Dodge. It's a big old fucking truck, right? But you go to the scrapyard, and they have insurance job vehicles there. So they write vehicles off for the stupidest fucking reasons. So apparently a dude.
You there?
He was still intact. I paid $450 for that engine, and I turned a 6-cylinder into an 8-cylinder. Also got the drive shaft, tranny, shifters and shit like that to come with it. I just stripped all of that shit out, put it into the one I got, and rebuilt the stupid fucking thing. And the new engine that come from a vehicle that all they had to do is take the whole front end off and realign the framing, and then put new fenders and shit on it, replace the grill, headlights, maybe some wiring cords, whatever, your domes for your lights and whatnot, and it would have been perfect. You know, boom, would have been good to go because it didn't damage anything. These Dodges, they got push bars on them, like ram bars, so that the push bar took most of the blow. But however this person drove into whatever the fuck he drove into, smashed the whole driver's side right the fuck up. But the push bar stopped it from damaging the radiator and the actual engine itself. So I was able to take out the engine, rad, all of the computer components, hookups, plugs, fuse box. I think I took the drum as well. And what else did I get? The transmission, drive shaft. And that's another thing, is it went from a 2-wheel drive 6-cylinder to a 4-wheel drive 8-cylinder. And I wound up getting the lift kit because the truck that was in the scrapyard had a lift kit in it, and I wound up getting that for I think I gave him $150 for it, and I took all the parts, and I took the engine out of the junk truck. I took the transmission out, dry shaft, all the computer components, all the wirings, the drums, etc., the radiator. I took the push bar. I took what else did I take? I took a bunch of shit, but the lift kit, that was the hardest one because I had to wedge that truck up. Like that truck had to be like way the fuck up, and it was like stuck in the corner. So what I did was I took the old fashioned jacks and I jacked up the front end a bit, and then I got the guy from the scrapyard to come over with like a forklift looking thing, and I just propped it down on that, which gave me the ability to unfasten or unbolt the mounts. 2 mounts had to be cut off, so I had to redo that. I had to re-put new mounts, and then the new engine was just a bit bigger. So what I did was I took a ballpoint hammer and just fucking took those steel. They look like chisels, but it's not a damn chisel. It's just a big bar. And
Like
I
a
just
fork?
no, it's like it looks just like a fucking chisel, bro. But a big old bar. It's designed for, you take it and you put it into like framing, or if I wanted to come into your house and I didn't give a shit if I broke the damn door. And if I took that wedge piece and I put it in there and hit that fuck with a sledgehammer, it would literally peel the fucking door apart. Well, that's what I used, right? And a ballpoint hammer. And I just fucking took the chisel end and hit it, and took the other end and put it on the other side, and then just kept fucking banging it until it moved over to where I needed it to be. And I took a grinder and I filed it off, and then I retack welded the new mounts in, and it just slid perfect right in. And I did all that myself, and
Wow.
it cost me $450 for the engine, $250 for the transmission, 140 or 130 for the dry shaft, the rear end. That's another thing I got is the rear end. I took the rear end too, but I got that for a really fractionably low price. And the only reason why that is because the guy took the loader and fucking hit the back of the truck, and when he pulled it up, I don't know what he damaged, but he damaged something, and the dude was like, "Oh, well, we'll just give you a discount on whatever parts that you have from this end." And I was like, "Well, it's not really that badly damaged." He's like, "Yeah, I'll just give you a discount anyway. You seem to be getting a lot of shit anyway." So I took that as well. But the most crucialest fucking part was the mounts, right? Because I had to get one of those battery operated, you know those bag kits of tools. They're like $180 or something like that. It comes with a grinder, a sander,
Oh yeah.
flashlight, sawzall looking thing. Well, I wound up just buying one of those from the Canadian Tire because they didn't have any like a long enough extension cord. So I said, "Fuck it, I'll just buy this. I can use it anyway," and that's how I cut the mounts off. But those were some crucial parts. But there was a lot of pieces that they were a bitch to get off, like an absolute fucking bitch. Like when I had to cut the mounts off, bro, it was angering. Like, you ever been doing a task that you normally enjoy? I mean, you just absolutely fucking love it. Like I love working on engines. I love getting my hands dirty. I love doing things with my hands. It just, I don't know. There's something about completing a goal and fulfilling a plan. You know, so you set it with a goal and a plan. My plan is to rip this fucking engine out of here, put it in a scrap pile, and then pull out all the shit that I don't need out of there, upgrade it with these new wires, computer pieces, circuit boards, etc., and put the new engine in, file it off, fucking bang out the new fucking mounts, and then just tack weld those in, boom, away you go. So I set myself out with a little teeny bit of a task, you know. So that's the plan, and the goal is to get it done before dark. So when I fulfilled that, it gives you a sense of enjoyment, right?
Yeah, accomplishment.
So
Yep.
and I've only ever
Guy.
taken a vehicle to a shop once, and that will never happen again. I do not recommend it, and the reason why I don't recommend it is because you go in for a minute oil change, and they say that you need brakes, fucking tires, brake pads, brake fluid, transmission flush, radiator flush, and I had to explain to the guy, I was like, "Are you fucking retarded? Like, I've got receipts for everything that you just said needed to be replaced that I replaced 2 weekends ago.
Yeah.
They're
That's a
already
place you don't want to
fucking
go back
brand new.
to.
Like, they're already brand new. You're not going to sit there and tell, what do you think, I'm a fucking schmuck? You think I'm some kind of
I
fucking,
just had my brake light fluid
you know?
replaced last week.
Like, I may play that role of being stupid real good, but I pay attention to shit, you know? I'm a lot smarter than I give myself credit for. I'm able to spot stupidity, and you can tell by people's body language or tones of voice whether or not they're trying to deceive you. And that motherfucker was trying to rob me blind. What the fuck was he gonna do with all the new parts? Like, was he just gonna leave them on there and say that he fucking put brand new parts on it? I mean, that would have been a stupid fucking decision, right? I don't know. Con artists. That's just my opinion. Anyway, my rant's over. My bad. Sorry.
No, that's true. I mean,
Mechanics are bad.
they can be, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I'm
They're
gonna
bad
take off.
guys.
I got some stuff to do. You guys have a good afternoon.
You too, bro. Thanks for coming. If
Yep.
I'm still live, come back if
I'll do
if
that.
you wish to.
Yep, I will.
And you're always welcome here, there, Patriot.
I appreciate that. Thank.
I enjoy having you around. It's good to have like-minded people, you know.
Yep, it's in no drama. I mean, we had
Well,
a
I
good
think
discussion when Cindy was here, and we had a good discussion, and nobody got butt hurt or anything like that. It was great.
Right. It's a good dialogue.
Well, it should be.
Yeah. I
Yep.
mean,
Yeah.
I like to deal with things civilly, right? But you get frustrated when someone starts to get angry or they start to raise their voice. And then you're like, for fuck's sakes. I mean, I just wanted to have a normal fucking conversation where we could just have a conversation where we didn't raise our voices, where we could have some fucking sensible adult fucking conversation and communication.
Yep.
She just
Yeah.
fucking
I've
got
been on here for-
escalated to that fucking level. So now,
Oh,
I mean, I'm not a bitch. So now I gotta fucking, I gotta say something back to you. You know what I mean? So you know, like, hey, listen, like, I'm not a fucking bitch, bud, and that's not what it's about. I'm trying to have a conversation with you. I mean, didn't you learn about conversation? You know,
Yep.
you don't want to argue. Okay, well, I don't think you're arguing. I don't think we're arguing. We're having a conversation. Just because you have a difference of opinions does not mean that it's a fucking argument. You know, or a fight between two people on a panel or whatever the fuck it is. You know, it just means that you two have different opinions. So why don't you broaden your horizon, expand your fucking mind, and put yourself in someone else's shoes and put yourself in their situation, and you're like, well, that couldn't possibly happen. Use your fucking imagination, because you could do a lot with your brain. Your brain is a lot fucking stronger and a lot it's a lot more greater than people give it credit for. You know what I mean? You just have to unlock those pieces of your brain. It's not easy, but I mean, if you could do it, it's good, right? And have a proper conversation where, let's say, you like Ford and I like Chevy and Dodge. You know, I've owned one Ford, and that motherfucker's at the bottom of a river someplace because it fell through the ice. So, I mean, let's say you like Ford and I got my Dodge, right? So I'm like, well, my Dodge is better than your Ford. And you're like, well, no, man, because I've never had a problem with Ford. Well, have you ever owned a Dodge? No, I've always owned Fords. Fords is what I've always owned because they're the best. Well, fuck. Now you got to take yourself into a different realm of understanding. You haven't owned a Dodge before. So how the fuck do you know for a fact that that's not a more stronger truck? You know, how do you know it's not built a little bit better? So now you got to experiment with that. You got to teach yourself or enlighten yourself to the possibility that what someone would say would be based on fact by experience. But a lot of people, they don't do that. The moment it doesn't coincide with your fucking programming, and I say programming because, I mean, you know the people. Well, you know the people that have fallen into it, because the moment a topic will come up that they don't like, they think that it is the best thing in the whole fucking world to avoid the topic and run from the fucking topic. But let me tell you something about running. When you run from a problem, it just makes that problem 10 times worse. You know what I mean? The best bet is to face that bitch head the fuck on and be like, okay, yo, here's the fucking problem. I like Chevy and Dodge, motherfucker. You like Ford. Let's fucking put her to the test. Go get your fucking Ford. I'll go get my Dodge, and we'll fucking do a weight test. We'll fucking experiment with it and learn together. Because you never know. His Ford may be better than my Dodge. And my Dodge may be better than his Ford. The only way to do is by the... Oh, shit, there's Cindy. Sorry, Cindy. Fuck. How long have you been there?
She's been there a
I
little
hope you
bit.
weren't there that long. Oh, shit. My bad, Cindy. But you don't know until you experiment, right? It's the same thing with science. You know, do you think we would know half the shit that we know if people didn't do experiments? You know, well, do you think of experiments as the bread and butter to understanding someone else's point of view, right? Now, you could do that with simulation as well. If you got a good enough imagination, you can put your brain through a simulation where you just imagine a situation, and let's say someone turns left and the other one turns right, right? Let's say I turn right and he turns left, and he's like, but dude, just try to turn the other way. I'm like, all right, fuck. And I put that mental simulation in my head, right? Or simulation, rather, not stimulation, what the fuck? Simulation, and I imagine it. How would I react in the heat of the moment, right? On that level, right? Well, you never know. I might turn the same way that I'd always turn, but you never know. I might turn that other way. So you don't know until you actually sit and think about it. And that's where a lot of people, they find themselves in a disconnect in the quest for understanding and communicating in conversation, is because once you go against what their beliefs or their opinions or ideas are, there's no conversation at that point. It's anger, reaction to the action of wanting to have a conversation, and then anger more, and then it makes the other person angry. Then the next thing you know, you're in a fucking either yelling match or whatever the fuck it is, up on some fucking panel, when it was just the simplest of fucking topics, where if you just used your fucking brain, you would have been able to figure out, okay, I can mentally picture this. This is what it would be like. You know what I mean? It's not the exact thing, but you get an idea, you know? And then you just have, say it's something that it's harmful, you know? You got to bring that empathetic part of you, the empathy out of you, and be like, okay, yeah, I feel it. You know, everybody feels things differently. So obviously, I mean, this motherfucker likes Ford trucks, you know, and I like Dodge and Chevy. So I'm not sure what he likes the Ford trucks for, but there's got to be a reason for him to feel that strongly over it. Now start trying to figure out, well, what's the fucking reason? Well, let's say your dad, you know, owned a Ford truck, and a Ford truck was the last thing that he ever left you, and he was no longer with you or whatnot.
I need a pickup truck. I'll take either one you want to give me.
You would then hold a sentimental value to it, which would give you an automatic bias to what the actual conversation would be about, and it would be understanding both sides, right? So you would have an emotional connection to that Brenda truck because it was the last truck that someone, like your father or whatever, had given it to you. So, I mean, that would be why your opinion would be so strong. And people, I think, if they could figure out what makes them disagree instead of understanding and being empathetic to somebody else's fucking point of views or opinions or beliefs and try to put yourself in their shoes, even just for 10 minutes. You know?
I gotta go on mute again, guys.
Yeah, buddy. Even just for 10 minutes, you know, just mentally simulate that in your brain. What would it be like if it was me in that person's shoes?
PD, did you say
people
you
could
had to
learn-
go?
People could learn a lot. That's the moral of the story. Just be
I have to
considerate
go,
of
but,
everybody else as well.
Well, I
didn't
wanted-
want to.
That's how you have a good conversation.
I didn't
I
want
wanted to
interrupt
jump
them.
up. I wanted to jump up
I'm
here so
sorry,
I could
bro.
tell you bye.
All right, no problem. I wanted to say bye, everybody. Good talk. No, I just didn't. I wanted you to finish your point there, Tank Boy. So you got it out. And I don't like to interrupt when people are talking like that. I'll wait the extra 5 or 10 minutes, no matter what. So, but yeah, I got to get going.
Am I wrong? Am I
No.
wrong, or
No.
do I have a point there?
You've got a point, valid point.
You know, and a lot of people, they use the excuse, well, I don't got time for that, or I don't no, I don't want to sit there and have that discussion. Well, I mean, I don't want to have to fucking drive to the grocery store fucking 4 times a fucking month.
Really?
I got to do it, otherwise I don't fucking eat. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's just
some
people
things you
don't want
have
to get
do
involved in
order
it.
Well, there's that too. You know,
Yep.
people are fucking strange by their own fucking emissions. That they're not emissions. What's the word? Whatever. Anyway, sorry.
Okay, guys, have a good one. I'll talk to you later. If you're on in a little while, when I get off, or when I get this thing done, I'll pop back in.
Nice
All right,
talking
bro.
with you,
Thanks for
PD.
being here. I
You too,
appreciate it.
Cindy. See ya. See everybody. I could be Raz, Tank Boy. We got Robert, and I think I got everybody that I
Did you
seen
get
out there.
Kumanina?
Is she on there? Kumanina. I love that name.
Yeah,
It's like
I could be.
Mufasa. Oh, there was somebody else on there. Hopefully, Bruce. Bruce said, "Say hi." Yep, and JJ. So everybody have a good afternoon. We'll talk to you later.
Yeah, buddy. Thanks for being here. I appreciate
Yep.
it.
Bye.
Later. Trying to refresh this piece of shit and it's not fucking working.
You know, a hammer to that side of that would help.
Oh, always. I mean, and it's got to be a big fucking hammer, because if it's not a big
Yes.
hammer, then, I mean, what's the fun? If you can't hear the shit break, I mean, fuck, I used to love breaking windows out of cars at the scrapyard. My family owned the scrapyard, right? And there'd be cars where the windows would be already cracked all the fuck and they couldn't be salvaged. So I get to take a hammer to them. There's something very therapeutic about that, and I'm not entirely quite sure what it is, but
Good
it's
night.
definitely fun. What?
I'm glad it was at a scrapyard. Wouldn't
Yeah, I wouldn't smash
Therapeutic.
like random fucking vehicles windows out. But when a vehicle comes in and the windshield's already cracked, you can't pull that out and resell it because it won't pass safety.
but you felt it therapeutic to break the window.
Yeah, it's very just to smash that glass. I like the. I don't know. It's weird. I like sounds, shit like that.
Not weird. I know what you're talking about.
Okay, good. It's like those fucking weird videos where you watch shit just get crushed, or like shit being made, and some of it's very fascinating because it tweaks your mind, triggers it to not look away. Fuck
So
off with
maybe
that
I
damn
should go find a junkyard and break windows, and I might feel better.
Yeah, but make sure that they're already pre-cracked. Otherwise, if your uncle's name's Elson, he'll get real pissed off and make you work off what he would have paid, or what he would have got for the window that would have been salvageable to sell.
Well,
Which
it
was
will
at
be
least 100 to 300.
it will be pre-cracked if I smack it first.
No, that don't.
Well, that's not
Although
how it
that-
works.
No. Anything that he could have made money off of, and I broke, I had to work that shit off. But anything that anything that, I don't know, like if a window came in and there was already a crack in the front windshield, and they got
Yeah.
that piece of fucking silicone or that rubber shit that goes in between the front windshield. There's like two pieces, plates of glass that are melted together, and they got that rubber shit in the middle. So you'll see a crack, right? Anything with a little teeny bit of a crack that could possibly spread into a bigger crack that can't be salvageable or won't pass safety, I could smash those windows out, no problem. He didn't give a shit about that.
Last
Actually, he
summer,
preferred it.
we was in our side yard, and all of a sudden we heard this glass breaking noise, but it wasn't like the crash, like a baseball or a brick that went through the window, but you could still hear glass breaking. So we went up towards the road and everything, because you could tell it came from that way. But we found our car. The whole back window of our car was just shattered. But it was shattered, but it was still in place. But it was what my husband called spidered. Does that sound right? Spidered?
Spider. It's was it tempered glass?
It was just all shattered. I mean, shattered to hell. But it was still in place.
The little tiny little like fucking pieces almost.
Yeah, everywhere, but it's still in place.
And
glass. And I said, "What's going on?" And we look around. There's nobody to be seen. There's nothing like it's been bounced against it. There's nothing. So, of course, I go call the window guy because I want it fixed. He said, "Wait a day. I want it fixed." So the guy comes out, and he said the heat did it. Because we had all of our windows rolled up. He could tell when he got inside the car because it had gotten so hot in the car that the heat just did it.
Well, that happens with you ever had a coffee pot where you just fucking it was you just poured your last cup of coffee, but you're like, I want another pot, and you stuck it under the cold water, and the combination of hot and cold causes the glass to shock, and it cracks it from the shift of temperature. Never had that? No?
Well, I've heard about it, but I've never.
No.
Well, he fixed it, and then I had to get the shop back and go in, and because there's all the little shards of glass that kind of sputtered off into the back window and onto the seats, and you have to get the shop back and clean up all that mess. And he told us when it gets as hot as it does, not to leave the windows completely rolled up.
This fucking phone, I hate it. Holy cow, I can't get a damn T in there. What the hell? Fucking phone's overheating, I think. Trying to type, the stupid thing keeps closing the chat to hit her down. All the crap. Yeah, it was really fun. I mean, I don't know if you've ever smashed glass before with a hammer.
No.
But those, from what I can remember, the moment you hit that front windshield with the hammer, you had to use a shit ton of damn force, and you could break all the external glass off, but then there was this like thin rubber thing in between it. It was like there was two sheets of glass that were like heated up together over top of whatever the fuck this shit was. But when you actually got a ballpoint hammer and it went through it, it was like a thick fucking like a silicone or like a see-through rubber of some sort. I don't know what the hell it was. It's supposed to be some kind of a safety contraption of some fucking sort. I don't know what it was though, but it looked like plastic or rubber or some stupid shit like that.
Now my husband's company just paid for us us and another guy to get a new windshield because one of the drivers coming back in was driving rather erratically. And he kicked rocks up off of his truck tire and threw the rocks into the windshield. Well, they said, I thought it would just be on us since the cars were just sitting in the parking lot. But they said since the driver was driving bad, they went ahead and paid for the windshield.
Well, that was fucking nice.
I thought it was because I figured I was getting ready to pay for a new windshield.
Were you here when I was telling what's his face about my cousin at the golf course and the tree stump in his Suburban?
Well,
There was a tree stump that whatever the people did, they came in to cut the fucking tree down, but they were supposed to cut the stump right the hell down, but they didn't, right? So there was still like a big old trunk, like the root trunk, tree trunk, whatever the hell. Well, they asked him if he knew a way to remove it so that they could put the new whatever hole they were putting there. They were putting a hole there. If he could like, cut it out or do whatever, because he had a chainsaw. Well, what he did was he took a fucking chain and just wrapped that thing right around it, and then fucking gunned it. And when he gunned it, the chain snapped. Well, not snapped, but it gave like a jolt, and the fucking tree stump and the chain and shit just smashed the whole back window out. And when he had to replace that window was $969.99 plus tax for a back fucking window. I mean, you could get a new windshield for $300. Like,
yeah.
What does the back damn window have? What is in the back window that the front window doesn't have? Because there's more in a front windshield than there is a back windshield. The back window on a Suburban, the older Suburbans, it's just tempered glass with factory tint.
Now mine was.
Why the hell was it worth more?
Mine was a little more. Of course, mine was just a little. Mine's just a Pontiac G6, just a little tiny car. But mine was a little more. Mine's a little more than what the front would have been, because I was asking you the questions. But because I had, I'm a stupid girl, so give me a minute.
You're not
defrosting
stupid.
things in the back.
I don't think you're stupid.
Yes, that's what I had. I had the defrost in the back.
Mm.
So that makes it more expensive than the windshield.
Why the fuck didn't I think of that? That would have made
From the
sense.
winner?
I mean, that makes a shit ton of sense.
Did I win the prize?
You did, Robert. That's what it is.
Right.
The defrost makes
He is a winner.
the defrost makes it more expensive.
The boner's a wiener. Ha ha.
Yeah.
I don't know why I didn't think of that.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's the defrosting coils that go run inside the window in the back is what makes it more expensive.
Yes. That's what made
Yeah,
it more
I
expensive.
didn't even think of that. I'm not sure why I didn't think of that. I probably should have thought about that.
Yeah.
Because when you replace the back window, you got to fucking rehook those bitches up too. Some of them get part of it, and some of them don't. If you can help it, get the ones that are already built in. I don't know if you've ever pinstriped before, but it's kind of similar. Yeah,
Well,
I'm not a real good pinstriper.
I didn't stand there and watch him. I just asked a couple questions because I was nosy, and then I walked away and went back when he was ready for money.
There's a lot of things that I can do, but there's some things that I can't do, right? Like when it comes to like windows and shit for cars, I can tint them, I can decal them, I can do all that shit, but to actually put I've tried to put those defrosters in the back of an older car once, and you get like a bare or a bare piece of glass that's cut to fit and molded for that vehicle as an aftermarket product, and then you order the actual the computer pieces and the wires and the fucking defrosters and shit, and then it's like pinstriping. And I don't know if you've ever pinstriped before, but sure, the shit can move and can bend, and you can do it wherever your finger, wherever you're poking, that's where that pinstripe's going to be. Right? And it's confusing because I can tattoo the smallest of details, but could not make those fucking things stay even. And once you put them on, that sticky shit is like fucking, it's, I don't even know.
I could be one just to pay for a Porsche 911's rear glass that is curved. I could be
aftermarket
no
or stock. Like, is it? Are you buying it from the actual company, or are you having a guy like my cousin make it?
I don't care any kind of glass that has any glass that says the rear window and it says the word Porsche on it. I'm not paying for it.
I guarantee you, it's probably between $8,000 and $10,000.
For the originals, like if you were to buy one originally, yeah, because I don't know what the fuck they put in it, but it's usually built a little bit better, I guess. I don't fucking know. Or just
Robert is close again. I could be said 5,000.
5,000.
Oh, we're gonna take Robert to the county fair and put him in one of them guessing booths.
This motherfucker's got a good luck streak.
Maybe the casino.
All the casinos are still closed.
More than a stuffed fucking teddy bear.
I like to play. I think it's called blackjack, where you got to get to like 21 or something, and if your numbers to the cards don't really fully match, then it'd be more like hit me or stay.
I can play a game where you get to 21 and I win every time. You know how? Because I get mad and I turn all the calendars over till I count to 21. See how? Isn't that how you're supposed to play?
You're supposed to get to
My
like
internet
21,
cut out.
I think.
I didn't hear what you said.
I said, I get mad, I turn the cards over, and I count to 21. Then I win.
Maybe in your own head.
Oh.
But you go doing that at a casino, you're gonna win a trip to jail.
Yeah, that's why I don't go to casinos. I don't have the patience for that. I don't have the patience.
One thing, I am a gambling man. I love it. A little too much. I could never live in Vegas. I'd be broke.
I like the pointless games. You know, just the stupid little games. I mean, I hate cards. I hate them with a passion because you can't. Sometimes you can't predict them unless you count them, and counting them would be wrong. You just you gotta kind of let them lay how they lay. So I don't really like those, but there is some games that are associated with them that I like to play. Actually, most of them are associated with a deck of cards. But I guess it depends a lot on what the game is to how it'll come out.
I like Go Fish.
Pick up 52.
Yeah, I can do that one too.
I want to play Go Fish.
I might Go Fish. I wouldn't be good at a casino. I wouldn't go in a casino. You know why I wouldn't go in one? Because I know myself. Because I know I probably wouldn't have a stopping point. Number one, I wouldn't play cards, but at a what do you call it, a slot machine, I wouldn't have a stopping point. So I wouldn't go in one. Because I know I would say just one more time. Just one more time. Just one more time. So since
I
I
can
know
stop when I win, but if I don't win, I have a hard time stopping.
see, that's me. Now my sister-in-law, if you want to go to a casino, you want to take her. Because that lady can win every time. I mean, she's just like, I don't know. The lady wins
Who?
every time she goes.
Who? I didn't hear you.
My sister-in-law, every time she goes, she goes with $5 and she'll come back with 2,500. I mean, she's lucky.
I like playing bingo. I play bingo sometimes. I was hoping Tim Strait was on here earlier. I was hoping to get on here when he was on here to talk to him because he's up in Cleveland, and I wanted to know if he, I know he's probably heard, but actually had confirmation, 100% proof that that News Now Cleveland guy that was up there was the one that they busted for luring underage and threatening or some shit like that. He just got brought up on a couple different charges, and I wanted to know if that was actually rock solid proof that that's where he went and that's what happened to him.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah, there was a guy up in Cleveland, Ohio. He went to the YouTube channel with News Now Cleveland. Supposedly, he got arrested because he was online posing as, oh man, I don't see the chat, but somebody in the chat, maybe Cindy sees it, help me with what he was posing as. He was posing as like a counselor or a therapist, I don't know, something like that. And she divulged that her dad abused her or something along those lines. And then she went back on what she said, didn't want anybody to know about it. And then he said that he was going to tell people or get him in trouble if she didn't send him explicit photos. And I guess she did. And then the FBI and whoever else got involved, the crime task force unit. This person was out in Colorado. The girl was out in Colorado, and he was in Cleveland. And there's a big thing about it, but I only go on facts. But that's I wish I could have seen his mugshot when I looked the case up online, but they didn't have a mugshot that I seen. But I didn't know maybe if he knew anything about it or not.
Six-cylinder high-speed or six-cylinder 5-speed. Be good on gas, but I mean, GT. That's what, Mustang. Well, it could be a Corvette. There's both, isn't there?
Charged about $15 will fill my tank up, and I can go about $4.50.
5,484 of those formulas made. He had a lot of fun in high school with that car. Anybody remember shop class? Like where you had the option to work with like wood or mechanics? No one? I'm sorry, what did you say? Am I cutting in and out, or are you cutting in and out?
Gotta be.
Am
I cutting in and out bad?
I don't know, but those shop classes that you got.
I only had wood shop.
Two decisions, right? You could go with like carpentry shit where you work with your hands, with wood and whatnot, or you could go with like mechanics, like engines. Well, I took a little teeny bit of both, but settled on wood because I kind of liked what you could do with wood. And I mean, vehicles, they're very simple. Once you've taken it apart, you can put it back together. You just do it in reverse. You know what I mean? And so that was easy. So working with wood, though, you could make anything you wanted out of it. So I chose that. But some of the shit that those kids got to make in the shop class for like mechanics and whatnot, vehicles and whatever engines that they was getting you to work on for your assignments, they made like fucking dirt bikes you remember those old chopper pedal bikes? They look like a chopper, but they're a pedal bike essentially. Well, they would build a whole bunch of shit on that. I'd go in after hours and they would let me fucking help them do it sometimes, depending on if I could stay and help. And it was pretty fucking fun. There's some weird contraptions that came out of that damn place. The shop teacher was just a drunk stoner. He was like, "Yeah, man, just do your own thing. Just open and broaden your damn horizons." Fucking guy, he cracked me up. He was a cool dude, though. He's very open-minded when it came to certain shit. Very slow, though, but smart when it came to something that he was good at. But he was pretty cool. He let you fucking, like, I wasn't even supposed to even be in there, but he'd allow me to go in there after school hours and shit and help the people that were working on it after school.
And we had a wood shop at my school. We didn't have the mechanical parts, as far as the automotive parts.
Robert, did you hear some of the places up? I think it's Akron area up north are refusing to open till I think it's like the 1st of July.
No, I haven't heard about that.
They sent the governor a letter saying they think it's too early and they think it's too dangerous, and so they're going to see how everybody does, and they're refusing to open. There's quite a few of them up there.
Well, if it's a private business, I mean, they have the right to do, if they want to stay closed, they can stay closed. If they want to stay open, they can stay open. But I think for them the governor to mandate, that's above his pay grade. But I haven't heard about anything like that. I'm up there quite a bit, I just from people, going up there from down here, because one thing this job will take you a trip up.
I just hope they don't. The governor and that doctor woman don't try to make a big issue and make them a martyr. I don't know, out of the situation. It's their private business, and they shouldn't even have. They released the letter. They shouldn't have even released the letter.
Is there not a Corvette that's a Cobra GT, or am I thinking of a different fucking vehicle? I'm almost positive that there was a Cobra GT once. It was the older style one with the metal rack on the back. Maybe it's just a Cobra, or where would I be getting the GT from? Fuck, I don't know. It's fucked up though. I mean, I'm pretty sure, but I don't know. It's always wonderful when you question yourself.
I'm going to be muting in a second anyway. I got to pick somebody up again.
Yeah, but you like an Uber driver, bro? Or isn't that what you said earlier?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what I do for a living. That's why you always see me in a car.
I'm trying to get an Uber phone number. Getting a direct Uber phone number is like pulling teeth.
Yeah, it's hard.
Oh, I got 3 Uber emails. Someone is using my Uber account for me.
Better be careful.
Oh, it's okay. I was in Pakistan 2 days ago.
That's
And then I
hilarious.
had $95 worth of Uber Eats last night.
As long as it ain't linked to your card, that's all that matters.
It's not linked to my card. It's just linked to my account. And I don't know. I don't know how well I liked Pakistan though. I wish I did.
All right, I'll see you in a minute.
Yeah, but that was a delayed reaction. 1997 Mustang GT versus Cobra Corvette, Firebird, and Falcon. I'm thinking of SVT. Well, that makes a fuck of a lot more sense. Or there's the Stingray GTC. Wait, what the fuck? Yeah. And it's from 65. 700 horsepower. Huh. Jesus. That's not bad. It's not bad at all. There's also a Corvette ZR1. I had to have mistaken the letters together some fucking bent, twisted way. There's an entire generation that missed out on retina burn or third degree finger burn from the cube T times they're changing. You remember them old fucking light bulbs?
Yeah.
The 100-watt ones?
Yeah, I miss them. I need them.
I remember when I was a kid, we had this little lamp in my mother's room, and my dad had come home from a long haul from truck driving, and he took the shade off the lamp. And I'm not entirely quite sure why he did that, but it led to the events that happened an hour later, where he was making me laugh so hard I was gonna piss myself. And I bent down to hold my dink so I didn't pee myself, and I stuck my ass on the fucking lamp and got 3rd-degree burn.
Ow.
Remember those fucking light bulbs? Where you had to wait like 20 minutes just to take the stupid miserable pricks out of the fucking the damn socket, or you had to sit there with a piece of paper towel. It got to the point where if you just take them out and just let it burn you and then numb yourself to that pain, once you're used to that pain, you're good to go.
If you licked your hands, if you would lick your hands and got your hand good and wet, you could do it quicker.
Oh, that's not a good idea. Why would you? Oh no.
Yes, you could. Lick your hands and twist it a little.
He's just adding grease
I'd
to the
use a
fucking
rag.
fire. I was always lazy to grab a fucking rag, which didn't make any sense because I got up every single morning and I jogged.
Well, you could get a rag, but you could just do it. Lick your fingers, turn it. Lick your fingers, turn it. Because you're licking your fingers to take away the heat.
Well,
so
then
you
I
turn
feel
the
like
heat.
a fucking weirdo. I mean,
What?
where's the acid and who slipped it to me if I'm licking my fingers just to touch a light bulb? I would rather just keep taking it out, and then I would like practice with it, right? I would let it burn me so that I can feel it, and then I go back and I do it again so it can burn me again. So then I'll go back and I'll burn myself again with it, and then eventually, once you have that exact feeling in your brain, you can compartmentalize your brain to fucking block that feeling out.
You know, sometimes you scare me.
Why? It's called mind over matter. It's one of It's one of the first things you learn in mixed martial arts, or any defense or competition, boxing or shit like that. They teach you to mind over matter shit. I mean, you're getting hit by people that fucking hit like they got bricks in their hands. You have to be able to block that out and fight through it to win. And all for just some stupid little fucking aluminum, I don't fucking know, candy bar plated metal.
Okay.
But hey, when I was a kid, you know, those fucking medals were awesome. I kept that shit going until I was, well, I got my first, I was out at 14, kept it going while I was at the girl I was staying, like the girl I was dating at the time when I was younger. I kept it going all the way through her. And then I moved out of that house when I was, the day before I turned 16, I signed the papers to move into the place. So I was 16, and I kept it going for 2 years after that, or a year and a half after that. And then my uncle, who's a Golden Glove boxer, picked up certain trainings that had to do with boxing. So I didn't make it as far through kickboxing, but I made it far enough. And then boxing, whatever I didn't learn that was necessity, my uncle taught me. And then mixed martial arts, I kept that going. I think my mother put me in that when I was 4 or 5, and I kept that going right until I was 17, 18. I think it was 18, because once I hit 18, they wanted more money. And I was like, no, fuck that shit. It's like $200 and some odd a fucking month just for you people to teach me how to hit shit and block shit. No. So I learned a lot about mind over matter, you know. Some things you can't mind over matter. But some things, anything that hurts for a second, you can mind over matter it. So if you poke yourself with a thumbtack, that's only a second of pain, right? So if you can block out that second and divert your energy for your brain to not go to that prick, but rather to focus on something else, you won't feel it. It'll just feel like a pressure. So that's one of the big key things that I took away from a lot of the shit that I went through that way. It originally started out as self-defense. I got into a fight with my older cousin, and he broke my jaw. I was young, super young. He was a few years older than me. But my uncle had put him through the same shit that my dad signed me up for. So he was like, yeah, we're just going to do this. We're going to get you to the same fucking weight class, and you two are just going to have to fight it out. And so I had boxing Monday, mixed martial arts Wednesday, and Friday was kickboxing. And I did that for a long ass fucking time, where it just became a routine. But one of the key things that I took away from it is some of the mind over matter. I just never used it for what it was supposed to be. The mind over matter was so that you could block out stupid fucks, you know. That's what it was supposed to be. The reason why they taught you to mind over matter things is because that way you're not using whatever skills they're teaching you to harm people, but rather to help and defend. That's what the mind over matter was supposed to be for. But I didn't apply it to that. I applied it to being able to block out certain shit.
When you're in the hospital, they teach you mind over matter to get your test.
I'm sorry?
When you're in the hospital, they teach you mind over matter to get your test. Like if you have to have a bone marrow test.
Oh, you're talking about a spinal tap.
No, a bone marrow where they stick that needle into your hip.
Your spine. Oh.
Into your hip, and they're going to go all the way through to your bone marrow. Basic, where they're going to drill down through all the way through your bone. Well, there
Do
they
they
talk
not
to you.
put you to sleep for that?
Oh no, they don't put you to sleep for that.
Like I know a spinal tap, they don't. Uh, the mother of my son that died, she had something called low platelets, um, or a low platelet count, or some stupid shit. She could bleed to death from a scratch. like if she cut herself doing the dishes, or if she was doing some gardening and one of those stupid fucking snipper things cut her, I had to super glue it and then run her to the hospital as fast as possible. She could bleed to death. Like her blood was just so fucking thin. I think it was a white cell count. Her white cell count was low.
Right.
I was able.
Like when you're anemic or something.
I'm not sure. I think that's different. See, Golden Eyes is anemic, or no?
Well, she got the.
I'm pretty sure she's anemic, and she got the hemoglobin. Heme.
She was.
But I think that's red cells.
Well, I take
not
blood thinners, and I'm that way that if I cut myself, I got a problem. But I take blood thinners.
But she never took those. She had to.
But she could just be what they call a
Together.
bleeder. She just have thin
No,
blood
it's-
be what they call a
it's her-
bleeder.
It was her platelets.
Yeah.
See, her father, before he died, was the same blood type as her. So he donated a shit ton of blood to her, right? And I was the same blood type as her father. And whatever fucking blood type I am, it's supposed to be something that it's not common, I guess. And but I lucked out and my blood tested positive for being able to be a donor for her. So basically, I would just pump out a little bag. It like drip into a fucking bag, and then they would take it and filter it or do whatever the fuck they do with it, and then they'd stick it on ice for if she ever needed a blood transfusion. Like when she gave birth to our son, she needed a lot, like a fuck of a lot. She needed a lot of blood to the point where they took blood from me as she was giving birth because they knew that they didn't have enough on stock. I think they had one bag of this shit, and they took one bag from me, and then they mixed it with some fucking yellowy shit plasma for clotting, or they had the other bag.
Yeah, I got
inside
the
it.
rare. I got the rarest blood type.
Oh,
The stuff that, the stuff that I can only receive it, but I can give it to anybody. O negative.
whatever mine is, it's got a positive at the end of it.
Mine's O negative. So if I ever need blood, I'm kind of up shit creek because there's not a lot of it to go around. But my blood can, everybody can receive O negative. I can only receive.
My
it.
daughter has AB negative, and she can only have AB negative.
Well, she could have O.
No, she has to have AB negative. So she has.
Well, O is a universal blood, which means that
O negative can go to any blood type
Yeah.
there is. I know that
it's
for
a
a fact.
universal. It's actually one of the
Yeah.
it's one of the blood types that they commonly like to get people to donate.
Yeah,
But when we
yeah. I
plan for
donate
this,
blood every so often.
when we plan for the labor and shit like that, it was it was pretty much pre-planned. So they should have had extra blood there, but for some reason they didn't. And so midway through, there was some Life Labs chick that came in, and she's like, "Hey, may I see your arm? May I see your arm?" No, you can't. What the fuck? Apparently, I signed a piece of paper where if anything is to happen where she needed the blood, I basically signed a waiver stating that they can just take the fucking blood from me, or they can contact me, or whatever the fuck need be to get me to get in to get blood. Well, apparently, they couldn't wait until after she had given birth to my fucking son. So that was cool. Some weird tubes on me and shit, and squeezing some stress ball while watching my son be born. Definitely made it memorable.
Oh yeah. Gives you a whole new feeling of importance.
Yeah. Well, it was hard, right? Because the lady nurse or the lady doctor, she's like, "Can you hold this leg?" I'm like, "Listen, lady, I don't know if you realize it, but this hand's being squeezed by a 120-pound girl who's squeezing it like a fucking 500-pound man, and this arm has got a fucking tube in it with, you know, tape and shit hooked to some weird mechanical machine that's making weird noises. So I don't know how the fuck I'm supposed to hold that leg, not fuck up this damn tube, and still support my old lady while she's giving birth. How the fuck am I supposed to do all of that all at once, lady? You're the fucking doctor. Tell me how." She's like, "Well, if you just use your hand." I was like, "Well, thank you for the fucking advice." And she was right. It was a stressful moment, though, man. It's really weird. I don't know if you've ever watched. Like, do you have kids, bro?
Yeah.
You ever watch them being born?
It's stressful.
Yeah. You never look at that the same ever again.
No.
Not
No,
even
especially when they plop
close.
that. Especially when they plop the alien out right after your baby.
Oh, bro. When they did that, it creeped me out because I wasn't expecting it, which I probably should have.
Yeah,
because
neither
it
was
was
I.
part of the classes that we took for Lamaze shit, for breathing.
There's nothing that will prepare you for that.
Oh no, bro. They're like, "Here, can you just push here?" I'm like, what? It's like, "Just push over here." And then she pushed on the other side, and then the other lady, she was pulling the fucking umbilical cord. Oh, it was horrible. I mean, watch that fucking shit take place.
Have mercy, people.
Yeah.
That motherfucking shit
it's
just
like,
slid right out. I was like, "What is
it's
that?"
It's like watching
thing?
a fucking alien being born. Yeah, you think it's a fucking alien. Like, what the fuck is that? I think that was probably my exact word.
Bro, you know what they did? The head nurse or the head doctor lady, she's like, "Congratulations, sir, but do you want to keep the placenta?"
Some people do.
For what, lady?
Yeah, some people
I mean,
do.
that's a biohazardry issue. Why would I want to keep that? Well, people plant it, they eat it. I was like, nope, you can fucking keep that shit all to yourself. You want to fry that bitch up? You fry that up, put a little soy sauce on it, fucking plum sauce, salt, pepper,
people do eat it,
garlic
and I
powder,
think that's
whatever
so fucking
you want
disgusting.
to put on it. But I'm going to tell you, not one fucking lick of that's going to touch my lips. No fucking way. I know what it tasted like when I kissed my son when he was born, and I don't want that taste in my mouth ever again. I did though, man.
I died starvation before I would eat that.
My old
You want me
lady,
really gross you guys out? Just as the alien was coming out on my daughter, it exploded.
What the fuck?
So then imagine blood and all kinds of stuff going everywhere because it exploded.
I don't know. But I do know that.
Yeah, I've never seen one pop open. But
when she gave birth, she was given the option to hold our son as soon as he was born, but she didn't want to have that. She was like, "No, I don't want to like have all that all over me," right? And so the doctor lady, she's like, "What about you, sir? Congratulations." I was like, "Fuck yeah, man! I've been waiting like ever to see this little bastard. What the fuck? Give him to me." And then I held him a little bit close and I kissed him on the forehead and don't do that until the baby's washed. I'll tell you that much. But I wasn't thinking of it, right? I just wanted to fucking hold him so bad. I was like, God, man, I've been waiting for you. I felt you kick. I've had fucking long ass motherfucking nights of going to the store and getting the wrong fucking shit and having to go drive right back to the damn store and getting the wrong fucking shit And then she gets all pissed off and she's like, fuck it, I'll go with you. And then she gets the same fucking shit that I damn well fucking brought back 3 times. It didn't make any sense to me. So I dealt with all that shit waiting for him to be born or be ready to be born. So yeah, it was a beautiful feeling to hold him for the first time, give him a kiss, whatnot. But I would advise waiting until after he was washed, or her, if you have a girl or whatever. Just wait till after it's washed, because once you get that shit in your mouth, you'll never forget that fucking taste ever.
But you do it all over again.
Fucking right, it would.
Nasty taste and all.
I would hold him closer, given the circumstances. I'd never let him go. He would never be out of my sight. Not even for a fucking minute. It seems really weird, but when my son died, something cracked in my brain. Like I literally lost my fucking mind. My reality went from everything was so clear, you know. I got a good woman. I got a baby, family. You know, I got a good job, fucking good house. Everything is just fucking beautiful. Everything was awesome. Like everything was at the best that it possibly could be. And then my son dies, and like everything in my life just completely free falled. Like everything was just fucking sinking. Everything from feelings to trying to block them out to drinking non-fucking stop. I mean, I would get 2 hours of sleep every 2 days, give or take. And that's only because I would save, I had this like moonshine shit. And when I felt myself where I was at the point where I was intoxicated, to the point where I got a headache, where I drank myself sober, I would down 2 or 3 shots of that shit, which would be enough to kick me into sleeping for a couple hours. And then I'd wake up and I'd start that all over again. And I was just in some fucking deadly time lapse. I mean, imagine like living your worst nightmare over and over and over and over and over, and having the power to stop it.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine.
But not being strong enough to, you know, not physically. I mean, I'm physically fucking strong, right? I mean, like I can do some fucking damage. You know, I'm good with my hands in more way than one. I'm stocky. I've got muscle. You know what I mean? I'm physically strong.
But something happened that you couldn't take care of yourself. I mean, you can handle this. Physically, you can handle a lot of stuff. Something happened that you physically couldn't handle.
My son died.
Right.
And everything else plummeted. I lost my house. I lost a girl that I'd been with since we were kids. We grew up together. We were together for 5 years in total, and we had a son until he died, which was how that shit began. I mean, we were fucking perfect. I can't even describe it. We knew each other so well that, I mean, this woman could make me snap at the fucking drop of a dime. Just boom. And then calm me right down in the same fucking sentence. Just by her tone of voice. You know what I mean? And the shit that she would say. So if I needed to be riled up for some fucking reason, which sometimes she did it, but mostly she kept me out of trouble. But if there was someone being a complete fucking jerk off and I wasn't catching it, she'd rile my ass up so that I'd take care of it, you know? But for the most part, she kept me at,
Sounds like a good woman.
Roughly 2, 3, give or take. She listen, I've never ever since her ever fucking met another person that was both strong and weak, just like her. She knew that there was a time and a place for everything. She knew that there was a time to be batshit fucking crazy when she needed to be. Don't fuck with something she cared about. She was 120 fucking pounds. I was 220 something odd pounds. And when I was going for her cousin or whatever, when he called her a bitch or a cunt or whatever the fuck he said, I was going for him. I mean, this tiny ass little woman is like 120 pounds soaking fucking wet. Like I still to this day I'm not quite sure how the fuck she did it, but she threw me. Like she fucking threw me. Like I never seen someone that small and not know how to manipulate body weight and use someone else's body weight against them, be able to use someone's body weight against them to the point where they fly back 10 feet. You know, grown men couldn't even do that, but this tiny ass little damn woman, in the heat of the split second moment, was able to fucking do it. Right? Adrenaline, maybe, I don't know. But
Yeah.
I mean, she was. This is how uniquely fucking qualified she was to be in that realm of truly amazing people, right? So you always have that list of people in your life that have always been just like, you know, there's a truly amazing people where you know that they got good and they got bad, and you're able to consciously weigh out the both of them and realize, okay, well, deep down that person is a good fucking person, you know. Well, she falls under that category, right? Because so when my son died, I still to this day feel guilty for this, and I'm not even quite sure why, right? Because I mean, she gave me the go ahead. She gave me permission to fucking go home, but I shouldn't have, right? I mean, there was some bottles of fucking whiskey that were calling my name, but there was someone that was right there that I mean, she cared enough not to call my name. She wanted me to do what I needed to do in that moment, right? And so I did. I went home and I drank a 60 pounder and a 2-4. I chugged the 60 pounder, which is basically 60 shots, full 1 ounces, I think. I don't know. Maybe it's more. Fuck, I don't know. It's a big old gas jug nozzle thing, and I downed that. That was gone in 45 minutes. Like within the first 45 minutes, as soon as I walked in the door, I let my dog out. I do not remember letting him back in. Yet he was back in. I chugged the fucking 60 pounder in 45 minutes to an hour. And then in between each shot, or each, like, I wasn't doing shots. I was taking whiskey glasses and filling them, and that was my fucking shot glass. And I was chasing it with Budweiser. And so I drank all that, passed out, woke up, got a phone call. It was her. She's like, "Are you coming to pick me up from the hospital?" And I was like, I don't think that's a good idea. I think I'm still fucking intoxicated, and I'm not going to run that risk of. I mean, I lost my son. I'm not losing you to stupidity. You know, one maybe could have been prevented, but that surely is preventable, right? I mean, why drive intoxicated? So she wound up calling her aunt. She came and she picked me up, which didn't make any sense. Why'd she come and pick me up? Like, she could have just picked her up and dropped her off. But I don't know. Apparently, she told her to grab me and then go because there was some paperwork or whatever. I think that's why I had to go. But I went, and We stayed at the hospital for, I don't know, felt like eternity. It Everybody has left. I'm sorry that that was so boring. Yeah, more of the story is we sat at the hospital, and what made her qualified to be on that list of truly amazing people was uh, we didn't split up right after my son died. It was a good distance after, and she put up with a lot of fucking shit. I became a horrible fucking alcoholic. Uh, I became completely insane. Like reality was not reality, fiction was not fiction, black was not black, white was not white. Nothing, nothing was nothing was as it should, right? Um, like a piece got torn out and thrown in some trash can, uh, or down the toilet, or whatever the fucking metaphor you want to use to throw something away. That you kind of need, right? And it was that piece. But she was strong as a motherfucker. She never even fucking not even. I mean, maybe once or twice, closer to the end. Uh, but in the beginning, for I don't know, we were together probably almost 2 years after that, or a year and a half. And I mean, she was a trooper. I mean, she was awesome because I mean, she took amazing care of me. I mean, I'd be so fucking drunk. I'd come home from the bar, and this tiny ass little woman would help me in the fucking house, get me in the fucking shower, and then get me into bed every fucking night for like a year and a half. Uh, just cook my meals and fucking, I don't know. She did a lot of good fucking shit to, I don't know. It was selfish though, because I'm quite confident that she was feeling the same, or worse.
What was selfish?
My actions. I became a fucking batshit crazy alcoholic who my fucking neighbors were afraid to come out of their own fucking apartment because if they said something fucking stupid, I took that anger and I made it abundantly clear to them. uh, Not in a good way either.
You was mourning. Only you might have been mourning in a maybe a little bit of an aggressive manner, but you was mourning.
It, I wouldn't say that it was an aggressive manner to the idea that it it was always an aggressive thing, right? I mean, when I was with her, uh, I
Well,
guess
if you
I guess she
go
had a
ahead.
way with her words and the way she could talk to me. But I think that stems a lot from we grew up together, right? Like we knew every fucking thing about each
Well, the
other.
reason I used the term aggressive is you said your neighbors didn't come out of the house. That's the
No,
only
they come
reason.
out. They come out. Like that's not what I meant. I just mean like
Well, I don't want you
it
to
was an
think I'm.
iffy. It was an iffy situation, right? Because if I was really horribly intoxicated, uh, and this fucking jerk off, uh, Trevor or whatever the fuck his name was across the hall, he had this weird ass motherfucking habit of slamming his fucking door. You know what I mean? And
Right.
it drove me fucking nuts. And commonly, I could deal with it, right? But when I decided that alcohol was my crutch, Alcohol will change you.
Well, I
Maybe not.
wasn't I
Maybe not if
wasn't
you
saying
drink
that you
it.
was aggressive with her. Wait a minute. I wasn't saying that you was aggressive with her. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, I know what
I
you're
wasn't
saying.
saying you was aggressive with her, but you
Oh,
said the statement about the neighbors. But I was not saying you was
there,
aggressive with
there was
her.
something. There was something unique about her. I mean, I can fucking box, but I'm pretty sure she would have been able to kick my fucking ass. I mean, crazy beats fucking skill any day. And that, I mean, she was a good crazy though. You know, she's crazy about things that she cared about. Uh, she was a fighter, like a fucking fighter. You know, when she believed in something, get the fuck out of the way because she'll mow your ass straight the fuck over until she hits that destination. So she believes she can cross that road and there's 500 cars coming. This crazy woman would time the cars and be able to run between the damn cars so she never got hit. But no, it wasn't like that. It was like take the door incident, right? So the neighbor across the street, fucking across the hall. This was after I had lost my house due to alcohol, right? So he just kept slamming the fucking door, you know? Like, I don't know why you can't just fucking turn the knob and shut the damn door like a normal human being. Like, do you need to come in and kick the fucking door shut? That doesn't make no sense. So one day I got fucking mad, and I kicked that fucking door wide open, and I dealt with that quick, fast, and in a hurry. So he basically never wanted to be anywhere near me. Same as the guy up above on the next apartment over. And the selfish part, what I'm talking about, how I was selfish, was I wasn't taking into consideration, not even from, well, so when she had to stay at the hospital that night, something to do with the Blair and Sunset funeral home people, and she had to wait. We were both supposed to wait with, I guess, the body, right, of my son.
Right.
And I'm not even quite sure why we had to wait, but I went home, right? So there's first number one. The moment after something horrifically fucked up happens, right? And it's not a feeling that mathematically, okay. I mean, this little boy was someone that she grew inside of her, you know. That creates a bond in and of itself. So if you take that bond mixed with, I worked a lot, so I didn't really see him as often as she did, right? Because she didn't work. I worked, right? I mean, but that's kind of how I was brought up, you know, that the man takes care of shit. He goes out, he fucking makes sure that his wife or girlfriend or whatever, they never want, they never need, you know, make sure they're always taken care of. And same with children or whatever, you know. And so that's and she was brought up the same way. So we had the same life views, I guess. So she had no problem sitting at home with the baby while I went and worked. So she had a different bond, right? So she was probably closer, I guess. It would have affected her more than what it was affecting me, I think. Now I don't know how you would.
No, it would have affected
how
her
you-
differently, not more, differently.
Well, I think it would have affected her more.
Okay.
I mean, we're talking about a human being that she held inside of her for months, you know.
Right. I know that.
And she was pregnant in the summertime, right? So I don't know if you've ever been pregnant in the summertime. I
I
don't
have.
ever recommend it. I've never personally been pregnant in the summertime. However, I have dealt with a pregnant woman that was pregnant in the
I've been
summertime.
pregnant. I've been pregnant twice in the summer.
Okay, well, I'm going to tell you from a male perspective, it's fucking hell. Yeah, she was always fucking warm, always hot, and then when you cool her down, then she get fucking cold. So you heat her back up. It was like some weird fucking menopause thing going on. It's fucking weird, hot and cold flashes and shit, and weird fucking cravings and she get angry over stupid shit, right? And when she got angry, I always knew, like, just listen. It's probably best. Uh, so I think that she would have had a bond, right? I mean, I'm not saying that not one uh, person feels something 100% more than another person. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that she carried him for what is it like? Well, I mean, a full pregnancy is roughly 10 months, give or take. People
Right.
say 9 months, but it's roughly 10 months.
40
By
weeks. You're right.
Right. So it's roughly 10 months is what a full pregnancy is. So she carried him for, let's say, 9.5 months, right? So she had that internal bonding time, and then you add, I worked all the fucking time, right? I mean, like I worked from fucking like 5 o'clock in the morning, pretty much, because I would get up at like 4:30, 5 o'clock. She would have a coffee with me. Uh, we would chill for a bit, and then I'd give her a hug and a kiss, and I'd be at the door in the truck and off to the fucking job site, and then I would be gone for. We would leave the job site roughly, fuck, I don't know, let's say 7:30, 8 o'clock at night, sometimes 9, depending. If it was an internal job, we sometimes wouldn't leave until 11:30 at night. It depends on the job that we were doing and what the time frame was to get it done. So I was constantly fucking working. So I would get home with enough time to take a shower, eat the food that she had set aside for me for supper, after my shower, because she wouldn't allow me to do anything until I showered. So I just got into that routine. I changed the routine to shower as soon as I come home and then eat. So there was that amount of time, which left roughly another hour and a half, give or take, for us to chill together. So we would chill together, and sometimes I'd hold my son while, we were chilling at the same time. So she spent more time bonding. So I think that she would have. I'm trying to describe the feeling.
Mother, let me help you there, because I was in the same situation. I was a stay-at-home mom. My husband worked, so there is a different bond because we are there 24/7, and you guys are gone 12 hours a day. So yes, you are
Not
correct.
to mention, y'all hold the fucking babies inside you for plenty of months. You
Yes,
deal
and
with
for
all of that,
for
right?
10 months we do have them. You are correct there, but
Right.
when it comes to the grief, um,
Well, the selfish part that I was talking about,
what?
the selfish part that I was talking about, where I became selfish, or what my selfish acts were in that instance, was number one. All the alcohol that I had at home should have been the last thing on my mind. The first thing on my mind should have been to stay there, comfort her, and support her in any way that I possibly could, or any way that she needed to help her. I guess feel better or deal. I'm not quite sure how you would put that, but to help her, right? That's what I should have did. But the selfish act of that was I think at that time I had the Mustang, so I got in the car and I drove. I drove home, let the dog out, down to 60 within an hour, while drinking a 2.4 within 2 hours, or was it 2.8, 2.4, 2.8? I'm not quite sure. Because I would take a whiskey glass, which is way the hell bigger than a damn shot glass, and I'd fill that bitch, and I would down that as my shots. Those were my shots, and I would chase it with a beer, right? And by the time it was all said and done, I think I had 4 or 5 beer left in that case when the first bottle of whiskey was done. And that was selfish act number 1, right? And that was just the fucking first of many, which is still something I feel a hell of a lot of guilt for. But regardless, you can't fix it. Whatever happened.
Okay, it's been quite a few years.
It's been a long time.
Okay, we can always look back and say, "Damn, I should have did that different." And now that you're more mature. But now
that's
you're
why
more
I
mature.
changed a lot of weird shit about myself, right?
Right, so that it wouldn't ever happen again. But now you're more mature and you see what should have happened or what might have happened. But in the moment of absolute horrific grief, nothing ever happens what might have happened or what should have happened because it's horrific grief. We all do things in grief, and losing a child is the most horrific grief you can have. There's no playbook. There's no playbook for losing a child. There's just none.
Well, sure as fuck don't come with a manual, that's for sure.
And what one person, you went off on your own grief path, and that was your grief path. Maybe you should have did things different. Which might,
right?
Okay, you should have, but you just should have did things different. But had it been somebody else, maybe they would have stayed and it would have with their spouse and it would have lasted different. Or maybe they would have took a complete different path and it would have turned out worse than yours did. Because there's no playbook.
No.
There's no way we can walk this path.
See me and the mother of my son, we wouldn't have split up had I not have noticed what I was doing. I was like a fucking anchor, you know. I was an alcoholic that drank almost 24/7. Smoked a lot of fucking dope. I did everything to numb me and nothing to cope. So that caused a form of neglect, right? So by the grand scheme of things, like the whole fucking picture, the moment I left her side at that hospital, she had to wait with our dead son, which was probably hard enough on its own. Not to mention, she couldn't she could do the things that she wanted to do that night, right? So that was the first selfish act that started a tumble of just completely fucking insanity, where
you're right. I'm not going to pull it. You're not pretty honest with you. I'm not going to pull any punches. When you left that hospital, that turned you into something that probably you and her had a split right there.
No,
because you left her.
Cindy, I don't think you understand. I grew up with this girl. She was the best of. You ever hear those people?
She didn't hold it against you?
Fuck no. She was mentally and physically strong, and 120 pounds, right? So her mental strength.
So it's you that can't forgive you.
I don't know, but there was a time and a place, and that was the part that she understood, right? And I think that she lived by that in certain aspects, right? So if she ever
So
got
is that
mad,
it though? Is
I'm
it
not
Tank
quite
can't
sure.
forgive Tank?
I don't know. But she she was very unique with that, because if she ever got mad, I knew I'd fucked up, you know, by the tone, right? But if she got mad and the tone had a different peak, then it wasn't anger at me, right? It was anger at someone else. And I was like, I got your back. Let's get this fucking shit started. Crack some skulls. Come home and eat dinner. But so I knew, right? So she knew that there was a time and a place for everything. So she sacrificed the ability to she put everything on hold. Everything on hold. So obviously we both needed a little teeny bit of fucking I don't know what you would call it. But,
She let you go your way. She let you go your way so
no,
that you could mourn, and she sacrificed.
her own emotions.
Sacrificed it, her own emotion. So that
She
sounds to
didn't
me
allow
like
herself
Tank.
to, right?
Sounds to me like Tank can't forgive Tank.
Well, I don't know about that, but I'm the one that I mean, it started with little shit. Like she in the beginning, her faith was fucking something unreal, because she had this weird.
Let's go back. What do you mean you don't know about that? You still feel guilty.
I don't know.
You have to get over the guilt you feel from that day, from that period.
I think I might be over it. I don't know. I think maybe. I still feel guilty about the neglecting her, right? But I mean, if you don't learn from the experiences that you have, and guide them with how you feel in those moments, because feelings are almost like instincts, you know.
True.
When you're walking down an alley and your heart just gets a little peak to it, you know, the hairs in the back of your fucking neck stand up, and you just feel uneasy, and then you walk another 20, 30 steps, and there's some real fucking stupid motherfucker that thinks it's a good idea to fuck with you. You know, that's your instinctual feelings saying something is not right. People are blinded to those. They're just like, oh, it must be indigestion or some fucking stupid shit. No, it's your natural shit. You know, a lot of people base shit on the feeling of it, right? So,
right.
I guess the
But
moral of that would be,
you can learn from it, and also not have guilt from it.
well, that, I mean, I don't know about that, but what I meant by that is that that's the whole. Okay, so if you don't learn from either mistakes or situations in life, right? So life is like one really fucking twisted roller coaster, right? So you've got parts of that roller coaster that are real fucking cool and are real fucking fun, and then there's other parts where you just get fucking drenched in fucking lake water, and some fucking fish comes flying out of the damn thing, slaps you in the damn face, and you drop your cell phone in the fucking river now, so now you're out $900, you know. But then once you get past that little fucking fuckery part of the water part, I mean, the wind from hitting all the rest of the little weight, that spins and whatnot, dries you off almost, right? So there's sometimes a light on the other side, right? But so if you take, where the fuck was I going with this? I don't know where I was going with that, but the
Why
whole
were they giving your cell phone back?
I guess a good way to put it is She was super strong, 120 pounds, but physically fucking strong enough that she could throw me the fuck across the room, and mentally strong enough where she never once complained, never once said anything. She and this is kind of how this is how her and I parted our ways, is a little bit shortly after that day, because I fucking snapped. Like, I lost my fucking shit, because I'm real big on fucking body language, you know, voice tones, the way someone moves, or you know, you tell a lot by that. You know, it's how I was taught to fight. You know, it's what made me good with my hands. It's what made me good with what I was utilized as an asset for, is my ability to see certain things and understand certain things to that kind of degree, right? But I didn't sense any body language on her. That's the fucked upest part ever. And I think it was because of the alcohol. I mean, I'm positive it's because of the alcohol. I think that all that alcohol and all that fucking dope had just fucking got me to the point where I stopped knowing. You know what I mean? I was forgetting stupid shit that I would know from like the back of my fucking hand, you know? And her body language never spiked. She always kept it normal, put a smile on, you know, and never complained. So one day, close to the end of that year and a half after our son died, I freaked the fuck out, man. I lost my fucking shit. Because we finally got permission to use the plot next to her father, right? Because there was a bought and paid for plot next to her father, but because her mother and father split up, she went with a different plot, but she was trying to sell that plot for like $6,000 to some little old lady for her husband. And I was like, you're nuts. I mean, your grandson's going to be buried someplace else then. Wouldn't you want him with a fucking close to a relative in a plot that isn't a family fucking plot? Apparently not. But I wound up convincing her to sell it to me. And that's where one of my dirt bikes went, and a motorcycle, because I traded those for that plot. And shortly after that, you know when you think things are real, right? But there's always that moment where it's like reality slaps you to the side of the fucking head and says, yo, you thought it was real before, motherfucker? Well, it's really fucking real now. Because, I mean, now you got to take a look around. Now you got to understand that this is really fucking happening. You know? And you have to accept it. Because if you don't, you're just going to be a miserable, psychotic fuck who I don't know, just miserable. And so that night we got back home, and I knew that she didn't want to cook. And I could feel she did not want to cook. She came in, the first thing she did was go and change, and then she sat down. And I could tell she didn't want to cook. So I was like, fuck it. I was like, do you want me to order a pizza, you know, or something? And she was like, sure. So I ordered a pizza. And an hour and a half later, I freaked the fuck out. I was like, what is your fucking, like, how does this not fucking, how? Like what the fuck, man? Like, how do you get up every single fucking morning, make my, you know, lunch for work, and kiss me goodbye with a fucking smile on your face? You should feel more. Which was another selfish act. Because that would imply that in that moment, I wanted her to feel worse than I was, which was very fucking concerning, to say the least. So I went to work after freaking the fuck out, and she, I don't know, something was very different that day. It's like every single emotion that she was compartmentalizing and holding in just boiled the fuck over that day, and mine too. So I freaked out, and then by the time it was done, I was just shutting my mouth and sitting the fuck down and listening, because when she did raise her voice, that usually commonly meant don't fucking speak. So I knew that much, and then I left. I went to work, and I come back home, and I was half drunk, so I downed a bunch of fucking alcohol, and got myself to that comfortable zone, and then I smoked a big fat joint, and I thought to myself, something is not fucking right here. The pistons are not firing on time. There is a skip, which means that somehow or another I've taken my distributor cap and fucked the damn plug organization, the pattern of which the rotation, that's it, thank you. The rotation of which they're supposed to go in so that the engine fires right. My brain being the engine. And about 45 minutes after that, I wound up putting my neighbor 2 doors down in a fucking coma. And I don't remember why. Still to this date, I don't know. So,
Wow.
hey, I got arrested for that. And while I was inside for, I don't know, I was in there for, it was a while, but it wasn't long that time.
How many times have you been inside?
A couple. Never started till after my son, though, right? And I only wind up doing time when I've gotten shit-faced fucking drunk and make the stupid assumption that somehow somebody is I don't know, walking through the park, and somebody bumps into you by an accident. In the back of your brain, you know it's an accident, but you tell yourself that it wasn't.
Use it as an excuse.
Right, an excuse, right? Just to take your stress out on someone that did not deserve it to be taken out on you, right? Or you to take it out on them. But the moral of that was, while I was inside, my best friend went over to check on her, right? Well, the year and a bit of neglect mixed with, at that time being incarcerated, mixed with all the emotions, mixed with, by the end of it, I was just a selfish fucking piece of shit. Yeah, well, they kind of, and I knew it, but I didn't know it. That makes sense. So I said, just, yeah. I was like, did he spend the night? That's all I want to know. And she's like, yeah. I was like, pack your fucking shit and get the fuck out of my house. Like now. Right? And she was like, well, no, I'm not leaving. I was like, for fuck's sakes. I'm like, go put Dave on the damn phone. Right? He's my uncle. He's a Golden Glove boxer. He's the one that finished the training of my boxing after I didn't want to, once I had hit 18 and I wasn't paying them the price that they wanted because I wasn't getting the discount. So I got him on the phone and I was like, listen, I'm like, that motherfucker is to be out of my house in 5 fucking minutes, or you're gonna bang his fucking face clean off. And he's like, well, I don't even got my boots on yet, bro. I was like, well, just go down there and just tell him to get the fuck out of my house. So he went down there and he said, listen, he's like, you got till I get back here after putting my boots on to get the fuck out. He says, I'm putting you to fucking sleep. And so he was gone. And so was she. And then she kicked my door in to get her shit because my mother took the keys from her. And so that was a clusterfuck. But had I, in those moments, and this is kind of the I mean, I told her to leave for multiple different reasons. I can forgive anything, you know, as long as I know that the intentions were not bad intentions. You know, mistakes always happen. It's not a mistake I would ever make, but I know that other people do sometimes. Whatever. And as long as it's not like some fucking regular thing, it's a one-time fucked up shit moment, right? Like I thought, but I didn't think, you know? So had she would have, you know, told me to listen, feel guilty, I'll earn your trust back, rah, 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 you know, in time, we would have been able to heal from it. And I obviously would have forgiven her, right? Because she would have shown a glimmer of remorse or guilt from doing it, right? So I told her to leave because if you remember the day before that, I realized that something really fucked up was going down, right? Like I was losing my mind. Every day, it was almost like it was like a piece of my brain was being removed and thrown in the trash. And that was my sanity. So I was like, I'm already going to be in here for a while. Clearly, I don't want to continue to do what the fuck I'm doing. And if I don't, then I'll just continue, right? So I thought, fuck it. This is probably the best bet. I know that I can get past it. I know I can forgive her. But no. Because that journey was just beginning. I wasn't going to drag her down with me. I was already flying. I mean, I was plummeting so fucking fast that everything looked like a tracer. You know, like stars. Or when you're driving at nighttime in a snowy night, and if you look at the snow, it's almost like you're fucking zooming through the sky, through the stars and
Through a
shit.
warp speed, yeah.
Right, you know? Well, that's how my life was going. So when I got out, which wasn't much longer after that time, I was like, well, what the fuck do I do now, right? So I drank more. What a surprise.
Drinking's really done good for you there.
Always. It's been my best friend. Not really.
No, not really.
I find that I'm my worst on day 3.
How are you doing on your drinking now?
I've had like I haven't drank. Like the other night I was out at my mother's place. My brother offered me a beer. I thought, fuck, I know how that works, but I wanted to try some self-discipline. So I had one beer. And then he's like, you want another one, bro? I'm like, do you even have to ask? I mean, you've already given me one. I now have the taste in my fucking mouth, you miserable cocksucker. Thank you, you fucking enabler. But by the time it was done, my mother was like, "Okay, I'm taking you home. You can come back, do what you got to do with that later. I'll come get you. But we're going home, or you're going home." So she drove me home, and that was 2 beer, right? So that's a massive fucking start for me, right? I mean, like I've been sober for. I was sober for a long fucking time, like a long fucking time, but then just a bunch of shit started getting to me, like a year ago or so, and I was just like, fuck. And it was my son's birthday that day, and fucking all blues. So I fell off the wagon that day, and that was it. But prior to that, I drank for a while after we parted our ways. She's married, has a bunch of kids now. However, I think I only drank for probably a year and a half after that. Year and a half, 2 years, constantly. And then I wound up hurting somebody else, and I was like, fuck. I don't know if you've ever done anything that you wouldn't commonly do, right? So you
Yes,
do
I
something
have.
okay, well, it breaks your moral compass, right? So when you violate
Yes.
your own fucking moral compass, that's gonna make you feel a certain way. So
Yeah.
I thought I got an idea. I'm like, I'll go to a detox. Like that's got to be the best fucking bet, right? So I went to the detox, and the lady's like, she's like, "Are you okay, sir?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm fine. Are you fine?" She's like, "You seem pretty intoxicated. We generally like people to come here sober." I'm like, "Lady, if I could stay fucking sober, I wouldn't need your fucking help." Right? Fuck, don't say so stupid things, fucking weirdo. What the fuck's wrong with you? uh, you know what I mean? Like, we tend to like people
Yeah.
coming here sober. Well, I'm sorry. If I could stay sober long enough, I'll tell you what, I wouldn't even need to be here. So,
I got a mute.
yeah, there was 2 options, right? So, well, no, there's 3 if you include that one. Okay, so the first option was I find the first cop I see and punch him clean in the fucking mouth. Do some damage. That way he'll arrest me and he'll put me in the drunk tank, right? So that's 1 day, you know. If I could take that day, sober up that 1 day, I could fight through the next one. So option number 2, I could sit outside that place until I sobered up, which was a bad idea, and which really confused me. Why would you build a bar across the street from a detox center? I mean, it doesn't make no fucking sense at all. That people are going to get out of there and then they're going to go drink again, then they got to go back. Fucking leave the temptation alone. So, the option number 2 was that. Option number 3 was I could admit myself. Basically to a fucking psych ward, which I didn't know until after I signed the paper. I was just desperate to be somewhere that could be my strength for me and help me get sober. So I was like, fuck it, let's do it. They're like, you're going to be on level 4. I'm like, what the fuck is level 4? Right. And so the first night they had me sleep in this weird conference room with this weird fucking dude outside. And then that next morning at 7 o'clock, they come in and they're like, okay, up and at 'em. I'm like, fuck you. I don't know if you know what a hangover feels like, but go fuck yourself. I'm going right back to bed. That was not an option. So I had to get up, right? Go to my room, the room that they had designated for me. And I was like, well, this is fucking fucked up. I'm like, if I wanted to go to fucking jail, I would have punched the cop in the mouth across the street. I thought I was doing something good by not hitting the damn cop and by signing myself into this motherfucking place. And she's like, do you know where you are? I'm like, I don't know, some fucking detox center of some sort. She's like, no, I basically signed myself over for 72 hours is what I did. So whatever the fuck they could figure out in that 72 hours kept me there for 3 months.
No way. Seriously?
Kept me there for 3 months. Right? And which was stupid because the doctor's like, this little psychiatrist dude, he's like, so tell me, how do you cope with this? I'm like, I drink. I smoke dope. That's how I cope with it. He's like, so if you didn't have, booze and dope to smoke, how would you cope with it? I was like, not well. He's like, so would it be worse or better? I'm like, well, if it would be better, I wouldn't fucking drink and smoke dope. Fuck is wrong with you? Stupid question. Don't try to use your reverse psychology bullshit on me. I'll pick it away a mile away. I'll
So
see that coming.
Did you have the ability to leave if you wanted?
Not for the first 72 hours, because you sign a waiver.
Right, but after that, could you leave?
I could have, but I couldn't have. I'll describe it, or I'll explain it. So after 72 hours, this Chinese fellow will come to you. I don't know if he comes to everybody, but he came to me, right? Not like a figment of my imagination. He was fucking real. He's like a doctor, an orderly, or whatever the hell he was. And he was like, okay, so here's what my analogy is, or my prognosis, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. And I was like, okay, give it to me straight. Am I sober? Can I stay sober? He's like, I don't think that being sober is your problem. And I'm like, I think you're fucking stupid. Next, give me another doctor. You're fucking incompetent. Because I'm here because I want to quit drinking. I want to be sober. I don't know if can you spell that? Fuck. And he's like, but I don't think that's your problem. I'm like, well, what the fuck is my problem then, fucking wise ass? And he's like, well, you have a hard time dealing with this. I'm like, yeah, but with a big old 60 and a case of fucking beer and some weed, I'm good. That's what I need to quit. So basically, after the 72 hours, that guy came, spoke with me. He's like, if you sign yourself over for another 72 hours, I can do a little bit more. I don't want to say he said tests because that doesn't make any sense. Whatever he said, it was supposed to do
evaluation. Probably he's going to evaluate you more.
That's it. Evaluation. Right. So I signed myself over for another 72 hours, which frustrated me after day one. Because after day one, I really wanted to go across that bar across the street. But by the end of that 72 hours, they gave me two options. So option number A would be I can walk out the door, not get any help, go to the bar across the street, get drunk. And at that time, my vehicle was still there. So that would be get drunk, then get in my vehicle and drive the fuck away and run the risk of hurting someone. I'm not afraid to die, so I wasn't really worried about me. I was more thinking, what if I What if I took it too far? Went a little bit too fast, couldn't slow down, couldn't handle it, couldn't whatever, and I hurt someone. So I was like, okay, so there's that. So here's my pros and cons of choosing option A or option B. So I'm weighing it out in my mind real fast, and I thought if I stay here, it's like 2.5 months or roughly 3 months, and what I had to do for that was I had to sign another waiver, basically stating that if I didn't complete, there's a form of like Alcoholics Anonymous and Narcotics Anonymous and emotional management and something else. There was like 5 or 6 different programs in this. I think it was a psych ward. I don't know what the fuck. It was a hospital anyway, a secure facility. So option A, I leave. I walk out the front door. I get drunk, get my vehicle, drive, run the risk of hurting someone, and then they lose the child, and then they got to feel what I'm feeling. So I was like, okay, that's not a good option. But if I stay here, I could get sober, and if I could get sober, I could maybe find some clarity, and if I could find some clarity, I can find more understanding of how to cope or accept, I guess. So I was like, is there not a way that we could just do this by a 72-hour standpoint? Right? I mean, if like it's 72 hours. Well, apparently it's not covered under the same fucking health benefits or whatever the fuck if you just do the 72-hour thing. But if you sign up for the whole fucking kit and caboodle and you stay there for about 3 months, it's covered, right? So I took 2.5 hours to think about that. Maybe just 2 hours. It might have been 2 hours. And I waited out for the whole time. That was the longest it had ever taken me to analyze something and not be able to pick a left or a right. It took me that long to be able to figure out what was right and what was wrong. And I remember thinking that closer to the end before I made my decision. I was like, there's no fucking way. Like I can commonly take a situation, even if it's a situation that is immediately brought to me, and be able to do a quick analyzation and think of 15 different things to go with it in just a matter of a few seconds. Real quick. But I cannot figure out a simple 2 decision, an option A or an option B. So I was like, that tells me that there's kind of a problem, right? And I started remembering different other shit. So I was like, fuck it. The only way that I'm going to be able to get sober is to sign what felt like my fucking life away. Because if anything were to happen while I was detoxing in this hospital place and I were to hurt somebody, it would then become it would be a different aspect, like the whole fucking diameter, or not diameter, the whole.
Can I interrupt so I can get my brain wrapped around something? So you was in a mental facility at that point, right? You wasn't in a detox.
No, there was a detox that was beside it, but they didn't want to take me because I was intoxicated as a motherfucker.
So you went over to the mental for the 72, correct?
Yeah, it was basically you can have 2 different type of psych holds. You can have a 72-hour psych hold that you ask for, and you can have a 72-hour.
But you don't. But
ones that are appointed, ones that are mandatory, ones
right.
that are spur of the moment. So like the guy running down the street with the tinfoil hat, naked.
But mental don't detox. They should have sent you back to detox.
No, I lost my fucking mind. That I was right where I needed to be. So not being accepted into that detox facility was actually a blessing, because I hadn't realized the gravity of the situation. I don't know, when my son died, I piece by piece I lost my fucking mind. And then I guess you'd call it losing.
So did they help you in that 3 months time period?
Fucking right they did. I stayed sober for a long ass motherfucking time after that. Like a long fucking time. I was sober for not months, years.
Oh, really?
Like not years, but I was sober for fucking, I can't even remember, it was so long. But I was right where I needed to be. I lost, I don't know if you've ever had a temporary psychosis before. It's what they called it. They called it a temporary psychosis brought on by stress induced or grief induced or whatever the fuck you call it. Basically, I felt a certain way and my brain skipped. And when my brain skipped, I skipped. And then I ran with it. So, I mean, I didn't understand the extent of it until I sobered up in this facility. But once I had sobered up, I realized that I had lost a handful of very crucial, valuable things that made me who the fuck I am. You know, I lost compassion. I lost the ability to put myself in someone else's shoes. I lost the ability to be able to run a simulation inside my brain and be able to put myself and feel what somebody else is feeling, not to the extent that they're feeling it, but by almost like a default setting in my brain where I was like, okay, this is what that feeling could feel like. It could be worse, it could be less, but let's gravitate it to the middle. In the middle, what do I feel like in that situation? So if I feel weird or anything feels off in that situation, then it's just about, well, if they feel a little bit worse, then they feel more. But if they feel a little bit less, they're still feeling something. So I was able to put myself in, I lost that ability. I lost the ability to, I just didn't care. I stopped caring. I stopped caring about everything.
Hey, I hate to interrupt you, but I got to hop off here. I'm going to talk to you guys
buddy.
later. Thanks for letting me on, brother. Cindy,
Yeah, buddy,
I'll see
thanks
you
for
later.
being here. I appreciate
Bye,
it.
Robert.
No problem. Much love, everybody in the chat. Y'all have a good one. I'll see you.
You too. So basically, I lost all those abilities, which turned me into a bitter, angry, psychosis-stricken, fucking alcoholic. I mean, I guess you could possibly say that in those moments I could have been a possible danger to someone. You know, like, I mean, I've spent most of my life in boxing and fucking kickboxing and mixed martial arts, and then I took a bunch of other different lessons from my uncle, who's a Golden Glove boxer, who taught me the shit that a regular instructor would not teach you. You know. So I could do some damage, you know, and you mix that with not having the ability to care about anything. I mean, nothing.
Why don't you end this stream? Why don't you end this stream and we can talk in the back?
No.
Because the stream is just talking about that cop. They're not talking about what we're talking about.
I'm good with it running. I'm confidently good with it running. I genuinely
Huh?
do not give a fuck what people think of me.
Do what?
I mean, I do in a sense, and I don't in a sense, right? I mean, fucking love it or hate it, whatever. You know, not everybody in this fucking world has some kitty fucking cotton candy, fucking bubble wrapped experiences, and not everybody has perfect experiences, and not everybody has in the middle experiences. You know, not one experience is greater than the next one, or lesser than the next one.
Okay.
It all matters on how it affects that person.
As long as you're okay.
I'm okay with it.
Okay.
I'm really okay with it.
Okay. As long as you're doing okay.
Yeah, I'm doing okay.
Okay. I just want to make sure you're doing okay.
Yeah, I'm doing okay.
Okay.
But anyway, I lost those abilities, and the alcohol helped me not think about it. Right. I mean, I've always lived by a moral compass, you know, respect, loyalty, honor, honesty, you know, relationships, faithfulness, those types of things. Always be true to something, you know, something honest, you know. So I've always had those morals since I was younger, right? So when you lose those morals, you also lose a piece of yourself. You know, you add that to losing. When I lost my son, when he died, I lost another piece of myself. Then I lost another piece of myself when I said it would be easier to not forgive her and to kick her the fuck out of my house than to forgive her and possibly tie the same chain that was tied to my feet to her fucking feet and just drag her down the fucking ocean with me. Right? So I guess I didn't lose my ability to care. I mean, if you look at it from a broader perspective or a broader picture, but by the time I was done in this damn place that I was in, I was sober. I had finished the 5 programs. And I stayed sober for a number of fucking years. And then one of my son's birthdays, added by a fuck of a lot of bullshit in life. It was like one thing led to another thing, led to another thing, led to another thing, led to another thing, where it was like cigarettes and weed are just not fucking cutting it. And then I jumped off the wagon willingly. However, I mean, the drinking me would not have been able to stop at 2 beer. So the fact that the other night when I had 2 beer with my brother, I was able to stop and surprisingly did not want any more. I think
that's a good step.
It's a fuck of a good step, right? I mean,
Yeah,
it's not. I don't drink every fucking day. You know, once every couple months. You know, I'll drink. It's not like I was drinking like several years ago. Like I drank every fucking day, all day. When it came to a time where I felt a certain way, I would down a big old glass of fucking shine so that it would just put me to fucking sleep for a couple hours so I could wake up and start that day all over again. I mean, I drank on job sites. I don't know. I'd say the largest part, well, I mean, it's 2 largest parts, but one of the largest parts about that was a good and a bad, right? So I'm really good at weighing shit out, I'm good at puzzles. I'm good at numbers. I'm good at figuring out a good probability, right? What would be the better bet? What would be the wiser decision? What would be the mathematical plus? So when thinking about that kind of era of my life or time, uh, sure, one of the things that bothered me is my son died. So that's it happens. Not to everybody, but it does happen. So I know that I'm not alone in that. That's number one. Number two is the amount of ignorance to what was around me, compiled with the amount of unthinking, selfish acts, right? I mean, like, I'm not talking about where you commit a selfish act, but you don't have good intentions. I mean, like, I had no fucking intentions at all. I just did not fucking care, right? So you jumble that together, and the only thing that you can take from it, because I am an absolute firm believer that if you stub your toe walking out of a door frame, the next time you walk through that door frame, you better be looking at the fucking floor. Because if you don't learn something, it was for nothing.
Mhm. Now, you said your son died when he was about 2.
Two and a
Do I
half.
have that right?
Two and a half.
Have you ever spoke to other um, parents of children whose children died at that age?
That was the stupidest fucking thing I ever been to, and not because of the people. The people were awesome, because I went to
Right.
one of those things. There was like
Yeah.
a thing in the city where it was like fuck, Grieving Parents Anonymous or some fucking stupid shit.
Right. Right.
Anonymously go to this high school
Right.
where a whole bunch of parents go that had lost a child, right?
Right.
But that's not how. That's not would have helped me. I know that that's not would have helped me.
The reason I ask is that when we lost our our babies at birth, I went to one of those for the babies at birth. That's why I wondered if they sent you to one for children of that age bracket.
No. Basically, how I came across it was I was still friends with her sister. Um, I mean, I wouldn't really call it friends. I mean, she came by from time to time to check on me. Uh, I think that she sent her. Uh, Maybe, I don't know. She came by time and time again to check on me, make sure I was still alive or hadn't killed anybody or myself. Her words, not mine. And I don't know where I was going with that. What the fuck?
The lady came to check on you.
That's her sister.
Yeah, her sister.
We're talking about this damn program and how it wouldn't have helped me.
Yeah.
I don't know. She sent her sister. I think she sent her. I mean, her sister was unique. I mean, I don't think she would do it on her own. I mean, maybe, I don't fucking know. People can surprise you, in some weird fucking ways. Or you may think one thing about a person, but it'll be something completely fucking different. Something that didn't line up, right? So I don't know. Maybe she sent her. Maybe she genuinely cared and was like, "Fuck, I better go check on him." I'm not quite sure. Whatever. Regardless, I got out of this place. I went to this group. I was in there and I was talking to these people. Uh, it would not have helped me. I would have, by the end of it, wanted to help them and not have
Forgive
helped
me for
myself.
laughing. That's true. That's true. That's true.
You understand?
I
It's like
So I
going to the
told-
grocery store with $100 for groceries, but then you see a family that's outside that has absolutely fucking nothing to eat, and you know that you got some shit at home that you could just fry up and that'll last you for a while anyway. You're just getting a top up anyway, so you take that $100 and you spend it on that family so that they have a fucking food in their stomach for that night and the next couple nights at least, or however many nights they can make it last. You know, that's one of those calculations. You know, weighed out.
Or you think that if I wasn't sad when I went in, I'd be sad when I left?
No, I don't think that's what it was.
For me, for one class, I said that's the reason I wouldn't go back is because I said if I wasn't sad when I went in, I'd be sad when I left.
No, I would have kicked into overdrive. I would have kicked into overdrive. But I can tell you how it probably would have went. It probably would have went day one of being there. I would have tried to figure everybody out. No, that would be day two. Day one, I would listen. Maybe not talk. Day two of being there, I would have paid closer attention to people's movements, listened to them a little bit more closely. Day three, I would have been trying to predict the moves that they make, to understand intention. And then by the end of a week or two, I would have thought I might have had a way to help them. And then I would have pushed it. I would have tried to help them, right? Whether they wanted it or not. Because once I get, it's like knowing that 1 + 1 is 2, but another person thinks that 1 + 1 is 11, not realizing that in order for that to be 11, you'd have to remove the plus sign and put "and" there. You know, that small little detail. A lot of people miss that small little detail, but it can be used in both ways, right? It's like interchangeable, like a reverse sweater. But even a reverse sweater, you know, you still see pieces of it. So by the end of 2 weeks, I would have had everybody's movements pegged out.
I wouldn't have made it 2 weeks.
And I would have had solutions. Ways
you wouldn't
to
have solution to me because I'd have been gone.
But that's how it would have ended. You know, I would have spent that whole fucking time trying to help the other people feel better and compartmentalizing mine and thinking, hey, fuck it, I can fix this later. But these people, I think, are feeling more, right? Because I can deal with it. You know, I mean, I can mostly deal with it, but I can deal with it a lot better than those people were dealing with it. It's like some of those people, it had just happened, you know? So I had understanding by that point that they didn't have. So if I could minimize my own shit and put it aside for a second and possibly help one of those people, that's one person.
That's a good concept. I like that.
But I had to sacrifice that moral in order to get the help I needed to continue to be sober for as long as I had stayed sober for. But do you ever wonder where people are today?
I know from those classes, I know where one person is. The only one. Oh, the other people I don't know, and not to be nasty, I don't think about them. But one lady in that class, we did stay in touch, and I know where that one person is.
I think about shit, right? So I'll run scenarios simulations, or I mean, it's fun once you get started. It's like a weird. It's like playing Sudoku in your head, or chess, you know, or a mind game on yourself. You, you cause yourself to create a simulation of an event so that you can figure out the best possible reaction, or you're not really reaction, but the best possible outcome, right? So you fast forward a few years, you know, at some point in time, you're going to think, well, let's hypothetically say that that person had got help that they needed, but let's say that they didn't get help that they needed, which is the more greater outcome, you know. I know how I felt in that moment, and I wasn't good at all. Like I wasn't good at fucking all, and I made reckless decisions. Some of them got people hurt. Some of them got me hurt. All my that's all on me. Like those are my actions, you know. Like I can't blame the neighbor for fucking slamming the door. He's a fucking idiot. You can't fix stupid. You know. What I should have did was went to the fucking dollar store and got a little piece of rubber for the bottom of like a boot for a fucking leg of a chair, and just put a bunch of them on his damn door frame so that it closed and didn't slam the fucking shit together. That's what I should have did, but I did it that differently, right? So if you think back to how I was in that moment, right, and then everybody deals with their own little grief in different stages and different levels, and sometimes not always in the exact same pattern, right? That's one thing that I really noticed is that it's the same damn pattern, like the same equation mixed up, right? So what my stage 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 was, theirs is fucking reversed or mixed up. You know, like they took all the numbers and just put them in a cup and fucking shook them and then threw them on a table and was like, okay, pick them. You know, they went in their own. It was the same 5 stages, but in different sequence. You know. So sometimes I wonder if you could have helped somebody and you didn't help them, where would they be today? That is one equation that I cannot ever figure out. And I'm good at puzzles. I'm good at those equations. I'm good at figuring out what is the probable outcome.
Well, I met that lady there. And so her and I stayed together, stayed in touch. As we call it, she got her happily ever after. She got a baby. Her first baby didn't make it, but then she got pregnant again and she got a baby. So she got her happily ever after. I was there when the baby was born. So she got her happily ever after. Now, I lost my baby. My baby was born deceased. My next baby, she was there when my next baby was born, and my next baby was born deceased. So my happily ever after was my first baby. My next 2 babies did not make it, but she was there with me for my second baby. But she was there and she helped me through. She would help me through a lot with that last one because she was there to say a lot of things, woman to woman. My husband was my rock. But there was a lot of things, woman to woman. Yeah, I mean.
But sometimes women need women, you know. You can, like, you can be fond of someone to the point where you can share anything with that person, and you can be comfortable discussing or talking or letting that person help you, even when you think that you don't need the help, right? But sometimes women just need to get together. And this is something I've noticed from growing up in a family that has been completely and entirely fucking dominated by women, is that sometimes women just need to get the fuck together, let loose, and just fucking let their hair down and talk to each other like however the fuck women talk to each other. You know, I don't know how the fuck they talk to each other, but somehow or another they got a way of communicating where they just fucking figure shit out. You know, it's like putting two supercomputers in the same damn room. You don't know if it's a good idea or if they're just going to join forces and morph together like some kind of weird Power fucking Ranger transformer and attack you. I don't know, whatever, or someone. I don't know if like, or maybe they'll create something beautiful. Either way, what I've learned from that is that women sometimes just need to be with women for a little bit to just kind of do their own little shit. You know, whatever the hell women do. I mean, you'd think I would know this, but I don't. I mean, I don't really care to know either. I really don't.
We don't let you know our. If we let you know our secrets, it wouldn't be a
I want to
secret.
figure out. Right, and that's I'm talking about a whole new equation, right? A whole new puzzle to solve. You know, are they gonna morph together to some big fucking transformer, and it's just gonna be one big ass fucking angry woman just plowing down all the men? I don't fucking know, but I don't want to think about it until I have to. Maybe I don't know. That's a joke. I'm being sarcastic or funny.
I know you are.
You know, I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm trying to lighten the mood at the same time. No, but
You're
but
fine.
I'm being honest. Sometimes women just need to go take a day and just go chill with each other. You know, one of my exes was like that. It, she she was real fucking cool with talking to my friends or talking to some of her friends or whatever. But sometimes she just needed to just the fuck appear with 10 of her friends, and I mean, as long as she let me know that she was okay and hadn't been kidnapped by fucking ninjas, you know, at some point in fucking time, you know, just so I didn't worry. I really didn't give a shit because I knew that her friends were psychotic as fuck, and I knew that she had a little bit of a crazy little fucking tweak in her. A good crazy though, not a bad crazy. Like I don't fuck with something I care about crazy. I will cut you, motherfucker. So all of them together, I don't, no way, no fucking how. them 10 fucking, well, be 11 with her. Them 11 fucking women would probably clean a bar out and KO every motherfucker in there faster than 11 men. They just had that
Wow.
fucking, they were tough women, man. They were fucking, these are all people that we grew up with, though. You know, like we grew up in the same fucking neighborhood. we grew up with the same fucking struggles. You know, we all fought to fucking survive. You know, we fought to get anything. So we understood things and we valued things differently. You know, take the person that's never ate cotton candy before, and then the person that was born into the family that invented it and gave it to them multiple times a day. That person would be like, I really fucking hate cotton candy. Just give me something else. However, taken into the different aspect of it to someone that has never tried it before. You give them a piece of cotton candy, them motherfuckers are going to be addicted like a fucking crackhead, you know, running down the street going, I need my next 20 piece. You know, I don't know, new experiences, I guess. I don't know. But I knew that when they got together, I mean, she was safe. So that really didn't bother me. I mean, she would text me if like she needed me to go pick her up, or her and her friends, which I really fucking hated doing because they were all loud and rowdy. And I would be real calm, right? So I didn't like that, but at least I knew that they got home safe and nobody was driving drunk. Or if she was going to be late, she'd text me or whatever the fuck, say, hey, listen, fucking shit's a little bit fucked up, whatever the fuck the case may be. But when that sometimes women just need to get the fuck together with women and discuss shit. You know, I don't know what the fuck you people. I don't know what you guys girls fucking plot or figure out when you're all alone in your own little fucking Catwoman fucking dungeon
Catwoman.
cave place. Well, I'd say Batman, but that's kind of weird. You know, he implies a man to woman, whatever. Catwoman, yeah, it's kind of the same thing. But sometimes women just need to be with women for a day and chill, talk, right? Women deal with things a little bit differently than men do. I've noticed that.
Overall,
Women are-
women are more emotional than men.
I don't know about that. I'm an emotional motherfucker. I wear my feelings on
I
the
said,
outside.
didn't I say overall? I didn't say 100%. I said
Oh,
overall.
I get it. Hold on a second, Cindy. Oh, shit. Fuck off. Damn keys. Hello?
Yeah, we're still here.
Okay, cool. I had to move something. Dude needed to come in with a trailer. Something else I haven't dropped off. Oh yeah. Sometimes women just need to get together with women and
No, I had said women are more emotional, and you
Oh,
just
yeah,
tell me you
right,
was
sorry.
emotional. You just tell me how emotional you are.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say that like I'm 100 fucking like I'm not like fucking. When I care, I care. When I love, I love. When I hate, I hate. You know, when I feel
Well, I wasn't saying you're
emotions.
sitting on the couch with chocolate, chocolate ice cream, crying at a movie. I'm just teasing.
No, no, no. Wait, fuck, no. Uh, I mean, I would sit in my recliner if I was at that, level. I'd just sit in my recliner and stare at my ceiling. Because I mean, one of the best things about running simulations inside your brain, like a movie, is that you can watch them, kind of. So I mean, you could sit there and think of different things, just something to pass the time, I guess. keeps you occupied. So if I ever say I'm staring at my ceiling, I'm not just staring at my ceiling. I'm thinking. I'm running different things through my brain. If I need to decompress a day, if I've made decisions that day that I think could be questionable, I'll run those through my brain, and I'll be like, there is multiple different outcomes that could have happened to one situation. Which was the logical one? The one that I did, or was there a logical one that I overlooked? So I'll run that through. And once I find one that stands out, I'll run it through again. And I'll make sure I come back to that very same one. And I'll do that 3 times. If I come up to the same conclusion 3 times after running the simulation in my brain, then I know that that's the proper one. Because when you run the simulation through by chance, it's hard to describe. It's like
we talked about this the other night. Remember when we talked about you remembering everything, and yeah, we talked about that the other night.
Yeah. Some call it overthinking, but that's not what it is. It's running different beginnings, different outcomes, different middles, different ends, different. Could I have dealt with the situation better? Could I have dealt with it worse? Could I have prevented something from happening that had happened or could have happened?
This is also where you're keeping yourself in guilt because you keep rerunning the whole thing in your head. That's where you're keeping yourself in guilt.
No, I did that before. I just didn't do it to the extent. Like I didn't. I should have been there, kind of thing, right? So like, I could have been there. You know, I mean, I'm not saying I'm fucking Superman. Maybe could have prevented something bad from happening, but I'm saying that had I have been there, the odds would have increased to a better favor. The odds would have been better. There's more of a chance that it could have all been prevented. You know, everything could have been prevented just by a single chance. Because chance is like rolling a dice. But you got to make sure that when you take a chance, that chance doesn't underweigh the risk. So if you take a chance on something really good, then the chance must be greater, but the risk has to be at a level of risk where it's not completely easy. It's got to be right at that fucking sweet spot, you know? And once you're able to figure that through, you know, a lot of times taking a chance is worth every fucking risk. There's not many chances to take a risk or a chance that's not worth it, you know? Because sometimes you have nothing to lose. Now, if I said I'm going to drive 190 miles an hour and smack into a wall, now the risk of that would be death, paralyzation, incredible amount of fucking pain. So that's a horrible chance. You know, the risk is so unfathomable that taking that chance would be fucking stupid. It would be the stupidest fucking chance. I mean, it'd be a cool fucking story to tell. You know, fucking almost 200 miles per hour, smoking to the side of a fucking wall, and I lived, you know. It'd be a cool story, but the story is not worth the risk. right? So that's that aspect of what a risk and a chance, right? Had I would have that day taken a risk or a chance rather, and just said, I'm going to do this today instead of this, would have increased the odds at least 42%, give or take. I mean, it depends. I wasn't there, so I don't know every single variable of the surroundings, but by will and adrenaline, I think it would have come up to about a 42-43% chance of it not going the way it went. Right? I mean, even just a 1%, still worth it. 100% worth it, right? But I mean, I chose to do something else that day. which is kind of weird because I never miss that day ever, not even once. But for some reason that day, I had to finish a project, you know, like an obsessive compulsive fucking disorder. You got to complete a task. You left it uncompleted. So go complete that task. I don't know. Just a variable. You know?
Yeah, you're
Weighing
right.
certain things out. Everything in life is a chance. I walk out my front door, I'm taking a chance. A lot of people don't see that is taking a chance because they just walk through life so fucking la-di-da and don't realize that anything can happen at any fucking moment.
How many times have you heard it wouldn't have changed things if it was supposed to happen, it was going to happen? Have you heard that one?
I've heard that everything happens for a reason.
Yeah,
However,
basically.
I would really like to know what the fucking reason is for that. I had a house. I had nice vehicles. I was well off money wise. I had a beautiful boy. I had a girl that loved me. I loved her. We grew up together. We were best of friends. Actually, I wound up smashing the fuck out of her boyfriend that she was with. That's how we got together later on. But I basically told him in the start, I'm like, yo, I'm taking your girl. It's just what's happening, bro. I'm just taking your fucking girl. If you got a fucking problem with it, then let's deal with it. And just because he was a dick. I mean, an absolute dick. Every intention that he had was stupid. You know? Take all of her fucking money and shit and fuck, just a jerk off, you know? Don't you get a fucking job, motherfucker? How about that? Get a fucking job. Go out and sweat a couple fucking drops of sweat, earn a fucking paycheck, and spend that fucking money. You know? Don't fucking spend her money. What the fuck's wrong with you, stupid fucking bum? That's just my opinion. So that's how we kind of got together, right? But we were kind of together before that, in a weird way. Like the topic had come up, kind of thing. But we grew up together, right? So obviously that fucking topic's gonna come up. I mean, she'd make me eat sand when I was a kid. Throw fucking rocks at me. Steal my dinky cars. She fucking bury them and hide them and never tell me where they were again. Still to this day, there's hundreds of dinky cars buried in that backyard of that fucking place. I don't know where they're fucking buried. Get a metal detector, you'll probably find them. But I don't talk to her anymore, so I can't even ask her where those dinky cars are. And I don't really care much to talk to her. And that sounds really weird, but I just I mean, I tried to after for a while, you know, like she wound up coming over afterwards, because her and my best friend didn't work out, right? So we were gonna try, but then it didn't work out that way. But we stayed friends for a while, but then we just decided it's better to. Every feeling that she should have felt prior, that she held on to, has become her today. So had I not have been as selfish as I was, there's a chance that she would be just a smidgen bit more happier. Right? I mean, run that simulation. Just run it in your head for a minute. Had I would have dealt with that situation, the whole fucking situation, right, the way it was supposed to be dealt with, where I should have said, fuck the alcohol, fuck what I'm feeling, what the fuck is she feeling? Because that thought ran through my brain, right? But I silenced it. I was like, fuck, I don't want to think about that because that's just gonna make me feel worse. You know, I don't want to make her. I don't want to fucking know. You know, not now, not right now. I don't. So I ran that, right? So I was like, fuck it. I'm going home. I'm getting fucking drunk. I'm probably gonna piss on my boot, trying to pee in the corner off on the side of the fucking tree over there, but I'm gonna figure it out. But had I not have, right? Had I would have been me, you know, which I think that's the one thing I picked away from that. You know how I say that if you don't learn from a situation, or if you fuck up on something and you don't understand or can even fathom your fuck up, or even figure a way to correct a fuck up, I mean, that would make you doomed, right? Because, I mean, Einstein's definition of insanity is repeating the same thing over and over again and expecting a different results, right?
Right.
You have to get better. By every mistake you make in life, that's just part of the life game. We're all human. We're gonna make fucking mistakes. You know, it's not the fall. The fall is irrelevant. It's getting back up. You know, some people crawl until they can walk, and some people just stand right the fuck back up.
Some people don't get up. Some people don't get up.
Some people don't get up. You're right. So in that instance, right? So let's say for instance, I was me, right? And I said, you know what she's feeling matters more to me than what I'm feeling. So, I mean, the best outcome and the best equation of this is to, or answer to it, is to not go home and get drunk and to stay here, comfort her, make her feel better, and worry about her. You know, I should have been the one that was strong, but she was, and I wasn't. Like, I was horribly not. Like, I was, it's very hard to describe. That's the only thing I'd say. But that's an equation that I still today, I still today run it through my head. I mean, I always get the same fucking response. The proper thing to do, the one with the most fruitful outcome, the most amount of yield at the end of it, would be to forget about the fucking alcohol that was at home and stay there, right? Because every feeling that she was supposed to feel and get out of her system, then she hung on to it, right? and she put on a stronger face, a smile. You know, she didn't allow herself to grief because she knew that if I saw her that way, it would make me worse. Now, she hasn't said that to me, and I haven't spoken to her in years, but I know her. And I know that that's why, I know that that's why she put on that face. Right?
You're absolutely right. I'm sure.
I'm 100% right. I know I'm 100% right. I mean, I know this woman better than fucking I know myself. We grew up together. It was I don't know, it's kind of a weird childhood. We all kind of chilled together. You know, there's a little group of us. Her brother, me, cousins. We were all just fucking chill. You know. But because I know her the way that I know her, I know that that's why she did it. Oh, I mean, maybe, but here's another equation, right? And this one stumps me every single time because it branches off like a fucking cobweb. I mean, if you were ever trapped in my brain, I think it would drive you completely fucking batshit crazy. Because I think of it like a bunch of strings that are connected together, and at the end of each string, there's something different. You know, it's like a little cobweb. So here's another variable, right? Let's say hypothetically, she wasn't considerate, which she didn't need to be. Not in that moment. That's not one of those moments where, I mean, I really wish she would have just demanded me, you know? I wish she would have got angry and said, no, this is what the fuck is up. Like, pull your fucking self together. But she didn't, right? I mean, I'm not blaming. I'm just saying that's what I wish would have happened. It would have been a cool variable. But there's another little branch off of that. What if she did allow herself to grieve after losing our son, and me seeing her grieve made me stronger? Hypothetically, let's say, right? Because it would have hurt me to see her hurt, right? I would have hurt with her, for her. I would have felt more hurt. So what if, in that instance, I had felt so much fucking hurt that it brought us closer, right? I mean, the fact is we probably wouldn't have stayed together to begin with. Like, I mean, maybe. I don't fucking know. I mean, I don't even look at her that I mean, it's been so many fucking years. That's not even, I don't look at her that way, you know? She'll always be the mother of my son, you know? That's what she'll be. The girl I grew up with. But hypothetically, let's say we branch off onto that side of the cobweb, right? Let's say she allowed herself and said, fuck it, I'm gonna grieve, and that's what I need to do. And let's say she
It's
allowed herself to do
possible.
it.
It's possible that it would have pulled you up out of your own grief. It would have snapped you to pay attention to her.
I think it would have. I really think it would have. I know me, right? I know that when I'm feeling a certain way, and I see someone is not feeling that way, the moment that person starts to feel that way, I mean, the moment it starts and I see it and I sense it, it snaps me out of whatever funk I'm in. Because now I'm focused on them. I'm like, okay, maybe it's not so bad, you know? Now let's just
You
help.
always talk about the stuff going on in your head, your scenarios, you run and run and run. Have you ever taken time to look up what the statistics on marriages that survive after deaths of children?
Well, they never do.
Huh?
They never do. There's always a form of either resentment or or there's a me. Right? I mean, in every one of those scenarios, there's a one of me. It's either the female or it's the male. It's not directed at just one. There's always one that is stronger. There's one that is stronger physically, one that is stronger mentally. However, there's a different aspect to that, because you could both be the same strength physically, but have different emotional strengths. You could be the same emotional strengths and have different physical strengths. But the variable is still the same. You can't pinpoint it to one specific gender. You know, it's just by chance that it's that person because of their personality, or it's by chance that person because of their personality. The fact of the matter is it. I've known it almost. I mean, I've known her my whole fucking life. So, we grew up together. We were friends. Then we got together. You know, I know her, right? She's always been a strong motherfucker. You know, she was that fucking girl on the schoolyard. They would kick a boy in the face, knock every one of his fucking teeth out, and be like, "That's for fucking with my sister, you fucking dick." You know, she just, when she cared, you know. And it literally oozed out of her. Not in like oozing, but it arrayed, you know.
Because see, in our particular case, you talked about women needed women.
Right.
I needed women. My husband was a rock. My husband was wonderful. But there was a difference.
Situated.
But there was a difference. Our children were born dead. So my husband had no real connection. All my husband saw was his wife had a big stomach. He did not feel them kicking. He did not have any of that. All he had was the love that he was feeling, as if all that of I was getting ready to have his child. He had not seen the child. He had nothing. He had the grief of knowing we knew that the child was dying. Well, the one we knew the child was dead moments before it was delivered. The other one we knew was dying as it was being delivered. I mean, it was just terrible, terrible. But he didn't know this. So he couldn't help me in my grief because I had 9 months of the kicking and the turning and all that stuff. So don't get me wrong. I'm not saying my husband was an idiot. Please don't think that.
No, just sometimes women understand women.
But I needed women who had carried babies, even women who had live deliveries. I still needed women. I need women. I need women to hug me. I needed women. And it wasn't that my husband was bad. My husband was still my rock. My husband still let me go through every grieving process I needed to go to. He still grieved with me. He still was missing a child, but he wasn't grieving the same way I was. And we still had to we actually got separate counseling because of the fact that my father said, you guys are going to have marital issues if you don't hit it head on, because you're going to grieve, you're grieving separately. Because my father noticed we weren't grieving together. Because
between her and I
was grieving because I carried the child. I knew the child more than he did. He was grieving because he was grieving over me, but he was also grieving he didn't have a child. It was a whole nother different process. So we sought counseling separately. But then there came a point where one day, I will tell you, there was one day I looked straight at him and I yelled at him, why aren't you sad? He said, I am sad. I said, well, you're not sad enough. And that's when it was like, did that come out of my mouth? And that's when I realized I needed to get more in-depth counseling, because I realized I was mad at him. I was mad. I was mad that he wasn't grieving worse. I wanted him to be more upset. Maybe he was upset. Maybe he wasn't upset enough to my standards. So then I had to go get my own personal counseling, because I realized I was mad that he wasn't upset enough. But then they had to also talk to me about the fact that I carried the baby. He didn't. I had a whole lot more interaction that he didn't.
Bonding. I mean, that's what I figured out with everything that I've ran through my head. It's a mother's bond with their child is probably the greatest thing since oxygen. Like, I mean, I don't know if you've ever. I mean, commonly, mostly for most women, women. I mean, there's something about that mother bond. It's. I mean, I'll never be able to figure it out. I don't want to try and figure it out, because I feel like it'll be a rabbit hole that will consume me. And no, I don't want to. I mean, I'll just accept it for a bond. That's what it is. It's a bond. It's a mother's love, a mother's bond with her child. So it wouldn't matter if I spent more time with them. It wasn't so much about spending. It's that I spent the time I could. Like I worked my ass off, to get the house, to get the vehicles, to get everything, just so that everything was perfect, so that my child and the lady I was with would not ever want, would not ever need, and would not ever have the sorry, Joe. Basically just to not ever want or not ever need. Just to live comfortably where they never did without. And for that to happen, I had to work a lot and hard to make sure that they had everything they wanted, everything they needed, and everything they desired. The wants were middle, the desire was end, the needs were first. So whatever they needed would be the first thing that would come out of whatever paycheck I got that week. And then whatever they wanted would come next. Whatever they desired would come next. But always bills, food, everything that... when I was growing up, it was always must-dos before can-dos. Like, I must pay my internet bill or I won't they'll cut it off. I must pay my electricity bill or they're going to cut it off. There's a lot of things that you have to do in life that are boring as a motherfucker and irritating, but they're still one of those must-dos, right? So all the must-dos and then the can-dos, which are the wants, right? And there was plenty left over for the wants. And then the desires, that was something that you would want in the spur of the moment. Whatever you desired in that moment, if you could do it, you could do it. And I made a good chunk of fucking money weekly, So, I mean, that was what I worked for. I worked my fucking ass off so that they would never have to, do anything. They would just have to be their pretty little selves and be happy and never stress, never have to worry. And that's why I worked my ass off for it.
Cindy, read Beach 123 comment if you haven't read it already. It's pretty nice. You there, Cindy? Maybe not. Go ahead, Tank. I don't think she's there.
Okay. You talking about the whispers?
Yeah.
I'm here.
Okay. Whispered comment. That I believe that means that he's whispering. You know, like some the lower voice. Some of life's greatest disappointments are when others do not react to our expectations, no matter the hurt or hits our path. What? No matter the hurt that hits our no matter the hurt that hits our path. Cindy, you nailed this one. Hugs.
I was wondering what you nailed, and some of the greatest disappointments come when others don't react to our expectations. That is true. You know, sometimes you invest so much in a person, it makes you mad. Listen, I gave you advice. All you had to do was this, and you get mad. You get invested in it. And if they don't react the way you expect, you can get angry, man.
Well,
it's weird, but it's true.
Every chance has a
Can
risk.
I reread that? Can I reread that? Some of life's greatest disappointments are when others don't react to our expectations. No matter the hurt that hits our paths. You get that?
I wasn't here. You said you nailed that one, Cindy. I wasn't here, so I don't know exactly what you nailed. What's up, Jay? Those two children as well. Oh, Cindy, you lost two kids?
Dragon, you lost two kids also?
So sorry.
Yes, Jeff, I lost two small children. Dragon said he lost two children also.
That comment makes a shit ton of sense. Motherfucker, I'm putting that on the damn screen.
Yes, make it easy on us. I know my brother, my cousin moved here from somewhere, and I remember he was trying to find his footing. My brother talked him into getting clippers and, you know, starting to cut hair. And every time he come by, which was often a couple times a week, and he didn't have those clippers, my brother's temper got worse and worse and worse. And one day I see him yelling and angry. And like, what the hell, bro? Cause I told him to get them damn clippers. He could have had money by now. Okay, but you're way too invested in that shit. You're way too invested. You can't make a motherfucker do nothing. Yes, we need to stop getting disappointed when other people don't react the way we assume they're gonna react.
I would think that what bothers me is not so much the reaction, right? Not understanding and not showing understanding. Because you can react. I can say, Joe, I really don't give a fuck what you're feeling, but I understand it.
Yes.
You know, I understand it. You know?
I'm with you. I wouldn't, at least I hope I wouldn't react to someone not following my advice and not, you know, living up to following my expectations. I would hope that I realize people are people and I would not invest myself in that.
No, I get it. People are people, but I guess it would depend on the device though, Joe.
Dragon, what's up, man?
You know, like if I tell you, Joe,
what's up?
If I tell you, Joe, that if you get behind that wheel and you drive right now, a truck will come around the corner and smoke you. And you didn't take that advice and that truck came and smoked you? You didn't realize that I'd been sitting on that very same corner 2 weeks prior, and I've been counting how many vehicles are regulars and who are not, what time they come. And you just happen to start your vehicle, and I look at the time and I'm like, fuck, if he pulls out now, that truck's gonna hit him.
Right.
You know, Joe, don't pull out. Fuck you, Tank, fuck you. Well, that's it. Now, who deals with the consequence?
Not me. I'm assuming I'm dead. I got the truck killed me. But
You're injured, one or the other.
Or
Regardless, I still deal with that consequence because
regardless, you have to deal with those consequences. Yes, you are. Not only that, I got a lot of friends. You're gonna be like, I told him don't pull out. You should have told him more. You should have made him follow. You should have made him understand. You're gonna catch heat.
Why won't this damn link just paste?
Right.
Dragon.
No doubt.
What was your point with
Hey, what's up, fucking you in the face?
What was your point?
Funny name.
With people not living up to your expectations and Cindy hitting it on the nail.
What's that?
Well, it's I don't know what the fuck that was about, but I wouldn't say
when that truck comment, that was Dragon comment. He's on the screen. We can ask.
That wasn't me.
That wasn't him.
I'm sorry, that wasn't
That was
you.
Beach.
Oh, that was Beach. That's right. All right, Beach. My bad. Dragon.
I wasn't me.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You're right. I see it was Beach. Beach 1, 2, 3.
I'm not sure.
I was like, no, that's not me.
I'm not sure
I didn't say that.
I'm not sure I would ever get frustrated that someone didn't live up to an expectation because people are human, you know. However, if I give you advice based on facts that I've already figured out, I'm now sharing that knowledge with you. I'm preventing the burden from being placed on you.
Right.
You get it?
I don't get it. So, are you telling me that my brother had a stroke, right? And my buddy comes by to take him for a walk every day. And it's a fucking it's a shitload of them out here today. Hold on, let's see if you can see it. Brother, friend. What's up, Cat Daddy? Another one. What's going on, man? I'm chilling with some of my buddies on the internet, yo.
Know it up.
How cool is that, though? They come to one of them come to walk my brother. You know, he just had a stroke, and he was on a walker, so they walking around the neighborhood. How cool is that, right? These niggas is gods, man. Yeah.
I think maybe we misword things, but by habit, you know, not by direction, but by habit.
Yeah.
That makes sense, Joe?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear. I was talking to my guy. Say again.
Well, fuck your guy, Joe. Fuck that guy. Get him out of here. I'm talking. No, I'm just kidding.
Really?
Yeah, at least listen.
Yes. All right. This is a different guy's room. This is a friend of mine. His name's Tank Boy. This is a different room, but he's a wise dude. He's a sharp dude.
I got my sharp.
And he just said, "Fuck y'all." By the way, I was like, I didn't hear what you said. I was talking to my friend Tank. He like, "Fuck your
you
friend."
is interrupting my motherfucking conversation.
That's it, right?
What's up, bro?
Not much, bro. You?
Ain't nothing to. I don't mean to interrupt, man. I'm just trying to see what y'all got going. All right.
I was just chilling. Just chilling.
Right on.
All right. I'm sorry,
guys.
I'm sorry.
I think that by habit we misword things, or we confuse definitions.
Okay.
You know, so like if I say, Joe, you're fucking retarded. What comes to mind?
You know, because I'm who I am, I would consider who you are, and you're not a bad guy. I would take it to mean you're silly, or you made a bad move. Oh, that was not smart, Joe. Or you're silly. That's all I take.
When you hear the word retard, it usually means stupid to some people, or
it does.
Smart.
If someone else said it, I would think that. Tank. If you said it, I wouldn't think that. You feel me? If Jeff said it, well, he's retarded, I would so meant the definition of the word. I wouldn't assume, you know, I don't, depends who it's coming from, I guess. I would not be like, if I said his development was retarded or he was retarded, you can assume I mean by the definition of the word. It's not a put down.
Well, I meant by just that word. Not developed mentally, but
I would
by the actual word of
yes,
of
I would. If I hear my first thought, it's just a negative. It's a put down. Yeah.
Right. Do you know what the definition of retard is?
To slow down.
No, to hinder or to hold back.
Same thing.
So if I put my hand on your shoulder, Joe, and prevent your movement, you are now retarded.
Exactly. You know, your car is idle too high. You retard the idle.
Right. Exactly. Take the governor off and you is fucking crazy.
Exactly. Right? Exactly. That's all it means. When someone says retard, I think his mental development is slow. But I understand that in this society it's meant as a jab. You know, it's meant to hurt well. You got to keep that shit in mind.
You know, another thing though, I think that in life your words should always match your actions.
Agreed, right?
So if I say Joe, I fucking respect you, bro. You're like a brother from another fucking
Damn,
mother.
Joe, you're making me fucking.
I don't know if you realize it, but I was trying to talk there, bro.
I think you got a delay.
Oh, man.
Did you hear me, Joe?
I did, yeah. Making you want to smoke.
So if I tell you, Joe, that you know you're like my brother from another mother, I got enormous amount of respect for you, and I care for you. You're cool as shit, right? And then you was like, yo, Tank, bro, my fucking car broke down, and I gotta move out this place that I'm in. You mind just coming over with your truck and just giving me a tow off the main road, off to the side, so that I can figure out the problem. And if you got time later, can you help me move a couch and a TV?
Right.
And let's say I either do one of two things. One, I don't reply to you, right? Or two, I say, fuck that. That's too much. I don't want to deal with that bullshit. Did my actions match my words?
I would think not, and I'm a wise guy. I hear what people say, but I give it very little weight, I should say. And that gets me in trouble when I meet new people, especially women. Especially women, you know, that are interested and I'm interested in, and they say, oh, well, you know, I don't tell lies. I don't believe so and so. And I open my big mouth and say, well, you know, your actions will determine that. I'll be watching. That's the type of person I am. Everybody I meet tells me I don't do this, I don't do that. I don't want to hear that shit. Your actions speak volumes.
See it. You know?
I'll see it. I'm not going no fucking way. I just met you. I'll probably be around for a while. I'll see it. Yeah. I think also, Tank, the way you teach a person is through your actions. You know, I can pick up so much that you rapping with me. But if say you got a kid and that kid hears you talking about a certain thing every day, you know, don't let the cops rifle through your pockets, boy, blah, blah. And the first time you get pulled over by a cop, you fold like a cheap suit. Oh, here's my ID, officer. I'm so sorry. No, I don't have anything. You can search my car. Then all that shit you said means nothing because your actions did not match up.
Exactly. I mean, that was the question. Anyway, you know? Just, I mean, it's a personal moral belief, right? So if I say, I'm going to walk to the store on this specific date at this specific time. If I don't start walking to that store,
Joe.
We got to figure this out, Tank. Hold on, Tank. We got to figure this out. I think Dragon's on a delay. Dragon, you can hear me, yeah? Yeah, I think Dragon's on a delay.
Dragon, come on down. To the funny farm. Hi.
All right, Dragon. I don't even know if we can hear you. If you can hear us, Dragon.
Yep. Yeah, I can hear
You
you.
just can't fucking hear me.
And yes, we are on a delay.
Pardon me, but do you hear me?
You're definitely on a delay. I saw you do all this, and then I heard your words.
Like watching some fuck twisted Chinese film. You know,
It is.
where you hear the words and then the mouth moves. You're like, what the fuck? Watch those high. I'll tell you. You start piecing it together. You'd be like, these motherfuckers are uttering shit to me.
They're talking to me personally.
They're talking to me second. The first time I ever seen one of those things, I was really stoned, and I thought that they were telepathically putting the shit.
All right, well then I'm out.
So fucking high that day. Jeez, it's fucked up. I mean, it's horrible.
All right, Dragon, or you could back out it.
But I mean, those are basic things, right?
I'd agree.
You know. But if I hadn't left, right? Like let's say I say that on this specific date, at this specific time, I'm going to walk to this specific place and do this specific thing. If I don't at least start walking to be there by that time, I'll fuck with my own self. I'm like, you're fucked up, man. Why did you fucking not do that? Why didn't you just fucking start walking? At least then you would have made a fucking attempt, and if something would have come up, then at least you would have had a fucking logical excuse.
And check this out. Different people would think differently. Let's assume all we know as people who know you is that you did not show up. We have no one's talked to you and determined why. We will, depend on how we think of you. We might be like, well, something must have happened. Other people would be like, I told you he wouldn't show. Your actions, I guess, can be determined by the goggles of the person viewing them. You could come in, you could tell motherfuckers, listen, I started walking, I got hit by a car. I started walking, I went to jail. I started walking, I ran out of gas. I was driving, I ran out of gas.
Is any of it true?
I was going to say, those people who don't like you will say, all those are just excuses.
Right. Well,
motherfuckers who admire you would be like, he gave it a try. Good man. You know?
Right. It's the effort, you know? It's that little teeny bit of effort. And that little bit of effort is the little things. Because it's something small. It's minute. It's completely and utterly fucking pointless to some people. But to others, it is everything, right? So,
and you hit it on the head. It's mostly important to you. The first thing out your mouth was, it'll fuck with me. That's, you determine your actions. You're the one who has to forgive you in the end.
Right. So if I say I'm going to walk to that spot and I don't at least try to walk to that fucking spot, to make that attempt, to make that fucking effort, then what the fuck am I? Now I'm going to beat myself up because I just fucking, I went against my own morals. Now, I don't know if you know what that feeling's like. I'm pretty sure you do. It's absolutely not a fucking fun feeling.
It's not for cats like me and you who work. Obviously, you work hard to try to improve yourself and be a better cat.
Always, I try to learn from everything.
Yes, I'm that same way, but it's some motherfuckers who don't mind taking shorts. I'm the type of guy, if I'm 30 minutes away, I can't tell you, and you be like, Joe, you should have been here 10 minutes ago. I can't tell you I'm 15 minutes out. That would kill me, crush me. I'm gonna stay 30 minutes out. So I'm the same. I'm the same fucking way, man. I gotta live up to my own expectations first. And they are higher than yours will ever be of me. They are.
It's the intent behind things. But if your actions show that your intent does not match your words, then
yes. Then a wise motherfucker are gonna see you differently. I got a girl, a buddy, who never keeps a fucking word. But she likes to think that she's that honest motherfucker that's always like, you can trust me when I lie to you. And then every time I say, yeah, she the lyingest nigga I know. She take offense.
It's called ignorance of your own decisions.
Yes.
You need to start looking at yourself and breaking yourself down for a little bit. Not like breaking yourself down like, oh, you're a piece of shit. Fuck you. I hate you. Everybody hates you. Not that.
Right,
I mean,
right.
break down your actions, right? And weigh them to your words. So
Yes, that's
if
important,
you know,
right? That's
you
where
have to
respect
do
is
that to
born.
yourself a lot. You know, you have to do that to every time someone points it out that this is what it is, instead of being like, it's not me. Fuck, that's pointless. You know, break it down. And I believe that if people's hearts are pure, their compassion will take over at that point.
Oh,
You understand?
that's dope. Because that means to me the opposite. This way I think it must also be untrue that if people's hearts are unpure, they do not have the what word did you use? You didn't use passion. What word did you just use? I don't know.
If their hearts are unpure,
If their hearts are pure, their what will take over? You used a good word. You said if your heart's pure, then so and so will take over. Your compassion, I think you said. Your compassion, that's what you said.
Right.
So if your heart is impure, you probably not only
or in
don't
some
have
cases
compassion.
empathy. In some cases empathy, depending on what it is.
Your empathy
So
will
if I'm
take
sitting at a
over.
right? If I'm sitting at a payphone and the guy next to me just said, "Fuck, I'm sorry, Dad. We were in a car accident. Mom's dead." And let's say I'm not doing nothing fucking real big important. You know, I'm not fucking curing cancer or saving the fucking world. You know, I'm talking to my brother about fucking a strain we're creating, and this guy says, "Excuse me, but is there a way that you could maybe move to a different phone or possibly lower your voice just a little bit so that I can hear my father?" And I say, "That's fucking stupid. That's pointless. Why the fuck would I do that?" You know? Well, I'll tell you why you do that.
Ain't you about
Because
12?
it's the
man?
right fucking thing to do.
Kidding.
But I mean, it's the same as common sense, though. You know, common sense is no longer common.
I
The
would
new
say
common
you
is
yourself
not
could
common.
probably do what I would do anyway. I'd be like, I'd feel what happened. The guy's he lost his mom. I'd feel that, and I'd probably be trying to tell whoever on the phone, listen, I'm gonna get this guy some privacy. He going to do some things, and I'm gonna probably before he even asks, he ain't got to ask me. I don't want to be in his business. You know, I'm that way here. I don't want to be in
But
motherfuckers' business.
Do you know what happens in the end, though?
What's that?
There's always a line that people cross, right? It's that moral line. It's invisible.
All right.
Not many people see it. But if I keep spitting in your fucking face, eventually I'm gonna catch those hands. No matter how
Agreed.
How much hope or patience you have, right?
Agreed.
So, I think that sometimes one's actions can sometimes show you a part of them, you know? Whether it's a phase part or whether it is who the fuck they are. And they just been wearing a fucking mask the whole cocksucking time.
All right, let me bring that to this community. I'm in about a year now. I got to be about a year right now. And motherfuckers still, still consider me new and try to teach me and tell me stuff and about the community, what's going on, and all of that shit. In particular, trolls. They always tell me, trolls, Joe, avoid this person, avoid that person. I get that a lot. And coming in, I got it a ton. And I ignored it then as well. But let's say one of the good guys, I'm a activist. Let's say an activist is on panel arguing with, let's say, a known troll. We don't get no names, but whatever famous troll there is. And they're arguing. And they're both saying the same shit. You low down dirty cunt. Fuck you, suck my dick. If they going back and back, that's the same behavior.
Where's the communication? Where's the dialogue?
Where's the dividing line? what makes this motherfucker a troll and you a good guy when you exhibit the same behavior?
You know what the trouble is with that, though? When something violates your moral compass, when I violate my moral compass, I'm ruthless with myself.
Yes. Oh.
Someone else violates that moral compass.
Yes.
It takes it to a
Step
whole
by
new
step.
level.
When someone else violates it, I'm quicker to forgive, like far quicker
It
to
depends on the
forgive.
intentions, right? And you can usually tell one's intentions by a short period of time.
I think so, right? Especially if you wise and you watch people, and I do.
Well, I mean, when your
Yes,
fucking
you can
life
tell.
depends on it, you learn to be able to understand certain things a bit quicker than the average fucking person.
Yes, right.
You
I
start
think
being
so,
able to
and
predict certain shit.
I
You know,
think
by
so.
people, by
And
people's actions.
right, right.
So if every jerk off had asshole tattooed on their forehead, and you just happen to find someone with asshole tattooed on their forehead, here's the two thoughts that you need to think of. Number one, are they still an asshole? Number two, are they different? And here's the overall thought. I need to figure out if they're an asshole or if they're a good person.
And
But I see that
because I've
damn
done this
fucking
so
word
many,
asshole. I see it on their fucking forehead. I'm paying too
I
close attention to that
I was
fucking
gonna
word on
say
the
I've
outside.
said that so many times that you're under laser scrutiny now because I've seen that I am on alert and trying to figure out everything you speaking for a short moment of time. I'm gonna decide whether I'm gonna lump you in with those assholes or not.
But you can't pay attention to the label.
Right.
And
Right.
some people they can't get that label. You
I know.
It
I
attacks
go
their
places all the
subconscious.
time.
You know what I mean? It attacks their subconscious. And then without even
Yeah.
realizing it, they immediately go to asshole.
Me, when I
Almost
walk
like a
into a
predictive
room and I
programming
see two
tech.
people boxing, black guy, white guy, Hispanic guy, white guy, I immediately want, and I'm a boxing fanatic, I immediately want the black guy, the Hispanic guy to be winning. Now that's just shit that has seeped into me within,
That's your
5
childhood.
seconds. Well, yes, that's
That's
those
what you
things.
went through that brought you to that conclusion.
Right. Within
You know,
5
it's
seconds, I'm rooting for the best boxer, and that shit's gone for the
once you see their
duration. But
tactics.
yes, once I see that, it takes seconds. All I gotta do is see one dude move around. I don't have to throw a punch, and now I'm behind the guy who I
How
think is a
precise
better
are they?
boxer.
Right. You want to cheer for the person that's got the more better tactics, the more
Yes.
precision behind their connections,
When I
and
see a
connections can mean
officer,
multiple different things.
when I see an officer talking to a motherfucker or something, I want that motherfucker to get away. I want him to not get a ticket. I'm rooting for that person's side as opposed to the police officer.
Only because you know how many innocent people have been convicted of crimes they ain't done never
Exactly. I've
committed.
seen that asshole
You know-
tattoo so many times.
Right. Well, do you remember? I mean, you probably don't remember. This is a long fucking time ago, but there is a case where there was a young black man who was accused of sexually assaulting a lady, right? But as it would turn out, I believe they were having an affair, and she wanted some of that black dick. And then when the whole fucking neighborhood was like, "Oh my God, she wants some of that black dick," fucking race
Yeah.
trading whore, she was
Yes.
like automatically, "Oh my God, I'm not a race tracing whore. This motherfucker, he sexually assaulted me, and I don't even know," that type of
Yeah.
shit, right?
Yeah.
That's that vindictive motherfucking shit. The moment I see that shit, I mean, that's the moment you open one door.
I got
It's never a
yeah.
good door.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
that case, you could learn a lot from that case.
Well, I've
People's
seen a lot of those.
You know,
Being a
people's
black guy,
impulses are fucked up. And this is
being
the trouble with impulses is you don't even realize you're fucking doing things because it's an impulse. It's like a muscle memory. It just fucking
Right.
happens.
That's why I
You know-
say spend your older days unlearning the things you learned when you were younger. You know,
Well, isn't that where
although
communication comes in? A healthy
communication
dialogue?
comes in if you're wise, right? All
Mhm.
those were responses that you were taught. This is how you react when so and so says this, does this. Someone says that your mama, you say your mama back. Someone hits you. These are things you learn young, but when you get older, you have to question every fucking thing.
Well, here's the way that I look at it, right? The people that have got the closest to me in life have got a couple things in common. Number one, they talk to me like I'm a fucking human.
That's
You
right.
understand? They talk to me in that just the right fucking voice, because how you say something makes all the fucking difference. So if I say, Joe, you motherfucker, if you do this one more fucking time, I'm gonna break your fucking jaw. Or if I say, Joe, bro, listen, you do this weird fucking thing that makes me feel a bit fucking weird. Is there a way that you could possibly, either,
Yes.
try
Or
to make the
take you say,
compromise?
Joe, you motherfucker. Ah, he do that shit again. I'm gonna hit you in your mouth.
Right.
Jokingly,
I mean,
it
there's
means
multiple
something
ways you
different.
could say something. I mean, I can say fuck 100 different ways. I could say you asshole 100 different ways. I could say it playful, happy, angry, sad, confused. Your actions are everything.
Your
And sometimes,
intent. Check this out.
well, it's
Your
the intent
intent.
as well.
I was gonna say your intent, right? You say, yeah, it's like people say, oh, that was disrespectful of you to do that. I would have to look into that person's intent. What's disrespectful to this guy might be something totally different. I
Well,
know
their
that,
actions will
but
tell you their intent
they should,
by knowing and
right? That's why
understanding.
I say when I be like, man, that nigga crazy, whoa, whoa. And then someone in chat be like, Joe, that was racist. You can't use that word. Racism will always exist as long as you say the word nigga.
No, you guys took a fucking word that was used as a derogatory fucking statement and said, fuck you, motherfuckers. I'm now fucking using it to my advantage. Suck my big black cock.
I think, and now maybe I'm wrong, but I think everybody can see that. If I walk up and be like, oh, that's my nigga, Joe, I love that cat. No one really thinks that I'm being disrespectful to him, that I'm being derogatory towards him. But they still pull that shit out the hat and, you called him a nigga. I didn't call him nothing. I was referring to him.
Well, here's the thing that I like to fall back on is, I had a fucking point there. My brain just slipped.
Are you smoking weed too? Because that's mine.
No,
one like that.
I've drank 3 pots of fucking coffee, bro. I'm like fucking. I feel like a fucking junkie right now.
You and Tammy, I can't drink that much coffee. I'm a downer.
I fucking love it. I don't know why I love it, but I love it. It makes me jittery at first, and then like 45 minutes later, I'm good.
You're good. Yeah, you're right. I could sleep after a while. I could sleep off of coffee. I'm good. It normalizes, but
45 minutes to an hour after.
Yeah. Then you're glad you drank it. But yes, man. And then you want more and all of that, and you're good. It don't fuck with you. But if I got to do this shit to start my day, I still drink it every fucking morning. But I got to. And behind that, I gotta smoke some weed, smoke a cigar or something. That shit, it gets me too up. I can't imagine motherfucker that drink pots of that shit like you and Tammy.
I don't know, I like coffee. Coffee's good. But you can learn a lot about a person, and a lot of people don't even fucking realize it. I mean, people think that they're looking right fucking at you. Like I'm looking at you right now, And to someone that genuinely believes it, they can genuinely say, I fucking see you, Joe. Red hoodie, fucking, I don't know if that's a vest. I can't really fully see, but it looks like it's reversible. I could describe you down to a T, right? In the moment. But what if a couple days from now, I don't know what the fuck you were wearing?
And right, exactly.
My
what
actions
kind of
now just showed you that I didn't pay as close attention as I probably should have.
Exactly. What kind of description was that? That's when motherfuckers that walk up and be like, hey, what do you do for a living? That description is not whole to me. If you were gonna describe me, you'd have to, at the end of the conversation, you had to say he was wise, he paid attention, and he added to the conversation. And now you're getting to know Joe.
That's
But like
a
you said,
description, right? That's your description, not your physical description. I just described your external description, but not your internal or external, and not your internal. And that's the fucking trouble with people, is that they see that word asshole. The moment they see that word asshole, they don't fucking, they can't even fathom anything after that. And,
all right, let me
and
take
the
that to the
subconscious
community.
is not
Let me
allowing
take
them
that
to.
to the community. Before you go anywhere, let me take that to the community. I'm guilty of that, right? When I see a cop, I immediately think he's an asshole. Then when I see him, eye contact or whatever, I may change my mind. But I immediately think asshole. And the cops are guilty as well. When they see me walk up or damn near any fucking citizen, unless it's an old lady or something, they think asshole. Why is this asshole approaching me? Here we go again. Certainly if you
Can I
got a
ask you a
camera
quick
in
question?
your hand, they think you're an asshole.
Do you continue that thought that that cop's an asshole after a couple minutes of talking to him,
I
and he's
do
not an
not.
asshole?
I immediately change my fucking point of view, my thought. I become a better person. I give him benefit of a doubt. I like to think I'm a little tolerant if he's not disrespectful. I reward him if he's pleasant. I encourage that behavior immediately. No, I change that immediately. And the cop, since we're talking about it like this, they get out. I've seen motherfuckers pull over so fast and pop that door like they gonna get in my ass. And then when they see me, how I'm looking at them, some of them immediately get back in and close the door. Other ones immediately cut all that bravado bullshit out and talk normal. So they're looking too and changing their behavior.
Well, there's a time and a place, right? That's one thing that I've learned in life, is there's always a time and a place. There's a time for
Agreed.
me to kick the living fuck out of you, right? And then there is a time for me to talk to you. Now, I can
Agreed.
kick the living fuck out of you with love.
Agreed.
Now, let me tell you why. Let's say you're a needle junkie. You're not a needle junkie, but I'm saying hypothetically, in an alternate universe, this is what you are. And I say, Joe, brother, I love you, bro. I don't want to see you go down this fucking path. You need to stop this shit, and you need to get clean, bro. And I'm not fucking giving up, because now you've just given me a fucking bone, and I have hope and I have faith, and I'm not gonna fucking stop until I can pull that fucking needle out of your arm, and we could just fucking be happy and be cool, and you could be healthy and happy, right? Now, let's say you say, fuck you, Tank. My fucking dealer's on his way. He's come with another fucking slice. Want to help me cook it? Well, that's a time where I kick the fuck out of you and I take your cocksucking needle, and I don't beat you to hurt you. I beat you to wake you the fuck up. Right. Sometimes you gotta do that with your friends. You just gotta kind of fucking give them a slap for a minute and just say, what the fuck is wrong with you? I'm not saying don't do it with your sister or girlfriend or anything like that, but I'm saying two buddies. You know how many times I fought my buddies, and after it we were talking, and he's like, "Oh, thanks, bro. I didn't really understand what I was doing." You gotta wake them up.
But also with everybody else, friends, family, you cannot let them go. Even if you smack them around and they're gonna hit you back, even if it's not physically. If it's me getting on your fucking nerves every time you see me talking about that, you gotta straighten up. You can't be in front of your kid high like that. If I'm getting under your skin and you gotta yell at me and attack me, I'm not going nowhere. I'm gonna continue to do that. I'm gonna continue to hurt me.
But why? Right there.
Because I love, like you said, you can hurt a motherfucker with love. It's just love.
Well, I think that a lot of people do certain things. Sometimes out of stubbornness, sometimes out of pride, sometimes out of you know what gets me is I don't like change unless it's worth it. If I see a change in life that I know is worth it, that I can feel my whole fucking body, I'm like, yeah, that right fucking there, that is gonna bring nothing but good. But it's got to be worked on, It's got to be properly communicated and properly nurtured.
Check this out. I think human nature is that's what we are. We get used to the same thing, and we like consistency, and none of us like change. And because of that, I always do shit first or differently. I encourage myself to change. You know, I'm gonna go through a
Frame of
different door.
mind.
I'm gonna go a different route. And two, to keep it where I am open to change and willing to change quickly. You know, I think I'm the opposite of that shit. If I am, because I'm human and don't like change, I certainly find a way around it. You know, I find a way. If anything, if I ask me anything, yes, let's
But
do it.
that's how you create change, though, Joe. Do you get that? Frame of mind.
Right.
The concept of things. You need to understand the concept of things. Have an open frame of mind, and you need to be able to. Right.
If you're not
So
open
if I
to it,
tell
you won't
myself,
create it.
right? If I tell myself every single fucking day, I am nothing but a fucking alcoholic who just smokes fucking weed all the time and drinks. I'm a fucking scumbag because I took for granted of every fucking good thing I've ever had in my fucking life. And I'm just a piece of fucking shit because I'm selfish and I've done a lot of fucking selfish shit. What am I paying attention to? What is tomorrow going to look like? Well, I'll tell you what it's not going to look like. It's not going to be fucking sunshine, rainbows, and fucking kittens. Because tomorrow, the fucking criticism of my own self is now going to fucking double because now I'm used to it.
It's got to kick in. It's got to get worse, right?
And then
That's
you start
how it is.
becoming your thoughts.
Whenever you let negative shit, that's what I think when they say demons, that's all I think it is that negative shit and they trying to give it a name. But whenever you let them in, they become easier and they become more at home and more hard to evict. You're quicker to do that shit, man.
It's frame of mind, right? It's perspective, you know? Sometimes people need to look past asshole, the shell.
So you have the power to change your world through your perspective. Literally is what you're saying.
Literally.
Oh.
It starts with your brain. How you see things, how you look at them, how you judge your feelings to your thoughts. If your feelings and your thoughts can match, then your actions can carry and follow suit. Run with that shit. Because when all three of those things are in sync,
oh, you're a beast, right? You are a beast. You are a confident beast.
But here's the thing, though: is it with those things, it has to be properly dealt with. You know, like I can't come at you and be like angry all the fucking time, or if I bring something to you, or you brought something to me, I can't just avoid it. You know, I can't be like,
I
fuck,
agree.
I don't want to. You know, that's just gonna put me in a bad mood. Well, okay, why is it gonna put you in a bad mood? Because you're only seeing the one side that you want to see. Because the following suit part of it and those little small details that people tell people to pay attention to, they're in the details. You can pick those good pieces apart. I walked down the side of the street. I stepped in a fucking pile of dog shit. I was so fucking angry. I kicked the mailbox. But fuck, I found that $20 though. What'd you hear?
$20.
All right. Why?
I don't know, because I'm in tune to
Because
money.
it was either at the beginning or the end.
Ah.
Had I would have kept going after 20, you wouldn't have seen what was inside. Your brain would have slipped off and followed suit into the way of thinking.
I would agree.
It's about perspective,
right?
You know? It's about being open-minded while understanding and compassionate rather, and hope or faith. And I don't mean faith as in like the Lord Jesus Christ. I mean, you can have faith in something other than a God, you know? Like I have faith that one day I'll win the fucking lottery, and my hope for it becomes the plan, you know? Every month I'll buy a fucking lottery ticket, and my faith that I'm gonna win will fucking live, you know?
And your actions may give yourself better chances. I've seen people be on rolls with dice that are not numerically, scientifically, are not supposed to be able to happen. But that's when I think they're using their power. They believe so hard that they're on a roll. They're making these things occur. which is what I think this life is what we make it. When motherfuckers,
Life
babies
is what we
dying and
make of
shit,
it,
I
though.
think it's because we put out so much negative shit. Babies dying, people starving. And then, you know, you got people trying to balance it by putting out positive shit, and it's always that yin and yang.
Well, here's the unique part of that is that life is exactly what you make it into. It's about your perspective on the information that you're being handed, right?
Agreed.
So
I wake up every day happy as fuck.
Right.
Just another motherfucker, you know, hate this because he has a different perspective.
What? You said another motherfucker with a different perspective.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you was talking to someone else. Yes.
Oh, no.
You had said perspective, and I was saying yes. It's a matter of perspective. You see things from where you come from and what you've learned. I may watch Fox News. Another motherfucker watching and think, oh, that's garbage, that's slanted. Another motherfucker watching and says, oh, it's the greatest shit in the world. I watch it with a different perspective. I'll say it's slanted as fuck, but it's still the greatest shit in the world because I can learn something here. It depends. Your life is what you were talking about. Depends on good or bad, your perspective. You create this heaven, if that's what you want to call it. Love affair, whatever it is, it makes you want to face the day every day. And then another guy, he faces drudgery every fucking day. He drags other people down. He's so fucking miserable because that's his fucking concept. He's probably thinking like you or somebody thinks I'm a loser. I lost every opportunity given to me. I could have been a millionaire. They probably think that shit every morning. Shit, I be thinking, man, God has blessed me. I got coffee and a cigar. I'm balling, baby.
What are you gonna wake up like?
Who you gonna wake up like?
If your frame of mind is this way, what are you gonna wake up like? If you think, well, there's good and bad to everything, you know, that's like yin and yang. There's an equal balance. The trouble is that people only see one side.
Agree.
It's the side that they're susceptible to. The gravitation.
Agree.
People will gravitate to that and not even see any fucking good. You know, there's people out there that if I say I saved 2 children but had to put a bullet in an old man's head, the first thing that they're going to come to mind is, you fucking murderer. Why'd you kill that man? Well, did you not just hear me? I saved 2 children and put a bullet in a man's head. Why the fuck would I put a bullet in a man's head and save 2 children? Start connecting the fucking dots.
Right.
What was that man doing with those fucking children that made me feel that I need to put a bullet in his fucking head to save those 2 children?
Right.
But that's not what people look at. They're like, you fucking murderer, why'd you kill that guy?
Check this out. Me and some of my friends, we talk about it like this. We enter a dark room. There's a huge life-size fucking sculpture of an elephant. I enter from one side, you enter from the other side. So I'm feeling my side, and I'm like, it's round and soft. And you're enter from your side of the room, and you're touching the same object, but you're at the tusk, and you're like, this thing is hard and pointy. Joe, you're wrong. I'm telling you, no, I'm right. We're seeing shit from our perspective. We're not seeing a whole picture at the same time.
You got to walk around and you got to see the whole picture and analyze it and form your
And
own
that's
full opinion.
what you said earlier comes into play. You talk to different people, and that's an opportunity to learn different things. You said that shit probably in your other stream earlier.
I say a lot of shit. Nobody ever fucking pays attention.
See, I paid attention, motherfucker.
You did, you know, and that's refreshing. Very refreshing.
He said that's refreshing. Those motherfuckers.
I'm fucking serious, bro. I'm telling you, if I ask someone that spent more than a small amount of time with me what the fuck I've ever said, what do you think they come back with?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Well, I think it would depend on their perspective and the way of thinking that they have. Because you can think one way, but subconsciously think another, and vice versa, right? when something is impulse, what you think you want to think is not what you're thinking. It's by impulse, right? I want to go left, but my impulse is to go right because I always go right. Sometimes it's that little teeny bit of change, but the change must be worth it. You know, the risk must be worth the chance. You know, or the chance.
You said
worth the risk.
When a person sees you, what do you think they that says? What do you remember of him? Something to that effect. What do I think that they think of you? I wanted you to answer that question. What would a motherfucker say who spent some time with you? What do they think of you? It would all depend on their perspective. That's the granted.
It does, right?
Yes.
But this is kind of the thing, right? Is it when people focus on one thing, they'll accuse you of focusing on that one thing, not realizing
right?
that you said 1,000 fucking things prior to that and after that, or even during that are 10 times fucking better.
A liar believes everyone else is lying. You could give them, in your explanation, you could have gave them why it's true and why it's factual that you did what you did, but they're going to assume you're lying because it's their behavior. Or it's got to be a lie. Doesn't matter what you really said, all the great jewels you dropped, it's got to be a lie. I got that. We used to open shows and ship all the big artists, rap artists, when they came to Chicago. And might be at a party somewhere at somebody's crib talking about how we was out hanging out with Public Enemy at the hotel or something. Fucking Ghetto Boys or some shit. And motherfuckers always was, assuming we lying. It just had to be a lie. No, we was on the radio with them, blah, blah. No, it's a lie. Some motherfuckers just like, it's got to be a lie. I'm assuming, I don't know, because I don't know. I'm assuming, they're willing to tell some lies.
I think before you come right out and call someone a liar, you should always have an ace in the hole, but never tip your cards. Make sure you got enough to bury that person, piece by piece by piece, but never show your full hand.
Agreed, right?
Show them, they can build strategy.
Agreed. I'd shut the fuck up unless I want to confront a motherfucker on something, and then you think
even
about
if even if I know that you're lying to me, I won't address it in that moment.
I probably won't. Me either. I probably won't.
I'll hold it. I'll dig. I'll find. I'll see. I'll understand. And then I'll hope.
I always say I'm patient. That will be revealed. Is this motherfucker a liar? Because I think they just lied to me. I don't have to call you out. You'll just be better at hiding it next time. You just hide it better the next time. Figure out the intentions to tell you what type of person you're dealing with. Yeah.
But their actions.
Then you pay attention and see if it happens again. And see if it happens again. You pay attention. You be patient.
Mm-hmm. Not to say you can't leave subtle hints, though. You always got
Agreed. I was shitty dude.
That way, when shit gets fucked up, and people are like, "Dude, what the fuck, man?" You're like, "I gave you that chance, motherfucker. I said there's an invisible fucking line. Don't cross that motherfucking line. You cross that fucking line, and
what's up, man?
Shit's gonna get fucking real, man." I mean, that's just my opinion,
Change is inevitable, except for vending machines. This beach again. Feelings are not facts. This is golden. Feelings are a response to facts. Feelings are created. Feelings are created by your perceptions and your experiences. Yes, I don't know how true that shit is, or I know it is true on some levels, but at the same time, some people see the same shit, have the same experiences. They don't let them feelings get to them. They don't get triggered. Like the word nigga. So I got some buddies, that would appear to be exactly like me, man, but they hear a white person say that word and they get inflamed. You can't use that word. And then the friends that I hang around, mostly here for sure, we got white friends that say it. It don't even cross your fucking mind. Hispanic friends. Everybody use that fucking word. So I don't know if it's your experiences that triggered that emotion, or maybe you've learned to overcome that emotion. I don't know where I'm going with that.
Here's something. So the Golden said two things. Feelings are not facts. Well, if you feel a certain way, it's a fact that you're feeling that way. It's a fact to you. It may not be a fact to you because you may not understand it. You may not be able to relate to it or choose not to, right? So if and then it goes on, which kind of looks like she's copied and pasted. Feelings are responses to facts. Still real though, just saying. Feelings are created by your own perceptions and experiences, right? Still doesn't make them irrelevant. Example, it is fact that you step on a piece of glass, your emotional reaction might be fear, anger, and sadness. That should have been and or sadness. Your feelings could be not of being scorned, resentful, punished, or victimhood. Well, I can tell you if I stepped on a piece of glass and it cut my foot, I think anger would be the first one. I'd be like, fuck, man, why the fuck didn't I watch where I was going? Because had I would have been wearing shoes, or had I would have been fucking paying closer attention, I might have been able to see that piece of fucking glass. And that's how I would have played that.
Someone else's first reaction might be fear.
Right.
Someone else might think, oh my God, what's happening? Or, for some reason be afraid. Oh my God, something bad happened.
Well, my ex would be fear because she had low platelets. She could bleed to death from a scratch. So if she stepped on a piece of glass, hers would be fear, which is based on she could fucking die, which means that feeling is still real.
It's fact. There's fact. That fact that you were talking about earlier on the feeling.
There's internal feelings and there's external feelings. What she's talking about there is an external feeling. Stepping on something. You feel it. The pain. Ow. It hurt. Fuck. Why did I step on that? Internal feelings. I mean, I don't really feel external feelings. I mean, you could fucking hit me 1,000 times. I'm not really going to feel it the way another person may or may not.
But the internal, your girl breaking your heart, the internal shit.
Right. Internal shit, that's fucking real because emotions are everything. It's how we base our fucking life. It's how we grow. It's how we prosper. If I feel angry all the fucking time, I'm going to break someone's fucking jaw. But if I wake up every day and I say, fuck, man, I'm proud to be alive, looking forward to something, I'm going to help that homeless man that's fucking hungry.
Yes, baby.
Our feelings matter. And when they don't matter to other people, that's just a heartless person. Because they have absolutely no fucking compassion for a person that is feeling some way. So if you see a person on the side of the road crying, what's your first impulsive action? Why is that person crying? What a pussy. Or why is that person crying? Can I not figure out why that person's crying? Maybe I can help.
How can I help?
Those are two different ones.
You pass a motherfucker on the side of the road, you be thinking idiot. What somebody might think, look at this idiot. I bet he dumbass ran out of gas. Someone else think, how can I help? I'd hate to be stranded out there like that.
Well, every action has a reaction, but feelings only become an action when you make them an action. You can hold your feelings inside and internalize them and not create any fucking action and just let them burn inside of you.
I think that would create an action. You got to find a way to dissipate
but
them.
not in that instance.
Play video games, not in, later you dissipate them. So I find an outlet so you don't snap on motherfuckers, you let your girl come in 87 times and throw a coat somewhere, on top of your desk, and it irks you and you don't say shit, then one day you'll explode.
I just hang the fucking coat up.
I would too.
It's easier to compromise, Because, your first guy taken in consideration, what the fuck was she doing to come back to put her coat there? Why was she so fucking tired that she had to put that coat there? Maybe she walked fucking 10 miles. She's like, the fucking car broke
Yeah, I
down. Well,
probably
let's just
would not.
fucking put the coat on the fucking hanger and get you a cup of tea and let's talk about it. Hey.
If she just put it there earlier that day, and I know her lazy ass ain't did nothing, I'm still I'm still gonna hang it up, motherfucker.
That
Get her some tea and
depends.
spoil her motherfucking ass.
When you build a connection with certain people, you just pick up the slack. I'm good at that. You know,
Agreed.
That's one thing that I'm real good at. You know, I'm good at picking up the slack when there's a multitude of different things, right? One is trust.
That's dope.
When I trust
That's
you
what friends do
100%,
too, right?
that's number one.
Yeah.
When the connection is an equal and constantly growing connection, that's number two.
Yeah.
Number three is when I know that it's mutually shown. When those three things are happening and there's communication and conversation and a positive fucking way of doing things where it's a subtle way, a calm way, where you give me your fucking opinion, I'll give you my opinion, vice versa. We'll meet in the fucking middle.
Now you're working
We'll make
together.
a cocksucking compromise and just
Now
not
you're
make it just
working
one
together.
person. Right.
You're working together. This shit can last of eternity. This shit can go on for a long time. I think the girl I'm with now, my girl, is that way, man. I think she betters me and I better her. Yes, I've never even, I can't
Is she a
remember last
fearful
square.
person?
Excuse me, fearful?
Yeah, is she fearful?
I think so. She might not characterize herself that way. I think so.
I think that once things start to get real, people get afraid.
Yes, right. I
Once
think
it
so,
starts
man.
to get real and it starts to go good, I think that some people
They
suffer
run.
without even fucking
Yeah.
realizing it. They're like, what the fuck? We
And I
just entered a
think some
different
people
realm.
sabotage it unconsciously, maybe, but I think some people sabotage it just because of that feeling. They sabotage whatever is to come.
But then you
You
lose
know,
out on
they
something
act out.
great, and then your perspective changes. And when your perspective changes, your way of thinking changes. When your way of thinking
That's
changes,
right.
your understanding changes, which means the
And you
outcome
change
changes.
reality, as we
Right.
discussed earlier. If you all made all those changes in the way you think and believe, now you are susceptible to changing your reality. Now you and that person may not get along. Now it may not be so great with that person because you just made that mental change in your head.
Right. And that's also intention, right? So like some people say that overprotection is a way of being controlling, right? I disagree. Because the intention behind it is different. Now, if let's say
I hear you with the intention part.
my
I hear you with the
girl-
intention.
let's say that my girl goes out, she goes to fucking, I don't know, some party with her girlfriends and they're fucking whatever, doing their thing, coming back with dick pencil erasers and whatever, right? Now let's say she's late, okay? An actual controlling motherfucker will be like, who's this bitch fucking?
Yes.
You know? Who's she sneaking around with? You know? But a person with the intentions of like, they just want to make sure that the person, they worry about their safety, you know, or they just worry a lot, you know? When you've seen enough fucking evil in this world and how it happens right in front of these fucking ignorant people that don't see it because they haven't been faced with it. It hasn't been shown to them and been like, yo, did you know that this symbol on the side of this fucking building means this? And in that fucking basement, there's a lot of weird shit happening, you know? And they just don't get it, right? So there's a lot of evil fucking people in the world. Some people are just evil, you know, and they do evil shit. So when you worry about people,
Is that really a thing? Is there such thing as an evil person, or all the people the same, and some
bad
of them
intentions.
some of them has let more evil in, or has
Well, it's
fought
bad
less?
intentions. The intentions become a way of being because of the way of thinking. The way of thinking,
And
the way
then
of
that
understanding.
categorizes them as evil.
Feelings
Right,
are
I'm
not
asking.
physical,
I'm
they're psychological. Well, it depends on what fucking emotional feelings, and they're not psychological. If someone don't take this a weird way, but if you cared about someone and someone shot that person in front of you and you don't cry, you're a fucking sociopath. If you don't feel a certain way, you're a fucking sociopath. But if you're like, fuck, man, that was my best friend, what the fuck? And you start to physically feel something, your body will shake, you'll get scared, you'll get emotionally fucked up when you see something fuckery happen. And it'll fuck with you.
Golden got some cool shit about emotions and feelings. Since you're saying emotions and feelings,
yeah,
you might want to read some of that.
You feel an emotion too, right? It's an internal one, not an external one.
Yes.
But feelings are real. There's no way to get around them.
Right. But that internal shit, you feel that if your girl breaks your heart or fucks your best friend, you feel that, at the internal, as you said. But, yes, that hurts if that's
well,
how
that
you
would be
want
the
to
intentions,
it.
though. Everybody we're all fucking human. We all make mistakes. We all fuck up. We all do at least 100 fucking billion stupid shit in our life. It's what we do after
this
the
is going
shit.
toward you could forgive your girl for fucking your buddy is where you're going with that.
There would need to be three. There would need to be three variables to that. Number
Her
one,
intention.
The intention, right? That's number one. Number two would be, do you feel guilty? Do you feel remorse? Does it hurt you? Do you feel a certain way? Do you feel like, fuck, I betrayed that person? That right there screams, okay, the intention was not to harm.
Okay.
It was a mistake. I can
All right.
forgive that. Now, once you forgive that, it's about earning that back. And that usually comes with loyalty, right? Small signs of loyalty build trust.
I heard somebody say yesterday on the radio, I think, that once that's violated, you can forgive that person, but it'll never be 100% back the way it was. Meaning, you cannot earn it back. Not all of it. You can do better, but you can't earn it back. But that was their contestation. That's what they were saying.
Take this for instance. My mother and my brother, a long time ago, they violated me. They did something that if had it been anybody else, I would have done everything that I possibly could to make them a fucking ghost. Okay, and that's what it would have been. But there was that little fucking thing called blood and brother, mother. It's all tied up with confusion.
A little thing.
It's just a little fucking hiccup. I could do that, right? I'm like, fuck. I don't want to fucking destroy my family. Blood is blood.
That's how you should feel about every motherfucking family. At some point, you gotta realize when you grow up that guy who you don't even know is as much as your family as your mother or brother. You're gonna have to grow up. If you're gonna grow up, you got to take the same stance with a guy you don't even know. And then
walk a mile in my shoes.
You got to take the same style, the same stance with a person you don't even like, and that's what's really difficult.
Well, it's not difficult if you can put yourself in that position. If you can mentally put yourself in their position, you're not going to feel the exact same feeling, but you'll get a neutral point where you can say 15% higher or 15% lower by an understanding standpoint, not the actual feeling, but by an understanding, to understand a fraction, and then
that might be difficult. Sometimes some of these people don't understand their motivation, and that helps you understand a person a lot. Sometimes, like, I just can't reconcile that a person is evil. I see you have, and you're comfortable just saying that guy is a bad guy. I haven't reconciled
of both.
Yeah. I think
some people are just too. What I've noticed about some people is that there are people that have good and bad in them. Everybody has good and bad, right? It's that balance inside. It's those inner demons that fight with each other. It's sometimes what creates emotions in some ways. So if a person does evil deeds and you try everything in your power to help that person get up out of that fucking ditch and do better, if not for someone else, but for themselves, either or, you know.
Okay.
When and
You
they
do everything to help that person,
and they still don't
then
take it.
right.
If they still don't take it, then that's the decision that you've made. You're an evil fuck.
All right,
Because
but
of your own decision, your own comprehension of your own fucking actions that you spout out, right? If you were refusing to make an attempt to try,
let's say the guy you're talking about, the situation, this guy is a drug addict, and you're trying to talk him out of it, and it is not his time. But does that make him an evil person because you tried to help him? He was unwilling to listen. He didn't hear you. Does that make him an evil person?
I'm not sure. I would have to look at the person. You can tell how far someone has gone just by their eyes.
Tank, I hate to abandon you, but I think I'm gonna have to. I'm at 8%. I want to save something on this phone. I don't know if you're still going. I don't know if you've been putting the StreamYard link in or what you're gonna do. And I'm gonna stay in the car. I got no charger here, so I'll be out here smoking and shit. So I won't be able to run up and charge up and meet you again. So I'll catch you the next time, bro.
You gotta get one of them battery packs.
I know,
got a
right?
20,000 milliamp hour
in the world.
battery.
I don't even have a stand for my fucking car, man. I'm not,
Well,
you
you
know.
can always grab one off of some broken car.
No,
Well, how do you make that car broken, you ask? Well, you smash a fucking taillight out. Now it's broken.
I think my friends,
No, not
the
really.
people I fuck with, they gotta have many of them. If I ever think about it, I'll probably ask. And I know Chuck Brown's probably got 8 of them in the car at a time. If I need a cord, he pull out a backpack full of cords. You know, shit, he's so prepared. If you ain't seen that cat, he's got outlets everywhere. He's got a camera here, a camera in the back, the camera facing outside. That dude is prepared. All right, let me get out of here, man.
Feelings are not the same as emotions. They are different. They are different, but they both go hand in hand. An emotion will be a feeling.
Golden said something very similar. Golden, if you're still here, why don't you hop up here with your buddy? Tank, I'm gonna rap with you, man. It was nice rapping with you, baby. Again.
You got like 1 minute while I make a coffee?
I do not. I'm at 7%, and I'm gonna save that in case I need to rap with my girl.
I get that. All right. Well, thanks, bro. It's been a fucking awesome conversation.
It is. I wish I could continue.
It's
but
awesome
man,
when you can't talk about, you're not talking about dicks and fucking shit all the fucking time. I mean, that's just fun sometimes, you know?
all the time. All right, I'll tell you what, man. Make your coffee. I'm gonna,
3 seconds.
I'm gonna go upstairs and plug up anyway. Take your time, man.
All right, 1 second.
All right. And I guess, let's see. And I guess you guys gonna hang out with me for a minute. Golden, what are you doing and why haven't you hopped up here yet? It's curious. You're down there dropping all them jewels. You don't want to hop up here and voice that opinion. Just saying. Give me a second. I ain't went nowhere, guys. Damn, Golden, you the only one talking. Not copy fake dick. Not copy and paste. When he said, yeah, it looks like she copy and pasted it. Not copy and paste, dick. Again, it's all about your perception of the facts and how you feel is the reaction. Don't confuse feelings with emotions. Emotions are how we're reaping, how we reaping to life. I'm sure they mean that. Fear, anger, sadness, happiness, etc. Emotions are physical experiences rather than strictly mental. Physical, that was dope. Feelings are not physical. Whoa! They are psychological. I think I'm a screenshot that shit. Rice and gravy, huh?
Yeah. Press conference ended with this tax exchange.
Many times that the U.S. is doing far better than any other country when it comes to testing.
Yes.
Why does that matter?
All right. Oh, fuck.
Americans are
Yeah, no, there it is.
losing their lives.
Shit.
Still seeing more cases every day.
Well, they're losing their lives
Someone actually
what?
asked Trump a difficult question.
I love it when people ask him fucking difficult questions, yo. Somehow or another, this guy always fucking bounces back. I don't know how he does it.
I know, right? He is God. He is Teflon. He's a king. Yes, nothing hurts him. I think it's just because the country's full of a bunch of white racist motherfuckers, personally.
I call bullshit.
All right, let me rephrase.
I wasn't talking to you.
Oh, okay. I would say I was just trying to push.
Fuck, I was trying to read that damn thing that she just fucking put there, and it just the fuck appeared.
Raz, baby. Damn it. Where did Golden Eyes shit go?
Okay, our perception directly influences our feelings. That's what we've kind of been saying. Our experiences as human beings directly dictate our emotions. If you allow them to, because that would be going by your standpoint, right? I mean, if that's what I'm understanding correctly.
What else
don't matter.
Really dope. She said before that, check this out.
I've
Emotions
read every comment. Which one?
This is golden. Emotions are physical experiences rather than strictly mental. Emotions are physical experiences. Dope. Feelings are not physical. They are physiological. Yes, they can be both. But check out her point.
You're gonna feel it.
Yes, but check out her point first before you comment. You put them both together. Okay. And the next part, emotions are physical experiences rather than strictly mental. Feelings are not physical. That's the difference between emotions and feelings. They have psychological and mental reactions to the emotions. I screenshot that shit.
See, here's the confusing part about that. If they're only psychological, wait, let me make sure that I'm fucking quoting that properly. They are physical. They're not physical. Feelings are not physical. They're psychological or mental reactions to emotions. Okay. Let's twist that for a minute. By that definition, you're saying that they're all psychological.
No, she said they're not strictly, meaning they can be both, like you said.
Did I read the wrong fucking comment?
Let me see. Hold on. Let me see.
Or did I miss a word? Opportunity rights. Oh, that's not it. Feelings are not the same as emotions. Well, right. I mean, one is something inside. Emotions are something that you feel inside. And feelings are something that you feel outside. Now, emotions can make you physically ill at times. You know? It's why when someone you care about dies, sometimes people throw up or they shake, you know, or adrenaline the adrenaline kicks off from the anger, someone just harmed someone I care about. Now my fucking hand starts shaking. Once my hand starts shaking, I know it's not long after that guy's going to lose every tooth that I can hit within a few shots, and then it becomes a physical reaction, right? By my own choice, my own belief system. You fuck with me or something I care about, I will fuck with you.
Well, then in that case, emotions can become physical and feelings. Your feelings can make you hit a nigga as well.
That's what I was just saying.
Emotions as well.
You can't say that they're only one-sided. You can't say, well, this goes to this category, and this goes to this category, because they can both be the same thing.
Okay, so emotions can be well, let me read
fear. What is fear? What is fear?
Fear is emotion.
All right, you said you boxed?
I didn't, but yes, I have, yeah.
Okay, what is the first thing you're taught? Well, one of the first things you're taught.
I don't know. Defense was the first thing that popped in my head.
Okay, well, I was taught that fear can be paralyzing.
Yes.
When you feel fear, your knees will get real fucking weak. Your throat will get dry. When you feel like you're swallowing a golf ball, that's fear. It will paralyze you. It's now become a physical feeling based by emotion. Something you feel inside becoming an external feeling. And that's a fact. That's what that is. That's like you ask anybody that knows how to fucking fight, box.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry.
You take those 5 deep breaths and you're good to go.
Let me try this. Feelings are not physical. Argue that point. She's saying emotions are physical. I think that's the one we're arguing. But she already agrees with that. Feelings, however, are not physical. Feelings are not physical. They are psychological.
You can. Feelings are emotions are feelings. It's something we're feeling.
Just saying feelings. Let's talk about feelings.
There's 2 different feelings. There's an external feeling and an internal feeling. I can hurt you inside and not touch your outside. I can harm your fucking exterior and not touch your inside.
You can hurt a motherfucker's feelings. You can hurt a motherfucker's feelings and then it becomes physical.
Right.
I think so.
Depending on how they react to it. Like take a guy like me, for instance.
Yeah.
When I care about something, whether it be a girl, my best friend, my fucking dog, my laptop, whatever the fuck I care about, my tattoo equipment, whatever I fucking care about. When I care about it, I wear it, I own it, and I go for it, and I come at it from an honest, true standpoint. This is what this is. This is what I'm feeling right now. Sometimes people just need you to fucking listen. You learn a lot more when you listen than, I guess, try to minimize what the person is bringing to you and become more agitation than listening. It's like Let
me say something Raz said. Raz, which someone wants you to expound on this. Not this first part. It's not unlike the way knowledge becomes wisdom once it is applied. It's how something in our heads in thought can become a part of the physical world, which is what me and you were talking about at first, earlier. And then he says, however, the cause of a thing isn't the thing itself. So Raz, I'm curious, the cause of a thing coming into the physical world. I'd like to know, how can you bring things into the physical world? I'd like to know if you believe that just that mental shit can cause something to change. Your belief. I believe I'm on a hot streak, therefore physically it happens in the real world. Suddenly I'm on a hot streak. I believe I'm good looking. Suddenly every bitch in the room believe I'm good looking. I believe I'm down and nobody likes me. Is these things possible? Are these things true?
Right. It's frame of mind. One of the oldest monks in the fucking world said that if you want to conquer something, it starts in the mind.
I would agree.
Do you know why it starts in the mind?
Yes.
And it doesn't start with selfish mind. It starts with peace of mind. Now, what could that mean?
I was thinking I'd go with selfish mind. I don't want to feel
No.
that feeling.
Well,
I
that's
thought it was
selfish, right?
I thought I did it. I think I do it for selfish reasons. Yeah. I
I mean,
overcome fear for selfish reasons because I hate that feeling. I won't allow it. No.
right. And here's the trouble: is it society is a fucking whole. Common sense is no longer common, right?
Agreed.
Society thinks of me. It's what I want, what I feel, what I need, what I fucking see. Well, okay, cool. What about the guy across the street? He saw the same shit. He feels the same shit. Why aren't you considering that guy's fucking feelings?
That's
Well,
right. Or
it
he
doesn't
saw
affect
the
me.
same shit.
Doesn't affect
Or
me.
he saw
Well,
the
okay.
he saw
It
the
affects
same
him.
shit. Look, he saw the same shit, and he feels totally different from you. You still have to
Right.
respect him. I saw a cop get beat up, and I was glad. He saw it, and he thinks it was a travesty. Still have to leave room for his point of view and his perception. I have to honor that, respect it. I can't go over there and smack him. I can't get the majority of people together and say, listen, we're going to make it illegal for you to think like that. You got to follow us.
Golden says, no, you're not understanding. You haven't been listening. If you think that I don't understand what the fuck it is, then you haven't been listening. Because everything you're saying, I've said in a different fucking way of saying it.
You talking about
You
Raz?
just haven't been fucking listening. We've
You
been
talking about
saying the
Raz?
same fucking shit. Just you're saying it from that standpoint. Well, going by a technical terminology, when you gotta go with a real world terminology. So with some things that are written in fucking books are not reality today. So if a book was written 15 years ago and it says if you do this, this is what's going to happen. But then society's point of view changed, which means it changed the outcome of what they've researched. Right?
Oh, fuck, Raz just blew my mind. Can I change the subject? I'm going to be honest
buddy.
with you. I was in chat reading anyway. All right, so this is Raz. I remember the question I just asked him, can your thought change shit in the physical world? He said, okay, that is the vehicle. And there is an energy there that has to exist. There is an energy there that has to exist. But the question is, does it control the other energy it interacts with, or must those other energies be receptive as well? I wonder. Let's say that I am okay on a quantum scale, quantum physics. On a really small scale, people have learned that whatever the guy doing the experiment wants the outcome to be, the experiment will tend to follow his desires, which is totally opposite from what we think science is. Experiment in the conventional physical world, the thing that makes it experiment is you have another person has to be able to do the same thing and get the same results, or else your shit's untrue. But on the quantum scale, we find that whatever the person wants, the desired outcome to be, he can affect it. Like he mentally makes these things happen. His wishes and his will affect the physical world down there. Now, Raz is saying that there is an energy, it affects these things, but must they be willing? If I hit a ball and I wanted to stay fair and not go foul, and I'm mentally wishing, stay fair, stay fair, stay fair. Does that ball have to be willing? Or is it just me pushing it with my mental is what he was saying. I think that's dope. And I don't know. My first response, Raz, would be all things are from God. All things have that energy. So all things are willing, period. There's nothing that's unwilling. We all in this together. Every object here is built for me, for man, to bend to my command.
Well, it's the perception you use for it, though. We all perceive things differently, and that's not 100% of a problem, but it definitely is a percentage of a problem. because we're not understanding other people's perceptions to create
or respecting them. Sometimes I think, Tank, I think that those in charge understand them. Maybe not all of them, maybe not even majority. But I think some understand them, but they don't respect them. They think of it as weak. You know, maybe they're narcissists or something, and they see compassion as a weakness. I'm so tired of hearing these niggas with that bleeding heart liberal bullshit. You know, I made my millions. He can make his own. You know, why do I got to pay for some kid's lunch program? You know, out of my pocket.
Because who's going to? We look after. This is where I get people. We're alive. We're just not living. You know,
Agreed.
we are humans, but we've lost some of our humanity.
Agreed.
You know, what happened to seeing someone fucking stranded on the side of the road and pulling over and being like, "Hey, you need a hand?" No.
Yes.
We've been fucking conditioned to run the fucking other way because we don't know that person's a fucking serial killer.
Yes, I pull
You
over
know
all
what I mean?
the time, by the way, and I got a buddy who pulls over all the time, and when we're together, we pull over all the time together and help motherfuckers when their cars broke down or stuck in the snow, anything.
Help your fellow fucking human, you know?
Right. Be kind to
Understand things. It doesn't matter about anything else.
Be kind to strangers, for many have entertained angels unaware. That's dope. Be kind to strangers, for many have entertained angels unaware.
Dude, Golden just said something fucking amazing. I mean, that's fucking awesome. I mean, I really like that. Once you've hit the ball, everything, I guess after is what should be there. After that happens, from that moment is out of your control. It's all on chance.
I would disagree with that wholeheartedly, Golden.
Well, for
Again,
Babe Ruth, it's different, but
no, I
average
would say average people have absolute ability to bend that ball, you know, and I don't know what gives one more over the other, but I believe we have that ability, and that would be from
knowledge
fucking
and
reading
tactics behind it, right?
I think it's the God that this world was made for us, and we have power that we don't see and we don't believe, but we have power. The same power we were talking about to make a positive outcome on your day or negative. We have power to bend things to our will. In fact, I believe if a tree falls in the forest and no one is around to hear it, it does not make a sound.
It does not make a sound.
It does not make
a
a
joke to see where people's minds at. If a tree falls down in the forest, does it still make a sound? And people are like, well, yeah, it always makes a sound. But if you weren't there, then
there's no way.
No.
In my opinion, there's no way it makes a sound. The tree isn't even there because I'm not there. Because the human's not there. If the human comes around, you know what? The tree will pop up and be there just for that human to see, think, and evolve. But it's a waste of energy, and energy is never wasted. It's not logical.
Well,
it created
one that
like
did Schrodinger's cat, you know?
Like, there you go, like Schrodinger's cat. Is it dead or alive?
You don't fucking know unless you open the fucking box.
You don't know until you open the box, right?
It's neither dead nor alive.
Exactly.
You know?
It's neither. I would agree.
She said, all you can do is make a run for the next base and do your best to win the game.
Good girl. But I believe again.
What is one's best? You know?
Like, yes, I would say that my best would be keeping my fucking mind on bending that ball as long as it's in the air. Because I believe that if I have the ability to will things into the existence, things that I'm unaware of, and that there's a shot that I can pull that off. There's certainly a shot. I've seen other things, man, that are illogical, man. But there's certainly a chance that they happen. I've seen them happen.
I have a question.
Yeah.
After you swing and you hit the ball and you realize that it's going a different direction, do you just turn around and give up, or do you keep watching? Do you keep at it and like, maybe the fucking wind will catch it? Maybe it will just like when you're bowling, and it looks like it's gonna go into the fucking gutter. But then out of fucking nowhere, it goes dead center and you get a fucking strike right at the last second. You gave up too fucking early.
Yes, that
Yeah.
happens all the fucking time. Regrettably, yes. And I hate that because I'm the one who's always saying, listen, we got to do the job regardless. It don't matter if you blow it out, you got to do the job regardless. It's like with these cops, it looked like we're fighting a gargantuan giant titan that cannot be defeated, but we can't give up. We got to do the job regardless. But yes, sometimes I'll walk to a place and be like, oh, no chance. I give up too quick.
That's people's problem, though. And a lot of people don't even realize it. They give up before they give up. and a person that notices small fucking details for fun, for a way of understanding.
Tank, I don't see the stream link being put in there. I would love if Braz to go and would
My
come up
bad,
and
my
rap
bad.
with us.
Golden says she's on her way to a mountain.
Oh, I think Otis said she was driving or something. Yeah. Oh, Raz, you know.
That doesn't seem right, though. Just saying.
Or anyone else, yeah.
But I don't fucking know. What do I know? I know nothing.
Right. A wise man knows.
I
he
only know
knows
what the information that I have, right?
Agreed.
You can
You know,
only
but it
form
takes
it
a
off of
wise
that.
man to know that. It's motherfuckers who consume a lot less information than you do, but will stand on their fucking belief just because I feel this way. Who made the virus? Well, I just feel this way. Did you do any research? Did you read anything, any of the articles?
No, they just regurgitated other shit.
Right. It's
Which could be
exactly.
false information.
Did Trump
I
Did
have a
Trump
question.
break the
I have
law?
a question for you, Joe. Would you say I'm okay, smart, intelligent, or
You?
neutral playground?
You?
Me.
I'd say you're smart, but I don't know if that's a compliment because I'm wicked smart. I'd say you're smart. I'd say your gift is not like there. You're smarter than most motherfuckers. In fact, you'd be I don't know, low genius or something, in my opinion.
Okay, I have a
But
question. Next question.
yeah,
Not to cut you off.
but I wanted to
What
say
grade
that
level do you think I'm at?
your asset. You sound young. Hold on. Your asset is not there though. Your intelligence is not there. Your wisdom is your asset, and I'm not sure I equate the two.
Okay.
You're
what grade
wise,
level do you think I'm at?
your wisdom. I'd say you're fucking with, you're fucking with anybody on the wisdom side. You're just as 100%
Because I'm a
like
realist. I look at
Braz,
things from a perspective.
baby.
But what education level do you think I'm at?
Do I think you're at? Oh my God, I have no idea. I'd say you had some college. You could have even completed it 4 years. After that, I'd say nothing after that, if that. But
Grade 4.
that, I was going to say, but that can
Grade
all
4.
mean nothing
Did you hear
if
me,
you
Joe?
educate yourself. I heard you. Grade 4.
Everything I've learned from paying the fuck attention and not being
Yes.
blinded
See,
and
that's why I
understanding my
said-
feelings. Everything I feel will dictate an action.
That's why I
Because I
said.
trust my gut. I trust what I feel. It's an instinct.
I got you. I see where you're going with that. I got you.
We've
But I
lost
would
the
also
sight of
say,
that.
I would also say that, and keep doing that. I would also say you've accumulated some wisdom. You're smart enough to examine and see all the variables before you come to a conclusion, and you'll come to a conclusion different from most people. Raz, what's good, bro?
What's up, Joe? Nice to see you again there, Tank. Thanks for bringing me up here. You guys are having a profound discussion. GoldenEye's chiming in over there on the side. I was loving that. After what I've been through earlier today, I didn't know if y'all seen any word I was typing, but it didn't matter to me. It really didn't matter to me.
Comments. Honestly, I wasn't. I was reading her comments though. I mean, I don't know
Okay,
if that
but that's okay, Tank. Here, that's okay because that's
it's not
the
that I
way.
didn't care what you were saying. I was just more interested in what she was saying because I was trying to figure.
No, that's perfect. That's perfect.
right.
What I was getting
I'm
at
honest.
there is absolutely. And when I go on the internet, I don't. Some people go out here to say, "Look at me, look at me, look at me." Okay, I go out here and I say what I got to say my piece. because to me, I'm speaking to the annals of history. I believe that everything that goes online is captured. I believe nothing is ever deleted. I don't think there is a delete function. Okay, this is keeping track of things for the future,
once
for
something
posterity.
is uploaded, one like this right here, this will never go away.
Right.
Even if they say they delete it,
They
there's
don't.
still the metadata of it, and you can take that metadata and piece it all back together.
And that will
build
be
a fucking
forever.
puzzle.
Yes, that
It'll
will be forever. Yep, and that's why I just let it all hang out there and I be me. Now I don't sit here and say here's my address, okay? But if people want to know where I'm at, they can find me. It's not that hard. If they really want to prove who I am, look at my back. That really is my tattoo, right? Joe really does have a hood like that. You know, he don't hide neither. I mean, you know, it is what it is.
The way I look at it is if there's someone out there that wishes me physical harm, I welcome it. But I'm not like welcoming it like come get it, you know.
That's right, but that's
I
what's
like
bothering
it.
me
I'm
right
just
now,
saying-
Tank.
I'm saying that by saying that, I'm saying if you feel the need that you've got to physically come at me, I'm not gonna fucking
I
back
wish-
down. I've never backed down
I
from a fight
wish-
my whole entire fucking life.
I wish
Never.
you would. Is
Why would I
what
do
you're
it now?
saying. I have the attitude. Some people have the attitude. I hope nothing
Give
bad
me a
happens
fucking
today.
reason, kind of thing. You know what I mean?
And
I'm
you
saying-
have the attitude, nigga. I wish you would.
Now see, look, like what
You gotta make your
Golden Eye
actions
saying.
match your fucking words, though.
You know, and we true that. Well, and that's one of the reasons why I carry a gun everywhere I go. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Because that keeps me
I
honest.
wish
It
you
keeps me
would.
right, and you know what I'm saying. It is
That's
what it
right.
is. Now,
Whereas I've
definitely
gotten
know-
into fights with my
Yeah.
gun in my pocket and didn't even pull it more
Right.
than once. Yeah.
because that's a whole different level, right,
Well,
Joe?
They're a side effect. Emotions are side effect of our instinct.
Sure, and I don't want to go to I don't want to go to jail over either one. I don't
No, I
want
was,
to go
I
to
was
jail.
talking to Golden.
Oh, I see.
She said emotions are the aftermath of our instinct. No, I believe they're a side effect. You know, when we feel fear, that fear is an instinct inside of us. There's something that could harm us close by. A lot
I
of people
think
are just too
those are
fucking blind to
semantics.
see it.
Are those semantics? She says they're the aftermath,
Well-
meaning one is cause and one is effect.
Well, I believe. Well, aftermath is after, right?
Yes, just meaning.
I would say no.
But
I would
think
say
they happen at the same fucking time. Like,
Well, that's
believe
what I
that
was getting
they're-
at.
They're very they exist with each
Codependent.
other. Codependent.
And
So when you
intermingling.
feel
That's what I was
that
getting at.
fear, that's your instinct, your gut feeling saying something fucky is about to happen, or something good's about to happen. I'm just misinterpreting it. Because sometimes fear can be misinterpreted. You can feel fear and it not be a bad thing at all.
No, it's
It can be
very
the fear of
definitely
change.
very definitely used as a tool. And there's rational and irrational fear. I have an irrational fear of bridges. That shit is real as fuck, yo. My knuckles go white. I sweat. I get freaked out. The bridges fuck with me. They do physically. It manifests itself that way.
Why do they fuck with you?
I have no fucking idea, bro.
because
When I
you're
was
up
in
high?
high school, no, because it can be low. When I was in high school, my buddy took me to a small wooden bridge. He parked on that fucker and he jumped out before I even had a chance to know what was going on. Scared shitless I was in that truck, dude. I did everything but shit my pants. I was so fucking scared, it was pathetic. And that's not me, yo. I mean, Joe will see it. Joe will see it this summer because I'm coming up to Chicago, and he's probably gonna have to curl me back a little bit because I don't fucking scare. I don't scare easy, bro. I really don't. But you put me on a bridge, and I'm gonna be fucking scared.
Yeah, listen, y'all have heard that saying, post hoc ergo propter hoc is Latin. Post hoc ergo proctor hoc, meaning after, therefore, because. Meaning, if it happened, it's not always true, but you
Can
know,
be true.
You need
Yes.
the action to have the reaction.
See, and that's what I was kind of
Otherwise,
getting at.
it's a pointless reaction.
That's what I was
Yeah.
kind of when you guys were talking. That's kind of what I was chiming in on with what Golden Eyes was saying. I was saying that emotion is that transition. That kind of is that line between the what are you thinking and then feeling. You know, the thing, and then the thought, and then it trans to fear, and then it's transitioned to an action. You're doing something, and then you have an end result. That all kind of blurs together the way Tank Boy was saying. And I think everybody talking here has agreed in substance. That's what I think.
I would agree with that. Yes.
Nice.
If there's anything we disagree in, it might be the definition, the terminology of something, description of something. But I think we certainly agree in substance. Yes.
Well, let's say you got bubbles like when we blew when we was kids, right? And they're floating in the air, and they kind of bump into each other, and they're not perfectly spheres anymore, right? Because they're bumping into each other. Maybe that's kind of where it is, because the line is kind of the same when they touch. It's kind of the same space.
Check this out. I would go further than that. Again, because of this fucking quantum physics shit, they believe that because they've taken electrons and separated them.
You're going to talk about a black hole, aren't you?
No, I'm not. I don't think I am. I hope not. But you take one. We're going to talk about something called spooky action at a distance, or quantum entanglement. You take one electron, and no matter the distance, that other electron that you move it away, what you do to one happens to the other. It mirrors the same things.
Don't let them collide.
No, I'm not talking about an atom smash or anything like that, the Hadron Collider or anything like that. I'm talking about quantum entanglement. Just the concept here means that at no matter what distance, once you separate those things, they are not really separated. You shake this one, that one shakes on the other side of the planet. Or if you took it to Jupiter, they are still entangled. You feel me? Distance doesn't matter. Now, if you can accept that, the distance doesn't matter for those two.
If there's a connection, I can accept that.
Right?
If you can accept the distance doesn't matter for those two particles which make up us, then there can be things where distance doesn't matter, where we are really intermingling, where you are now Raz, and you are now Tank.
Yeah, I will go along with that, Joe.
When you do that, I think that at some point in time, the distance gets shorter.
Yeah, see, that's where I was going.
Maybe that's just hope or faith fucking kicking in. I'm not quite sure. I think more hope, but
I don't think there is space.
Vibration. You tune in that person's vibration better, and you can pick them up faster.
I think that's being in the same
you have
place.
To acknowledge it, though. You have
that's
to be
being in the same place. Yes, I'd agree, Raz.
Yeah, that's instead of being two places that are connected. You know, like the Einstein bridge, the wormhole factor. I don't think it's two places. I think if you're talking about that, if you're talking about that fold, it's one place. It's almost two things. Okay.
Yes, and many people I think would agree with what you're saying, that all things exist, like time and space are opposite sides of the same coin, and many people believe that time does not exist, meaning all things have occurred before, now, and in the future are occurring right now at this present time.
Yeah, that's an infinity thing.
It's alter realities, right?
Meaning the same thing would be true for space, meaning all things would be happening at every space at the same moment.
On that note, on that note, this is when I was a little kid, I dreamt of this, right? Because the IBM thing, they were absolute zero, controlling the molecule thing. That's what they were after. If I fall down and break a bone, if I have a tool that I can control atoms with, if I can arrange atoms and move them around and control them at the atom stage, then I can control them at the molecular stage also. And I could take my little tool and I could go buzz, buzz, and your bone isn't broken anymore. And that muscle isn't disturbed anymore. Because I put all those atoms and form molecules and put them all back together the way they're supposed to be.
Well, if you can pull that off, then there's no reason you can't teleport
put
them
back exactly the same. It's when you
as they should be.
Mug and you smash it up against the wall, and you super glue it back together. It's never going to be the exact same.
Well, that's different. Hold on, that's different.
Wait. Since he used that analogy, you do know, again, on a quantum level, when you smash those two atoms into each other, you know what happens? It's not like when you... yes, however, fusion. Each individual one is not smaller than the original. You drop a glass, it breaks into smaller fragments. When you're talking about
it's still glass.
Right. But it's still glass. When you're talking about these things, they break into fragments the same size as the original. and they're not necessarily glass anymore. They turn into magnetic particles for a minute. For a billionth of a second, they split off into an unseen particle, a magnetic particle, something you don't even
like
see.
A buffer,
then it'll
like
come
a
back
buffer
as
zone
a different particle.
Like a buffer zone in between.
Before it determines what it's going to be on the outset, on the outcome. And it'll be a different particle totally from what it started as. It's not going to still be glass.
That explains plutonium.
But here's the thing, though. By fate or by chance, it could be either better or worse.
If our philosophy is correct, we can determine the outcome. While that motherfucker spinning off, we can say, I want you to turn into a piece of glass before it lands, and we have glass if we knew what we were doing. And I said that to say this, Tank, that you said, but you can never put them back in the same order. I disagree. There's some motherfucker way to find out.
I think you could. Or both. Right. You could probably make it better.
Well,
right?
If you cut it 2 by 4 in half, it'll never be the same length, even if you fasten it back together, because the saw.
From what you know now, but assuming you know how to manipulate the molecules, which is as the statement started off.
Right.
Then you have a chance of putting it back together in its original form or better, make it stronger.
I'm deeper than DNA. Absolutely. Well, not necessarily.
No,
that would
just rearrange. Don't add nothing.
Hold on. On that note, On that note, Tank Boy, let me ask you this. You can look at your body, okay, your skin and everything within, okay.
Lots of tattoos.
That's all good. That's good. You got some ink to work with. In some ways, you're going to be better off, right? You have something within you that maybe others don't, okay. But you are now Madagascar.
Oh shit.
Okay, you are a closed,
isolated society.
But yes. So, come on, what's the word? Y'all, what's
civilization?
Go one more, Joe. Go one more. The hell they call it? Biosphere. What the fuck is it? Come on, y'all. We're not stupid people.
What are you trying to say?
He's talking about it's its own.
Yeah. What the fuck is that word? Jimmy Christmas. We are bouncing all around it, man.
Environment is the closest I could come. It's on right.
Closed off. Yeah, closed off. Life.
Yeah,
what the fuck? We're playing that game now. What the fuck is it? My bad. I know. I'm
sorry. Fucking charades on
words. They encapsulated their own so and so in biosphere.
And biosphere, whatever the fuck. You know what I'm talking about. Whatever the fuck it is called. You are its own. And if you look at Madagascar compared to the world, there are very different things going on there inside that thing. I can't call it.
Ecology, its own ecology, ecosystem.
Ecosystem, there you go.
Ecosystem.
Okay, got
it. It has its own ecosystem that is different than the rest of the world because animals came up different. There's a different combination there because it was a sealed off environment for so long. It just evolved differently.
It hasn't been polluted.
Well, you could call it that. Polluted is a loaded word, but yeah. Okay, the same thing. Look at your body the same way. Look at your body the same way, and Joe's body the same way, and my body the same way. Okay, what if we take all the melanin that is in Joe's skin and we make them white, and we use that down to its elemental form? Maybe we can even we can go deeper than atomic level. We can go all the way down into the electrons, and we can move them all around, and we can make out of his body whatever we want.
That's right.
It's logical. Altering reality.
It's logical. Our body is made up of different metals and so on.
Right.
Well, we're finite number of things.
Yes.
Like if I hold your, it's gonna sound gay. Okay, if I touch your arm,
that's all good. Right.
Okay, if I hold your hand, not in a gay way, no homo.
No, it's all good. No homo. It's all good.
But if I hold your hand and I touch a fucking electrical socket, you're gonna touch you're gonna feel it. I'm not.
Yes.
I'm the conductor. Okay, it's gonna go through me. I'm gonna feel the electricity, the excitement. But it's gonna be a shocking experience for you, bro. Especially if it's 320.
Right.
Because we're conductors.
That's a little different. That's a little different than here.
Are you aware that you can't really touch
another person's hand or touch anything. You don't really touch a thing, another thing. Your cell cannot touch another cell. They don't even touch each other in reality. There's always that magnetic, electromagnetic force buffer zone in between. Even when skin flakes off, you never really touch it. Those are you cannot. It's physically impossible. There'll always be space in between. That's that electromagnetic field which you can't crush. This is where an atomic bomb comes from. These things do not want to touch each other, so they put explosives in a circular fashion around an atom to blow it into the other atom and make them touch. And the reaction is so.
Let's
look at a magnet.
Your electricity is a little different than ours, Tank. Just to let you know, because if you do that here with 110 or 220, we're both getting nailed. But it's all good. It's all good.
Hot neutral.
We have a hot neutral and we have a common. We have a hot and then we have a common, and we switch on the hot side.
There should be black, white, and green. Green is an additional ground. White
is
the hot neutral.
That's bare. Black is hot.
Okay.
White is neutral, called common, and then you have bare ground, and we have bonding and then grounding.
Well, the green one is always an additional ground. That's for like extra shock.
That's bare. That's bare.
Right. It's like it grounds itself kind of thing.
Or
because it only fastens to the steel part, which is the additional ground that goes through the breakers into the breaker box.
When you saying it's bare, are you saying it has no color? Right?
Yeah, it's just bare copper. In the main service.
Oh, you're talking about spules.
In our common household wiring, you have a black wire, which is your hot. That's your current coming in. You have a common, which is your white. That goes to the ground. That goes all the way to the actual copper ground into the ground. Outside your service. But hold on. Okay, now when you do a plug, okay, you do your let's do a switched outlet, okay, for like an end table light. You come in your black, you switch to black, you come out of the switch and you go to your outlet, okay, and then your white comes back and your white goes all the way to your fuse box. Now you're going to have a bare copper wire that attaches to that outlet also. Okay.
That's your additional ground.
Yeah, but
if one that fastens into the actual ground.
But that happens. That only happens at the fuse box right before it goes into the ground. That's where the ground bar and the bonding bar are coming together, and they're put together in a satellite any satellite panel. Like that's the way mine are out here in the mains. Okay, in the garage where my main service is, 200 amp service. Okay, all the other satellite boxes are bonded, not grounded. Bonded, they are separate in the box, and they run all the way to the main box, and that's where they're tied together. The bare
They should be all connected through basically the same channel.
Only in the main box. In the rest of the satellite boxes, in the house, in the paint room, in my compressor room, all those are bonded. They're not grounded. The white and the copper do not go together. They go separate.
Have I fell under a rock?
No,
I'm talking about breaker boxes, like not the twisted ones, the actual.
Yes. That's what I'm talking.
When did they change the fucking name?
Dude, get this. Here, our breaker box, okay, right? Our breaker box, you have to tie a bare copper wire from your breaker box to your corrugated gas line. You have to bond it, not ground it. Dude, tell me about it. I balked and said, this has to be wrong. You're no fucking way.
It is most fucking certainly wrong.
It is not. It is fucking commanded here. No shit. It is, man. I swear to God.
Fucking incompetent fuck stupid.
Well, you know what? If you want their ass to be on the line with their liability, you got to do their what do you call it? Their
investigation.
No, you have to do it their way for
their procedures
for litigation. For liability, you got to put their product in their way. And that's the way they say to do it. Not grounded. Now, not grounded. No, you don't when you take this corrugated stainless line and hook it up to your black pipe, you can't just ground it there. No, that's not how it works. You have to bond that fitting, and you have to take bare wire, and you have to take bare 10 gauge, 10 or 6. Remember they actually have a gauge on it also, and you have to take that all the way to bond, not to ground, to bond. You bond it, and then it grounds. I know it sounds fucked up, man. Bonding and grounding are they're an interesting difference, but they are different.
Very big difference. They actually would create more problems later, because if your fucking house gets struck by lightning and that fucking current goes through it, I mean, if you get a power surge, it's not going to do its fucking job.
No, well, that's what
your
I say.
Box is just going to go boom.
Yeah, their idea
inside is going to go boom.
Yep, then that's what they want. And that's what they want. They want if a house gets struck by lightning, they want it to blow that fucker right off the wall instead of burn the whole house
so they
down.
can replace it with smart meters.
Well, I already got one of them too, so yeah, slowly. But at least I don't have to open my gate anymore. I don't like that shit. They can keep track of everything that you do. And get this, I told them, fuck that, I don't want that. So I was gonna have to pay a fee for them to take it out, and then I was going to pay a monthly fee to leave it out. About $600 a year to not have one. And at the time, all I had for gas was my furnace. 8 months out of the year, I'm not using it, right? So I said, let's shut it off. Conveniently, the fee to shut it off and the fee to turn it back on was the same as the rent all year long. I had to rent my gas meter.
What the fuck?
No doubt. Fucking bullshit, ain't it?
Oh,
I gotta rent their shit.
Bro? You bought that shit from the Home Depot? Well, you gotta pay us $20 a month to have that paint on your walls.
Yep.
So
that's about what it's like.
Paint, motherfucker. I put the work in. I painted this fucking house. You can suck my dick for the same price, motherfucker.
Totally agree.
I went round and round. You know,
I already paid for it.
I know. Joe got Commonwealth Edison, I guess. Ain't that what that's called? That's some shit up there, man.
We do, yeah.
They bend your ass over, don't they?
They do. Not only that, man, they are used to that monopoly bullshit. They're not used to this competition bullshit. They are gods, man. You know, it's ComEd. Get Edison out of my pocket.
Is they're gonna do the same thing that the average person does, right? What I mean by average, I mean like a modern day person, right? They mistake that kindness for weakness. I think that falls under belief at the same time. And then when people stand up and say, fuck you, this is what it is, and this is what it's at, they're gonna have to fucking listen. And that goes for everything, right? I mean, that's just not opinion.
But I think that's gonna start happening at the end of this month.
Right.
We got 2 more weeks before shit hits the fan.
See, people are
how can you nail it down? Wait, how can you nail it down like that, Raz? Why 2 weeks? You sound pretty sure about that. Why 2 weeks?
I do feel pretty sure about that because most people, Joe, run month to month. And if shit hits the fan, something bad happens, they drop a transmission in their car, this, that, or the other, they can usually borrow from their friends, you know, maybe put off a couple payments, maybe have some shit be a little bit late. Right. And they can cover it, right? And then they spend the next few months catching back up.
Right.
So most people that hadn't been able to work have been able to make shit work until now. And that pittance that they threw at everybody, right? That kind of backs shit off. But that shit, if you're upside down already, that ain't gonna help you out. All that's gonna do is prolong it a little bit.
Yes.
Because you need something like a 3-pay month. Or you need it to be spring, so your air conditioner ain't on yet, and your furnace been off, so your bill's lower, right? So you can collect up a little bit, and you can make up a little bit that way. And then you know, if you don't have none, you don't waste none, right? So that kind of adds up a little bit. But,
I have a question.
Yeah,
does that not fall under sacrifice?
Yeah,
or compromising with your own.
But
reality,
like,
I guess.
Let's say, hold on. Let's say I rent.
Budgeting.
But let's say I rent an apartment to you, Tank, right? Okay, and I'll be like, dude, you know, I know shit's fucked up, you know, so I got you for a little bit, okay? But Joe Cool has my fucking mortgage on the house you live in, okay? So Joe Cool saying, "I need my fucking money, dude," and I'm
I
like,
got
"Well, but
employees, man. My employees, man. I gotta pay them their money. They don't work for free, man. I got bills.
understand this. I understand
they
this
are
only from a hustle standpoint, and I know that there's always a top guy, that other guy, and then those little guys.
Well, Joe asked me why I'm certain, and here it is. Here's the answer. Okay, the bitch ass governor has decided that Joe's job is quote unquote essential, and the people he employs jobs is essential. Got to have that money so the bankers open. Okay, but my shit, it ain't essential because I can't force collect my rent from you.
That's
Okay.
right.
I can't do it because that bitch ass governor told me I can't do that. So he told you can't go to fucking work, and he told me I can't collect my bill from you that you rightfully owe me. That actually you want to pay me because you know you fucking owe it me, and you want to pay me but you can't, right? And you feel my struggle because you know Joe's bank is fucking tearing my shit up, and I got 6 other houses. This is my job, right? Renting these 6,
Right.
7 houses is my job. But I can't work because you guys can't pay no rent because I can't collect it from you. But at some point, Joe, he said it perfectly. He hit the pitch perfectly. It boils down to he's got to pay his essential workers. And if that happens, then that blood has to be extracted from some turnip somewhere.
But hold on, does it have to be extracted, or should we all have the common courtesy and common decency and fucking common sense, what common sense used to be, to you've now just given me a place to stay and said, here, just get back on your feet. Now
I think
my moral obligation that when he comes after you for money to help you because you've now helped me. That's called karma.
So, Tank, are you saying let the payment go?
No, I'm saying
that-
I better get out there and get a fucking job, because I'm gonna have to help him pay you because he's now helping
Okay,
me.
that's what Raz was saying. His initial thing was people have did all the spending and borrowing and the shit that they can come up with. Now it's at a point where they must make something happen.
I think the best thing could do, and I think this is what they should have did in 2008 instead of the bullshit that they pulled with all the corporate money, as demonstrated. The shit didn't work with Chrysler back in the fucking day. It didn't work with AIG and the fucking banks in 2008. We're right back where we fucking started. Now they're talking shit about school debt and all this, that, and I feel that. I feel that school debt entirely. But let me bounce this one off of you, okay? I rented the house that I lived in before I lived here, or before I bought it, okay? And I've been living here a long time. I've already paid for this fucking house twice. Do you understand what I'm saying?
They should have the common courtesy to help you.
Well, I'm saying that I've already paid the fucking bill here, and the bank has already made a lot of fucking money because they already got 100% out of me already, and they shouldn't get 50%.
Did you ever re-up?
No.
Like, did you ever take a second?
I am halfway through a mortgage.
Okay.
Now I did take an equity line, but that got paid from a different direction.
Okay.
I borrowed 15 grand once.
Just once?
That was to save. Well, that was just once off my equity. That was to save my life because my mouth was so bad. I was so sick. I was fucking dying.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say that you were running it and somebody was after you.
No, I wish.
That's perspective, motherfucker.
Right.
My perspective was wrong. I should have just listened. Get
It's
it?
all good. It's all good. You know, we all do
Instead
what
of
we
trying
do.
to predict your exact next word, I should have just listened.
Now, see that, and that boil. Hey, wait 1 second, Joe. Wait one
I was
second.
gonna say I gotta go. I gotta call my girl.
I got you.
All right, bro.
All right.
Tank, the word prediction that you used right there was another home run of hitting the pitch that I'm giving right there. The banks have already made the money. There's plenty more money to be made. Okay,
They're just signing paper. They're
well, sure.
shit.
Well, but
like our metal fucking stock does not match our paper stock.
Well, I don't disagree. I don't. Well, yeah, but I don't think that was going to work. I think a change had to be made there, and I don't mind trusting the merit of the American worker. I don't mind that, and I don't mind our currency being valued on that because our
But
Congress.
don't put it in the hands of the government.
Well, but that takes a constitutional amendment then, because the Congress is supposed to decide. Who is not supposed to decide is a bunch of bankers on the outside of government. That is our problem.
But
They
that's
are deciding.
They've bought into the government. They've become part of.
Well,
the
but
corporation.
no.
Conflict of
No. That's the common mistake, because corporation is not bad. Just because you become incorporated doesn't mean you lose your right.
Right.
But
I'm talking about them being a corporation.
no, that's not even a problem, Tank. That's not even a problem. I know a lot of people make it out to be, but it's not. That now we could discuss the fact that the progressive tax code is a problem and what allows it to exist is a problem. That's true. But the problem with the you're blaming on a corporation right there is that the government, the what is supposed to be government, has abdicated its duty and pretended to delegate it to another when it doesn't have the authority to delegate it to another.
What you're saying is that they subcontracted.
Well,
here, you take this.
They did something unconstitutional. They did something as if let's say the legislature has the power to accuse the president, right, to impeach, and the Senate has the power to have the trial and convict or not. Well, let's say the judiciary just decides that it's going to hold the trial because it does the trials, so it's going to do it over the president, and it's going to accuse also. Its bar lawyers are going to accuse. No, that's not what's
supposed to happen.
Right, and the Fed is what is not supposed to be a Federal Reserve that establishes an interest rate that then affects our dollar, and that's what the Federal Reserve note is valued at. That's the problem.
Saying now,
the corporation isn't the problem.
We become in bed with them.
The parties are doing something treasonous.
But the parties are the government.
Except they have no claim to our government. They have no claim. There's nothing in our Constitution about a Democrat or a Republican.
Well,
there's nothing government function about a primary election. That the people at Best Buy could hold a popularity contest, and it's the same as a primary election. It's the same thing.
Employee of the month.
Right. Exactly. Well done. Exactly. What we got to do is we got to get more Americans understand that. Now, I don't know how that relates to how your elections work and how your nation's constitution is set up, but what's wrong with my country is that the parties aren't operating a constitutional government.
People are gullible.
Yeah, and they just don't know. Now,
Do
if you
remember that
said
study that they did about the stand-up thing, where someone was called in for a job interview, and there was 10 people in, or let's say 8 to 10 people sitting in a waiting room, and every time the bell rang, everyone but the one that wasn't in on it stood up. By the third to fourth time,
that person stood up,
that person stood up. Why?
Sure, because they're trained to do as others do.
Right. It's the sheep effect, right?
Yeah.
They follow the herd.
Right.
Well, look at the people as the herd. Now, I know that Golden Eyes doesn't like that term.
Right.
I'm not meaning it disrespectfully.
It is what it
Don't get
is.
Twisted.
It is
I'm
what it
meaning
is.
it by a reference standpoint that a sheep will follow a sheep.
Yeah.
Us people being sheep.
Yeah.
Right.
I
Some
think
are
that's
asleep,
inaccurate.
Some are awake. You know. Some follow just waiting for that moment to fucking come out.
Well, and that's where you get into the dominant and submissive thing.
Mm.
Some people really want to be told what to do.
I will only allow myself to be told what to do by one person. Well, two,
Yeah.
if you include my mother.
Yeah, I
The
hate
lady
that
I'm
shit.
with and my mother. Those are the only two women that can ever tell me what to fucking do.
Brother,
Or
I
ever
don't.
make me do something. Anybody
You're better
else,
than me.
you can get down on both fucking knees and suck my fucking dick. Because I'm not fucking budging. You make that first fucking swing count. Because
If I ask you, hey, if someone asks me, you got a pretty good shot. If you just tell me, I'm not gonna fucking react well.
You know what I mean? Okay,
Well,
let's say Golden Eyes are out for dinner one night, right? And and we're out there, and I make like a stupid fucking comment, you know, one that I wasn't really thinking of, and I made a stupid comment, and it embarrassed her, you know,
Right.
hypothetically. Now, I'm not saying, I mean, she may not bring it up right then and there, but it's going to dwell for a minute probably, and then she's probably going to address it when it's her and I, right?
Right.
So if she were to be like, don't ever fucking do that shit again, that was fucking inconsiderate. What's wrong with you? You know?
Right.
That would be an okay reason to tell someone, you know, don't ever fucking do that shit again. What the fuck's wrong with you? That was horrible. Why would you embarrass me like that? You know? That would be a situation for that. Now, if
but that's the rationale of it, and your take on it being kind of bogus that would guide you, not just the fact, not just being told.
No, I don't mind listening when there's a few variables. 1, 100% trust. 2, 100% loyalty. 3, on a mutual standpoint of fighting on the same fucking point. Okay.
Yeah.
That's
Fuck.
number 1. Once you have all of those things and they're all fucking accumulated, okay, you now have a connection. Once you have that connection, you can work off it and grow it. Now, at that point, there's decisions that'll be made, right? So,
okay.
I'm not going to listen to her for any other reason but that I care for her.
Yeah, that's a respect thing to me on that on that note.
Like, because I care, I'll do shit, you know? I'll listen. I'll fucking, I don't know if you want to call it like obey or fucking,
No, I know. No, to me, what you're saying is
you get what I'm
that.
saying?
To me, you're saying that sometimes you will do the things that your old lady wants you to do just because she wants you to do them.
Right.
And I don't think there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. A woman should do that for her husband, and the husband should do that for his wife. There's no getting along with that, or significant other, if you want to call it that way. I mean, I'm a one man, one woman kind of dude, but you know, we all got our own. We got our own take on that. I think words have meaning, and I think pursuit of happiness controls. But I don't get to say blue is red and red is blue just because I don't like what's labeled what. But that doesn't mean I can't have red and blue, right?
Make for the ones that you care for.
Sure.
You know,
And that
what I
shouldn't
mean
be
by
hard.
Compromise is not.
That shouldn't be hard, should it? Hey, that shouldn't be hard.
It should never be fucking hard, because when you care and you care for someone, you make
It ought to
them.
just, yep,
You
it ought to
want
just be.
to make them because you don't want them. You know, like
Why can't we get them to understand that one, bro?
because women are stubborn as a motherfucker.
Well, I'm pretty stubborn too, but damn.
But the trouble is that once a woman crosses that line, there's like a line. Once that line has been crossed, there's got to be a few things. One, if you've hurt someone to a degree where it poses a massive fucking trust problem.
Yeah, that's a bad thing.
The moment, I mean, the moment you got to bring it to them, and you got to be like, listen, this is what I feel, this is what I did, I fucked up, please forgive me, fuck, you know? Let me earn that trust back. And that goes both ways, right? Not just woman to man, man to woman. It goes both ways. That's what the fucking partnership is. What couples are. They work together. Couples, two.
And if there's no remedy to be found, then there's no reason trying.
But that doesn't mean give up to find out, like, you know.
No, but it means admitting. It means admitting that it's already up, because there's no giving involved. That's the problem. You know, you have to be. It's
That's
like
not the,
I don't.
that's
Hey,
not to
it's
say
like
that people, because sometimes people will avoid shit, or they will deflect, or minimize, or
hey, listen.
divert.
I hold a grudge. Okay, that's a fault that I have. Okay,
So
I
what?
do.
But
I hold a
only
grudge,
if
but
the intentions are wrong.
Well, but I do not believe in a life sentence. Okay, to me, life in prison is torture. That is a long life of torture.
You're a humane vengeance.
Put them fuckers in the ground.
Put them out of their fucking misery and make sure they don't fuck with anybody else.
If there can be no
Rehabilitation.
if there can be no an endpoint to a punishment, if you are so wicked and so dangerous, or what you did is so egregious that people entertain the idea of keeping you in prison for 20, 40, 60, 80 years in some cases, put him in the fucking ground. Because if you put a man in a cage for long enough, he will go crazy. That's not even punishment. That's torture. That's just torture.
It's exactly,
Now,
it's psychological torture.
I would make jail a lot harder.
Especially when the punishment doesn't fit the fucking crime.
Absolutely, absolutely,
You know what I mean?
for sure. I know exactly what you mean there. But I would make jail harder and shorter. Okay, no Snickers bars.
I wouldn't make it harder. I would make it a similar amount of shorter. But what I would do is I would bring back rehabilitation programs.
Well, but I would.
When
but
they
I would
cut
make,
those out, it was reoffending. Lots
gotta
of
be-
fucking reoffending.
Well, that's got to be out after. But what I would put on the table there is freedom. Okay, if you think about sitting in jail for 8 years, you are not thinking about tomorrow. You are not giving a fuck about tomorrow, because tomorrow don't mean shit for 8
Can I
years.
tell you something?
Tomorrow means shit for 30 days, though, doesn't it?
Can I tell you something?
Sure.
From personal experience, when you're faced
Absolutely.
with those situations for a
Yeah.
long ass fucking time,
Yeah.
you don't think of what time it is. You don't
Right.
think of what day it is. You don't think
Right.
of what month it is.
You're trying to get through that moment.
That moment, exactly. And
Yep.
that, my friend, is a psychological prison.
Absolutely. Okay,
So
and
people are like,
hold on,
I
that's
live
okay.
in the moment. Yeah, you're in your own fucking prison. Wake the
Yeah.
fuck up.
Well, but they're
Have a
not
plan,
realizing,
have a
right?
fucking
They're
goal, you know?
that's the sheep that you're talking about right there. That's the
No,
sheep,
I
exactly.
think it's a misunderstood.
Yeah.
Because some people, I don't think that they're sheep. I think that they just misunderstood certain
everything that matters.
Well,
If you
not
sit down,
everything.
it's like this. If you okay, whether you're Canadian or you're a United States citizen, okay. If we sat a room full of people down, and let's say that nobody could tell anything by accents, okay. Neither way. 99% of the shit that we talked about, we would probably agree on. Okay, from
People were open to it.
yeah, sure. Well, and just talking about what's real. Okay, what's real is I want to have my guns. The lady sitting next to me, she wants to have all her colors of yarn and all her needles for her crocheting, and she don't want nobody saying nothing to her about how much of that shit she's got any more than I do about the guns I got.
Right, and they're both
Okay.
equal tools.
Absolutely.
They're both tools. They
And
do exactly what people instruct rather by physical action to do. Like
It's
if you set
right.
an AR-15 on the side of your fucking bed, it's not going to get up, pick legs, and go fucking create a mass shooting.
Right.
It's just
right.
not going to fucking happen. And I can prove that. CJ Grissom did a live stream.
It
He's
was
like,
good
I'm going
funny,
to go
wasn't
take
it?
a shower and I'm going to make something to eat. Y'all watch this AR. And I got that AR over there. Watch this AR just in case this one grows legs. And I was like, this fucking guy. So I sat there for fucking hours watching an AR, bro. I'm like, for a second, I actually thought it moved. I was like, what the fuck is going on here? Are you trying to play some weird head game with me, CJ? What the fuck's wrong with you?
Right.
And then I understood it. I was like, I fucking get it. Why didn't I get it sooner? The fact of the matter is that it's not the fucking gun that's the problem. It's the
person.
fucking evil people
Yep.
behind them.
And that's the conversation that has to be had.
It's like, not like a hammer or a fucking wrench.
Well, and
You
you
kill
know,
someone with both, you know?
that's why there's a site called heyjackass.com.
Yeah.
And that's what is about the killings in Chicago. That's the name of the site. It's legitimate, and it is the best counter of the violence in Chicago. It's the most accurate and the most truthful. And they break it down 6 ways to Sunday. What's going on there? They
That's the
banned
only way
guns.
to do things, though.
Well, they banned guns for 40 years. So they banned
Not
them.
done that in a very long time. They have
The
not broke everything down into its own little particles and said, there's got to be more to this than what I'm seeing.
what I think is
in sticker in the shell and see what the fuck's inside that damn fucking egg. Is it a healthy, happy little fucking chicklet, or
Nope.
is it a lost cause?
Here's why. In that room full of people, and we're talking, and it's yarn, and it's guns, and it's tattoo stuff, it's ink, it's you know, I don't think there's anybody who knows more about sanitary work in tattooing than someone who takes their craft seriously.
Right, you have to.
If you want to,
infect you, I'm now open to a lawsuit for 1. 2, I have to live with infecting you. 3, I have to live with my work looking like fucking shit. That's number 2.
And you don't want your name on that shit.
No, God no. It's a fucking embarrassment. Good luck getting another client.
You don't want to misspell a word.
No, and I've done that before.
Dude, all the words that are on my back, you don't think we didn't pass that shit around over and over and over and over again?
Fucking measure twice, cut
once. It was kind of fun what we were doing with it in there, because there's a piercing joint that was part of it too, and they passed it around over there. And what's that?
Your picture, is there a scroll on it?
Oh no, I'm sorry, it's not here. StreamYard's been doing that here at Funky. I don't know if I changed something in my YouTube or what, but it hasn't been coming through. It's still part of on my Google profile, but I'll see what I can do about getting that back in StreamYards. But it actually did turn out pretty good, and I love it. But it was if it was in a different font, it would probably be a little bit easier to tell. But we just didn't want to make that mistake. The guy that was doing it didn't want that on his name. Okay, so I don't need government coming in here and fucking telling him how to do his job and making him more nervous. Okay, I need him to think about what ink he's going to use and what fucking needles he's going to use and how he's going to focus. How is he going to attack this fucking tattoo? Because he didn't start at the first letter and fucking go second and third and fourth and fifth and write it like you do on a paper. That's not how it worked. He worked a little over here and a little over here and a little over there and a little over here, and he did this letter, and then you know what I mean. You know how you'd attack a monotonous fucking tattoo like the one that I have.
The way that I would do the tattoo that you have is I would drop the stencil on. The stencil would be the first thing. First I'd shave, right? I'd clean the area. I'd shave the hair off.
Yep.
And then I'd clean it again, and then I would put my gel shit on a piece of paper towel. And then I would rub that on the area that I've marked for where it's supposed to go. Then I would take the stencil and I would ever so fucking gently line it up. And then I would lightly press it on, count to 3, peel it off. Okay. And I would start from the bottom and I would work my way to the top. Why would I start my way from the bottom and work my way to the top? Because the stencils are not forever. They're not a permanent thing.
Right.
Which means that if I start from the top, I'm now going to wipe off the bottom part of the stencil. And let me tell you from personal experience, it is a fucking bitch to freehand that shit to match.
It's
possible. It happens. I've done it many fucking times. I've started a tattoo and had to freehand the other half of it, and it still turns out all right.
Yep.
That comes with the trade of it, doing it enough.
Well, as water or cleaner would roll off my back is the way that he approached the tattoo and why he did the letters in a row that he did. You know what I'm saying? Up to down, up to down, up to down. It was interesting. And he did me a solid by not doing everything right on my spine at the same fucking time.
I would start from the bottom as if I was writing it from the bottom.
I see.
You know what I mean?
I do.
So that because I'm right-handed, okay? So when I tattoo, I've got to tattoo starting at that corner so that my palm does not touch the stencil.
Sure.
My palm should only on the glove I'll put lots of petroleum jelly so that my hand slides so that the glove is not pulling on your fucking
and it's not rubbing it. And I don't know. He might have been left-handed. He might have been.
Do you start from the left or the right? Your left or your right?
I think he started on the left side.
Then he'd be left-handed. Because he wouldn't, if he was a professional, he wouldn't want his hand to touch the stencil. That's why you always start from the bottom and work your way up.
Well, because obviously he was working on my back, and he had me. I was in a very compromised position. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
And I didn't move. I did not move. 3.5 hours. I did not move. I just closed my eyes and said, "Do it. Just do it." And you get in the zone. You get in the zone after a while, man, and you don't feel nothing after a while.
Tattoos are addictive, bro.
I know. I know.
You know
I got
I mean?
a good. Hey, I got a good one coming.
Once you hear that machine roar, its first fucking roar, when you touch that pedal, and you feel the needle go into you, that pressure, it becomes addictive. You become addicted to that feeling. That feeling is of being alive.
I have one. Yes, I would agree with that. It is an amazing feeling to someone who has no tattoos. They do not know. They cannot know. And it's, I always talked about people who didn't have pierced ears. I have 4 holes in my left ear. Okay, I wore 4 earrings. Okay, no big deal. I had no piercings in my right ear. I don't wear earrings anymore. But when my son got his ears pierced, what was I going to say? Right?
Well, with children, you have to, or kids rather, you can only guide them.
Right.
But you have to let them make the end decision.
Right, and that's what I did. My mom wore
it's a forced decision, and when it's done by their own free will, you can enjoy it more.
Well, my mom got that dress out when I pierced my ear, and when I pierced it 3 more times, she didn't know what the fuck to think.
You best get more dresses, Ma, because I'm not fucking stopping. Next fucking dress, I'm putting 4 more holes. I pierced my fucking nipples. You want to see? I'll do it right now. Give me a nail.
I wasn't I wasn't living there anymore after that, But on that note, I have a doozy of a tattoo coming, and it's only weeks away at this point.
Bro, I bet you weren't closer. I would give you
the
best fucking deals that you could get your hands on.
Dude, it might be worth a travel, man. You never know.
How much did you pay for that back piece, and what is the square? Fucking.
How big is it?
Like what's the square dimensions?
Let's see.
To corner. If you were looking at it as a square or a box.
God, a foot by foot.
So 12 by 12.
Yeah, maybe 12 by 12. It's a little bit bigger than a piece of paper. The
Patriot like came rated on nipple.
Well, the next one. The next one is
How much did you pay for the tattoo on your back?
$350, I think. What's up, Patriot Defense?
I probably would have did that for $70 to $80.
And I think that's what I give for that ribbon on my arm. I got that pink ribbon there on my arm. But what I had to do
for $100, I would have added a scroll.
Damn. But
that's how I work. When I add shit, I lower the price.
I see.
While still raising it,
Sure.
You just don't pay as much.
Package deal.
You get a discount on the fucking scroll because you're getting it all in one setting. You're paying for it all in one setting, getting it all in one setting. Bam.
Ink's already open, things of that nature, right? Advice direction. I had to do one thing that I don't necessarily want it cartoonish, but it's silver, okay, and that's a tough color to pull off. So toonish, I think, is going to be a little bit better. A symbol, okay, which is Air Force, the Air Force symbol.
Oh, Air Force symbol, okay.
Okay, and then I got to do 3 faces.
Faces or faces?
Faces, people.
Like portraits.
All portraits. All 3 of my kids.
I don't do those.
I got you.
I tried that one fucking time, and it was when I was a real fucking amateur. Like I only tattooed a portion of my arm and my ex-girlfriend and one of my aunt, and I tried to do a portrait, and I got the outline perfect. Outline awesome, clean, precise, looked like a fucking face. The moment I started to do the black wash was the moment I fucked it up, and one wrong shade will turn to a male.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know what I mean?
A little bit of shade makes a big difference, doesn't it, in a grayscale tattoo?
Or where you shade, where you put your negative shading to your black wash. Faces are really fucked up. They got lots of different shadow effects and definition to them. Those little fine points are a fucking bitch, because if you fuck it up, you kind of even just for a second slip.
Well, and then size matters. Size matters there also, correct?
Well, I mean, for detail, yes. The bigger the face, the easier it is to put detail in it. The smaller the face, the harder it is, because you got to use what I use for small detailed stuff is I got this weird lamp thing with fucking lights on it with a magnifying glass, and I put that in front of me and the lights shine down, and I look through that magnifying glass. Now, fucking 10, 15 years ago, or however many years, 10 years ago, give or take, I didn't have to. I could see perfectly fucking fine. But within the last couple years, I got to wear my glasses more when I tattoo for some fucking stupid reason. I don't
Well,
like
when
it.
they did
I don't like
mine,
it at all.
when they did mine, when I talked to him and I showed him the shirt that I was patterning this after, they said that the first day that I went there, they wanted me to come back the following day because the guy that does the way they put it was does all of our block lettering isn't here. And what I was told that day was that some people are good with the tunes, some are not. Some people are good with outlining letters and shading them in, some are not. And they generally tend to be opposites. If they can cartoon very well, they can't line very good. If they can line very good, they can't cartoon very good.
What do you mean?
That is like it's
Animated
a different
characters?
Well, like it's a different art. Like people tend to be good at one, but then like you're saying, you don't want to do the faces, right?
And the
But
only reason that is because of the fine shading.
well, and
Those
but
little
you're more
teeny
into drawing what you
details.
want to draw, correct?
Well, no, I don't want to. I don't want to fuck it up. You know,
Well,
I
that
fucked
yeah.
one up once, and it was just a minute fucking little teeny tiny little thing, right? Because you got to go to 3-round liner for your. So you got to have like 5 fucking machines out, but wrapped up, plasticed up, fucking gripped up, needled up, sanitaried up, fucking clipcord cover bags on them, machine cover bags. Everything must be sanitary. So that's 5 machines. Okay.
Right.
You'll go with a 3-round liner, a 5-round liner, a 7-round liner. You want a 7 mag and a 5 mag. Now that's just for a larger face. Now go with 6 machines for a more detailed face, and you go with your 7-round liner to an or 7 mag to a 9 mag, or go, let's say 9 mag to, well, let's go 7 because you want that extra distance, so, or that extra narrowness for your packing. So 7, 5, and 3 for your mags, right? And 3 mags are very hard to deal with because you got to go to the fuck, what is it, diamond mag, you know, a diamond needle. And it's very, to do a portrait and to do it right, you gotta have all the machines set up. Everything must be fucking good to go, because the moment you spend 1/2 hour not working on that face is a half hour that it's swelling up and you're not packing it in properly.
Yeah, I'm feeling
And then you
that.
have faded marks, right? Which means that the shading does not come out right. And if you just slip once, or when, like what I do for black wash is I'll dip in the ink and then I'll dip into distilled water and I'll get it to just the right fucking color on a piece of paper towel, and that's how I work with it. So I do that every single time I got to dip. You know what I mean? So when you dip the
Right.
shade or black wash something, like depending on what it is, like let's say the praying hands, right? It's roughly 8 inches by 4 inches, or 9 inches by 4 inches, something like that, right? So that right there took roughly 50 dips for the top, or 40 for the top, 50 for the bottom, right? Because you gotta, people do it in different stages, right? Everybody's got their own little way. So if you put a certain amount of droplets into a fucking ink cap, and then you take a little dropper and you put some distilled water in it and some fucking plasma, you mix that bitch up, it will create your different layers, right? Your black wash dark, your black wash gray, your black wash fucking silver kind of thing, you know?
Right.
But I don't do it that way. I do it old-fashionedly. I do it where I gear it to, I'll dip in the black, then I'll dip in the distilled water, and I'll customly add that so that it's not something that can be reproduced. Which means if you go to somebody else to get it touched up, it's going to look like fucking shit because they didn't use my technique.
That's the way he did my pink. That's the way he did my pink. He did red and white, and he mixed it right there on a needle. He didn't have
So
nothing
it's
on the
your
table.
own-
He just went red, white, red, white, red, white, he asked me beforehand. We talked about it, and he asked me to trust him. He said, "Do you want this to look good for the next, month after it heals, or do you want it to look, good down the road?" I said, "Well, I don't want no hot pink on my body." He said, "I get that. I understand that, and it's a breast cancer tattoo, so it needs to be pink, And he said, "It's gonna be red. You're gonna feel like it's red, and it'll kind of be red, because for one, it's gonna be red from the day, but it's gonna be red from a while. But after a few years, when you're out in the sun, long term, you'll like it. Trust me." And you know what? He was right. It's not hot pink. It's a nice shade of pink. It's a little on the red side, but I still got a few years left to live, I would hope. And it's nice and pink, man. I'm really impressed. And he did exactly what you were just talking about.
Well, it's an old school technique. Old school tattoo artists. Okay, do you know where do you know where a tattoo machine came from?
I don't know. In jail, they make them out of some cool shit, though.
Yeah, that's jail. I'm talking about before that.
Right? I have no idea.
I'm not talking about ripping apart a PlayStation and taking a metal spoon or anything like that, bracking it, popping it off.
I've watched like Islanders with their tap method. I've watched that before. Super old school, about like before machines, but.
Well, what my understanding is, the first ever tattoo machine was an engraving machine, and sailors used to use it to engrave their dog tags, their everything. I mean, they used to this was my shit, this is your shit, my name's on it, don't fuck with it, or wood. They'd engrave shit into wood with it, and then they just happened to fucking solder a needle on it or sharpen the edge of it, and then over time it became better and better and better and better and better.
Sure.
And better. And I mean, I got a shit ton of machines. I got rotary machines. They're like $600 a piece. These rotary machines are so quiet, so small, so fucking less vibration. They're professional rotary machines. And then I've got professional coiled machines. I've got 10 wraps, 5 wraps, fucking 15 wraps, 20 wraps. I got everything from color packers to shaders to liners to whip shaders. Which is
you gotta have drawers, don't you?
Buddy.
You gotta have drawers, man.
My tattoo room, it's got the tattoo bed, it's got the fucking tattoo tables, all of the shit that's there, and then there's like fucking drawers and cupboards fucking everywhere.
Right.
I gotta store shit on the stereo that's in there. It's like, yeah, but I bag everything too. Even when I'm storing it, everything gets bagged. All my ink goes in this great big old fucking tackle box. And they're all individually put in their own little slots. Everything has a place. When you find a place for everything.
I would say that the tattoo parlor where mine was done, in that shop, it was much the way a locksmith shop is set up. The same way you have areas that are very, very well organized, and then you have an area that's like, what in the fuck is in there? And the guys in the shop know everything that's there and where everything's at in there, but it doesn't look like it. A live stream tattoo would be pretty cool, man.
Being something I've been hoping to do. Okay. Yeah, and another thing is when I started out, I was an amateur. I taught myself, and then I had Canada's best tattoo artist tell me, your work is good, you just need to work on this.
Well, that's good.
And I took that, and I was like, fuck, man, this guy's won Canada's best tattoo artist 5 years running, going on 6. I need to take that advice.
Oh, yeah.
I can't let my pride get in the way, like it's my fucking way, motherfucker. I'm doing it my way. I need to take that advice, take that helpful criticism, and use it to my advantage. And I did. I went and I bought some fake fucking skin, and I took a bottle of black ink, and I just sat there and I fucking kept going.
Played lines.
Played it, rehearsed it, played it. Then it came game time, and I did it, and I was like, motherfucker.
Right.
That's fucking awesome.
Yeah, that feels good, doesn't it?
But had I have allowed my pride to get in the way, or stubbornness, or it's my fucking way, or I don't want to change it because it's kind of my technique. I would never.
Hey,
have learned
bro,
it.
I don't worry about whose idea something is. If it can benefit me and it's open to me, I'm down, because I don't care where information comes from. If somebody wants to share something with me and teach me, I'm loving it. The conversation that I broke in on today, I watched you guys for a little bit, and then I started writing, and I was kind of trying to keep it that way right there, but I could tell Joe was wanting something, and sometimes it's you can't catch out of writing what somebody's meaning. Sometimes you have to.
He was wanting something.
He was wanting something from me to add into that conversation, because there was you guys were I think you guys needed you were all saying the same thing, and he was wanting somebody else to say that.
Right.
That's what I think it was.
The same thing.
Yeah.
Different. It means you're not paying attention to the small details. The small details are what explaining the point that you're making.
That's why I was trying to use that bubble example. That's why I come up with talk in the first place, was that I was seeing that it's all kind of related. It's all kind of a slurry there, where all those things they're kind of the same thing, but we have different words for them because they are a little bit different.
And people change the meaning to shit.
Yeah, we got to quit doing that shit. We do got to quit doing that shit.
Things are supposed to mean a certain thing.
Yes, they are.
What a lot of people don't understand is that there's more than one fucking dictionary.
Yeah, and there's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing that words have meaning.
No.
It's actually a good thing.
It is. When used in the right sentence, they can mean different things.
And I think that's one thing that gets lost across the world. Other languages don't have the words that we have. They don't have that line of separation.
But if you pay attention to the tiny little details, you'll be able to figure it out.
Yeah.
That's what I've learned in life. That's how I've taught myself every fucking thing I know right now.
Yes, that's right.
I listen,
you was talking
to every small detail.
You was talking to Joe about what your education is, and
I got a grade 4 education, but I can build a house. I can plumb a house. I can build just about anything. I can fix just about anything. I can tear apart any vehicle, except for the newer ones. They're a little bit tricky, but if I tore one apart, I could put it back together, which would teach me how to do it, right? I mean, everything that you can fix, you just got to find a template, take the bitch apart, and put it back together.
That part of it. If it went together, it'll come apart. Now, sometimes they put them together in stupid fashion just to make it difficult, when it doesn't have to be difficult.
The details. That's those small details you got to pay attention to.
Yeah, but I think some are lost in process, and they're fucking up the substance because they're so focused on process that they forgot about the substance. Like the UN. Okay, I believe that. I believe in the spirit of the UN. Okay, but I oppose what it is today 100%, because it's garbage. It's garbage democracy that is meaningless.
Change, That's what I said with common sense. Common sense is no longer common sense. So when people use common sense, it's like, what the fuck, man? Common is not common no more. So how can common sense still be common sense if the meaning
if it's not common?
Changed? Right. What was common 10 years ago is not common now.
The only thing I can say is that
common sense. Why is it not evolving sense?
Well, the only thing it can be is common sense that everybody has, but people aren't using it. It's like free will. Okay.
It should be common instinct.
Well, and maybe that's what it really is. And the difference is, an instinct is something that's acted upon, or no, common sense would be the thing that's acted upon. And instinct is just
it's an internalized.
Just within.
It's instinct to do something, or
it is inherent. Mm-hmm. It is within, right? It is just there. Free will is just there, but people have to exercise it. That's what's right, and that's why in this country.
But the moment you fuck someone with that free will, and you hurt another person,
well, that's the difference between good and evil.
Exactly.
Now, people have to tell the truth about that.
Right.
Hey,
and that comes to perspective and choice.
Well, that's when when I have to say, "Hey, Tank Boy, that was wrong." But if I'm gonna say, "Hey, Tank Boy, that's wrong," I'm gonna have to say why that's wrong, and if I really want to be productive, I should offer alternative solution. That's what makes it constructive
criticism.
Well, and that's what I was gonna say. That's what makes it constructive criticism, like what you were talking about. The guy that said, "Hey, man, you're fucking this up a little bit." If he leaves it like that, he's a dick. If he comes with you and he says, "Hey, this is well," or hey, this ain't right. Try it like this. I shouldn't have come at you like that. You know, I should have been a little nicer.
This is the thing. When I do something horribly wrong, or when I do something even minutely wrong, or if I make any mistake, I'm a fucking human being. You know, if the mistake is not the fucking problem, it would be the problem if I didn't learn anything from that mistake.
Agreed, 100%.
But life is a trial and error to a solution. What's the solution? The solution is eternal happiness.
I think solution is trying.
Well,
what we get from it, I don't know. What we get from it, I don't know.
The solution of the good decisions you make will bring happiness.
It sure should. It sure fucking should.
I think so. I mean, that's my belief. Because when I do something good, commonly something small will come my way. It's good. But if I do something fucking wrong, then something horrible will come my way. You know, or remotely a little bit horrible. Not by not by a little, maybe not by much, or maybe a lot. I don't know. It depends on what I did.
I got this little bitch named Murphy that follows me around. Like I was actually at one time when I had my spinal surgery, I was pretty conscious of the scar on my neck.
Bro, did you say spineless surgery?
Yeah, spinal surgery.
Oh.
Yeah, I got titanium put in my spine. And I have a scar on my neck, and I was very conscious of it when it was new. And I was gonna have a monkey tattooed on my back, and have his tail wrap around my neck, and have the tuft at the end of his tail cover up that scar.
Mm-hmm. That'd be cool.
And I was gonna name him Murphy, you know, because there's always a little monkey on my back.
You can add some fallen leaves around him with a branch, so it looked like he just jumped on it.
Right.
I tattooed a lady that had breast cancer. She had both breasts removed.
Yeah.
That was the weirdest fucking tattoo.
I bet.
For that time that I had ever done. Because, I mean, she had, like, no fucking breasts.
Right.
It was just, like, a bunch of scars, and that's what she wanted me to cover up.
Right.
And I spent 2 hours explaining to her, unless you can take pain, that's not a good spot to put it.
Right.
Once you start tattooing over scar tissue, I now have to turn up the fucking voltage, which means it's going to go in faster, harder. I have to press a little bit. I have to change the depth. I have to push in a little bit harder.
Basically, you got to dig.
Right, because it's scar tissue. Otherwise, you just keep bouncing off the top, and it'll look like I hesitated.
Yep.
Because it's scar tissue. So I spent two hours or so, maybe more, maybe less, explaining, like, once I start...
Right, it is what it is.
No refunds, you know. Once I set that machine up, that right there, that the moment I dip that fucker into ink,
it is what it is.
There's no refunds, which means we either finish the tattoo or you just lost money. I don't mean to be a heartless fucking prick, but I'm not running a charity. I've always given people in these circumstances the best of fucking deals.
I give you fair deals, not free deals.
Right. Well, it's, you know, doing something, even if it's something small, you know, just that extra savings, right? So when she went to get these fucking lilies or whatever the fuck they were, they look like lilies or daffodils or fucking, you know, some form of a flower anyway, like a locust, or not a locust, that's a fucking grasshopper thing. Lota? I don't know, it's some fucking weird flower. And then she wanted a bunch of them with hope or believe or something like that. You know, but it was two different sayings, and one on each breast, or what was left of them.
Right.
And I said, because I asked her to go and get an appraisal, like not an appraisal, but like a quote from another shop. And she came back with roughly $460 per breast. And I did both breasts for $150.
Dang. Was that a price out of the market because they didn't want to do it?
No, that's just, it's $120 an hour.
I
You gotta
see.
put 120 down.
Sure.
You want more than one color, they make you pay. Me, it's a set fucking price, no matter how long we have to take, and I'll use 100 colors if I need to be. I mean, I've got 40, 50 fucking machines, man. I'll set every
Right.
single one up with a different damn color if we need to be. I'm not going to charge you any more. I mean, I do this for two reasons. One, it helps provide. Two, it's
The
fun.
culture, yeah.
Well, it's fun. You know, it's.
Right on.
You ever have something that's really relaxing? that you get
Absolutely.
lost in? Tattooing something, fixing things, making things.
Do you have any
repairing
hey, do you have any idea the rush I get when I open a lock without a key?
things.
Oh, hell, man.
Hey, you know how you open a lock with a key, bro?
Well, yeah, well. I know lots of ways, but well, yeah.
Small air compressor
Yeah, that can
with a rubber nipple. You slide that bitch in there so it's nice and airtight, and just pop it.
yeah, that can do it. That can do
It'll
it.
pop pins. But you got to keep jerking it. Well, that doesn't sound right at all. I'm just sorry. But you
Right.
got to keep moving it, right? Otherwise, you're just popping the pins, and it's not gonna. Because sometimes the spring loader will not allow it to spring load itself back out. You've got to
What's
bring
it-
it to that actual point to pull it open.
What's amazing is some of the high-end locks that I can open, and I have trouble with some of the simplest small brass locks, man, are Ace. Good God, some of them locks are rough. Little brassies are just. Some people burn right through them, man, but I had trouble with them little brass ones.
See,
But I love it.
there's we did a job, me and my father, where there was a safe left in this building. It was an insurance job. Okay, so basically what we had to do is we had to go in and redo the whole fucking basement from 4 feet from basically halfway up, because that's where the water damage was, and replace everything all the way around from that distance down.
Oh,
It's horrible. Mold.
yeah. That's a
So
suck job there.
well, we found a safe, right, with a digital lock. And so we called the customer and we're like, hey, there's a fucking safe here with a digital lock. I'm not entirely quite sure what you want done with it, but it's here. He's like, oh, throw it in the scrap trailer. I don't want that shit. So my dad and I, we were sitting there trying to figure a way to open the fucking thing. You know how we opened it? 120.
Oh yeah.
120. What I did
Zap
was
it, huh?
That's exactly what we did. What I did was I took a fucking, you know, those hole punch things for like a countersinker to put in like a plug for drywall.
Sure. Okay.
Well, I took that and I took a little fucking rubber mallet, or not a rubber mallet, like a, you know, the small fucking 5-pound sledgehammers handheld.
Mm-hmm.
But
I got
I took
one.
that and I pinched it into the corner and then I hit it 3 good fucking hits, which poked it in, which caused the metal to separate. Then I took fucking one end of the cord, right? So let's call it positive, and I slid that bitch in that side. And then I did the same thing on the other side, and then I slipped the negative in it, and then I plugged the fucking cord in.
Snapped it, huh?
It did. What it did is it went, and then just fucking opened. It fried it to the point where it was like, okay, I'll open. I
You
didn't even
said
think that was gonna work, bro. I thought it would have like a fail safe or fucking it wouldn't do anything, and I'd be like, fuck, we're not getting into it without a sawzall, that's for sure. Or a stick of dynamite or something.
Them are
But
wicked.
it did. It fucking worked. Whatever it
Them-
did, it shocked it, overloaded it, and opened it.
They're those would be very. You'd be surprised what you can do with that with magnets. If you have some pretty hefty rare earth magnets, you can get
You know what I
into
like
them
about
too.
magnets?
I like magnets that
Push
are
and they
scary.
pull.
What's
They
that?
push and they pull. They push
Yeah.
and pull at the same strength.
It's
So whenever they
amazing, isn't it?
repel, they'll suck in at the same. They're the complete even plus and negative.
I like
So
them
when you take them
magnets.
and you reverse them, they'll push each other away at the same fucking pounds per pressure, or whatever you want to call
See,
it. Like
to me, there has to be a way to. They're doing it with trains a little bit, right? Electromagnetic force to propel. Man, there's got to be a way
those
to
are
do that.
Those are electric magnets. They
Sure.
run on a circuit.
Sure, There has to be a way to contain that, and I like that kind of drive. That's to me, that's endless propulsion. Stronger, 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 stronger. You go faster,
Well,
faster, faster, faster.
Have you ever been to that there's a spot on Earth? On Earth. No, it's on fucking Venus, man.
I've only been. Hey, listen, I've only
I've only
been.
been to Earth. No, I mean, like there's a spot in the world where there's a rock that has been hovering in the same fucking spot from the magnetic force for forever. It's just always hovering. You can literally spin the fucking thing.
I don't know. I never heard of that before.
But you might have to look it up. But
Yeah,
it's a
I know.
spot. It's where the magnet or the magnet of fucking force or whatever the fuck it is, the magnetic atmosphere. It's got something weird with gravity and magnetics, where it's changing it so that the rock is now magnetic, the ground is magnetic because of the iron. And what happens when you hit iron real fucking hard?
I know that down in Mexico, they have fucked up spot like that. It's a dead zone. You drive out there and your shit won't work, man.
It's a magnetic field, right?
Yeah, it is.
So
Yeah, it is.
if you look at it like so think of it from the iron standpoint, right? When you hit iron, you hit it at such a fucking force that it changes its
Composition.
or its density or its compound. It becomes magnetic, right? So I think that over time, with shit shifting and falling and fucking rocks banging into iron and iron banging into iron, I think it turned them fucking magnetic. So the rock just one day started fucking floating. You know, could you imagine being the caveman next to that fucking rock? I mean, it just started floating. You're trying to carve out a fucking wheel, but the rock just starts floating.
That's getting like that. What was that? The Avatar.
Mm.
Avatar. I love that movie, man. That was
It's
cool
a
as
good
shit.
movie, man. That was
Yeah,
a really good movie. I really like that movie.
I like that movie for a lot of reasons.
It was really sad. I see. Here's
Yeah?
the thing, right? I mean, I think I got a problem with sensitivity, right?
No, I think
when
you know what I
comes
think it is,
to-
bro. I don't think that I have the problem with sensitivity either. I think it's just that we give a fuck.
Sometimes we care too much.
That could be.
You
That
know?
could be.
I mean, like, I care about people I've never even fucking met.
Yeah.
I care about people that I don't even fucking know.
Yeah, I care more about
the
some
little
people.
squirrel that got caught in I care about the mouse that got caught in a damn mouse trap somewhere around the world.
But then, by the same token, sometimes I just don't give a fuck. I really don't. Some people, I
Compartmentalization
guess so.
isn't good, but is in some circumstance. You just have to be able to control what you compartmentalize, right?
Some
So you
dudes,
can
I'm gonna say sorry
compartmentalize a
about
bad
your luck.
memory, but don't compartmentalize the good ones.
I'm gonna help some people no matter what, and other people, I'm not. I'm just not. If some
I'll always
people,
give a chance. I'll always give a person a chance to be true to me. To be honest.
once you're on the other side of that,
Once you don't heed that and you violate your free will,
bye bye now.
and you decide that it's okay to fuck with someone, and you pass that line, you know, that invisible line of I kind of give you a chance to be a fucking real person and possibly someone that
Right the shit.
right the wrongs that have been done, right, that you've done or someone, whatever, you know. Once that it crosses that line, I mean, even then, if it happens as it's crossing the line, if there's a little teeny bit of remorse and you can tell that the intentions were not bad, we all are human. We make mistakes. But if you let it pass that line and it completely fucking passes it, and I'm already in repetitive, no.
The best thing to do there, I'd put that shit in my rear view and walk the fuck away.
No,
That's the way I do it. Bye. Bye.
I got a different tactic. If you take a pound of my flesh, I'm going to take a pound of yours.
Well, yeah, there's something said for that, but I got to deal like I was.
I believe in that, you know, because I believe that there is good and there's bad. If you do good, you must get good. If you do bad, then well, I mean, you're gonna wind up getting some bad shit coming your fucking way.
Yeah.
You know. I mean,
But it may not be for
life has
me.
been. You know, sometimes
See, I like
karma needs that extra kick. Sometimes.
Well, but when
You know?
if you do believe in karma, then you had to say that dude's gonna get what he's got coming to him, or that chick's gonna get what she got coming to her.
I
And
believe in a spiritual force.
you know,
Not
I don't have to do it.
Spiritual, but like I mean, like I believe that there's an energy about people, and it's either a good energy, a bad energy, or somewhere in between, right?
Yeah, I
So
don't-
for me, I'm on a bridge, right? So I'm on this bridge.
Now I'm already scared.
and I'm not gonna jump. Don't worry, I'm not gonna jump. I'm fishing, you fuckers. I'm
Yeah,
fishing. Now hold my beer. I gotta go in for a minute.
Yeah, I'm just scared. Period.
No,
The bridge is scared the shit out of me, bro.
I'm dead center of this bridge. I have the ability to be very bad or very good.
Sure.
That's my free will. That's my decisions. So because I have the choice to do bad shit and to do good shit, whichever I so may choose, I don't use the bad shit because I can.
So how do you
Only
deal
to
with
make a
the?
point.
How do you deal with those who choose to do bad things?
Well, you try to make them see the bad that they're fucking doing. But if they can't fathom it or can't understand it, or they can't be compassionate about it and be like, yeah, okay, I get it. You know, because I'm guilty of that same shit, bro. But give me a minute and let me run it through my fucking brain. I'll spot my fuck up. You know, and then I'll be like, fuck, damn it, I fucked up. All right, now how do we learn from this experience? How do we improve this experience? How do we become better at this for next time?
Well, the first thing motherfuckers got to do is say I'm sorry, and you got to mean it.
Right. And the punishment should always fit the crime.
But if you don't give a shit, if you don't care, you're not gonna say sorry because you don't care. That's when a person gets fucking mad.
There's two aspects to that. I can take your truck and back it into the side of a fucking building, and I can bring your truck back, and I could say, "Oops, that was a fuck up. My bad, dude," and walk away. Not very much compassion in that. It still gets the same point across, but I have now not made you believe that I'm remorseful because I chose to summarize what I was saying rather than articulate what I'm saying.
I'll go along with
So
that.
if I was to articulate what I was saying, I would say, "Fuck, Raz, bro. I didn't fucking see the corner of that building, and when I went to back around, the fucking window tint or whatever was the case, I wasn't paying attention. I fucked up. I backed your truck into the side of a fucking building. I'm gonna pay for the damages on the building. I already worked it out with them. They're not gonna come after you because it's my fuck up. Now I'm also going to replace your rear end on your truck because I've now fucked up your tailgate, dented your fucking your bumper, and smashed out half of your fucking taillight. So now what my responsibility is and my obligation by a moral standpoint is I now must repair your vehicle to the same status, if not better.
Sure.
I must apologize to you for doing it. I must mean it, feel remorseful to ensure that you don't think that my intentions are manipulative.
Sure.
Or trying to confuse you or steer you or
Sure.
make an excuse. It must feel real, you know? So
Now,
and
I would
that
say
will also give you peace of mind at the same token.
I would say that if you took serious the favor that was done when you was allowed to borrow someone else's truck, that if you was handling your business, you wouldn't have crashed it in the first place. But
Paying the fuck attention.
sure, but if it happens,
It's not mine. I must take care of it, which means
Well,
I
but-
must be extra careful.
but once it's kind of like pregnant, you know what I'm saying? There's no kind of pregnant. The truck's either wrecked or it's not. And once it happens, it's already done. So talking about beforehand doesn't really accomplish anything. I mean, that's so in the abstract that it's a waste of time at that point because it's already happened. So what you just described is the best way to handle it once it's happened. And I wish that that's the way people would do it. A guy was driving a truck and he drove right into my wife's car. Brand new car. Bam.
Well, I mean, there's two ways that could go, right? If I'm an inconsiderate, I don't give a fuck about your truck. I don't give a fuck about you.
Well, the
I'm
first thing
selfish.
that's
I
what I'm
just
saying.
took your truck. I didn't pay attention. I borrowed it. I took on that responsibility. I backed into the side of a building. I now brought your truck home to you, but didn't tell you that I just smashed the whole ass end up.
Yeah.
And then when you say, bro, what the fuck happened to the ass end of my fucking truck?
Oh no.
And I say, well, don't fucking accuse me of nothing, bro. I didn't fucking do nothing. What was your problem? You didn't want people with it? You know, stupid fucking shit. Now but you just own up to your fucking shit. Make the assumption that not everybody around you is completely fucking incompetent. And,
Right.
And
Own
they
it.
can see through your fucking bullshit.
Yeah.
They don't need a magical skill to do that. It's just a regular common sense and instinct and paying the fuck attention. You know,
Right,
Pe-
'cause
people,
everybody-
they walk through life with these sunglasses on, and they're like, "I'm so fucking cool." You know why? Because of fucking TV and Facebook and everybody else that I am, and I'm even, and I can be better than you, and whatever the fuck I want. No, we're kind of all equal. It's the decisions that we make in life that make us greater or not so greater. You know,
Well,
we either excel or we sink. You know, if you
Well,
if,
we
if
can
you jump
definitely
off a boat,
choose.
you're either gonna sink or you're gonna fucking swim.
You
Right?
don't have to be rich to be good or bad, and you don't have to be poor to be good or bad.
No,
You
just
can-
have
you
to
can
have the willpower, the heart,
choose
the
it.
common sense, the fucking the moral compass.
Yeah.
I
You got to
could
give a
not
shit.
imagine
You got to
letting
give a shit.
hurt somebody else or hurt me. I cannot ever imagine bringing harm to anybody,
On purpose.
whether it be on purpose. Now, the only way that I would make a purposeful action harmful to someone is
Defense.
if defense, right?
Yeah.
Proving a point, or you've done stepped on my fucking toes and didn't anticipate that I got steel-toed motherfucking boots on.
Yeah.
You know, it's gonna hurt. You know, but you know, I mean, you got to give chances though, right? Or not options. That's a bad word. Opportunity, right? You ever heard of the expression "when opportunity knocks"?
Knox, sure.
Well, if I give you a bunch of opportunities to do something right,
You should do it.
you should always do it. Because if you don't take that, you're gambling. And then you got to take into consideration, is the risk
Worth
the
it.
chance of the gamble? You know what I mean?
Right. And if you
I
take the
could
gamble,
risk
you
it
got to
all.
take the. You don't get to just take the winnings. You got to take the losses too.
Right. And you can't take it like a poor fucking loser. You know?
Right.
There's been many people in life that have stepped on people's toes, not realize or you can even fathom that they were wearing steel toe boots, hurt themselves, and then come crying to that person because they had steel toe boots on.
Yeah. Say that they
Well, how about
they
this?
sprained
You
their
bought me
ankle.
the steel toe boots, and I told you that they're fucking steel toes, and I've told you numerous times, pay the fuck attention where you're walking.
And you thought you was gonna get away with one stomping on my foot. Now your ankle's all sprained because you
Right.
found out I had steel toes, right?
Right. But you already knew that, for fuck's sakes. Why weren't you
Right.
paying attention? You know? That's that one card of a full fucking hand. You know? Never tip your hat, never show your hand. Always
Hey,
keep it
Tank,
close to
it's
the
been
best.
it's been great talking to you, but it's dinner time, bro. Actually, I'm a little bit late, so I'm
What
gonna have to
fucking
dig
time
out.
is it?
It's well, my time it's 7:35, so
Mm.
I gotta get something to eat, man.
It's 8:35 here, buddy. 8:35.
I got you. Maybe I will come up and talk to you.
Well, this stream has been going for.
Yeah, you're at 9 hours, bro.
This is the second one at pretty much the same.
Oh
Maybe I'll
my.
fire up another one.
You
Fuck, I don't know. Fuck, I'm bored.
never know, right?
You never know. It's like fishing, you know? You get the right bait, you get the right fucking rod, you get the right equipment, cast that bitch in there. Don't use a bobber. Those things fucking suck. They're
If
lazy
you
people.
if you got to use a bobber, use a stick bobber, man.
Yeah, always. And another thing is that you don't want to use a bobber in the middle of the fucking river.
Yeah.
You're fishing out the side of a boat, motherfucker. How about
Right.
you just do it right? You know, the only way you want a bobber is if you're mud pout, you know, or a bullhead or whatever you want to call them, cab, whatever, which is like the channel shit. You know, the little teeny. You know what a mud pout is, right? Or a bullhead.
Bullhead, yeah.
Go say
Sure.
catfish, but with
My grandpa loved
sparks.
bullheads. He loved bullheads.
Yeah, well, that's what I use a bobber for, you know, and only for that because once I put my bait on it and I cast it into that little corner, I want to watch that bobber. I want to make sure that that bobber, once it hits its third fucking, because what'll happen is usually by the third one, they'll hit it once, they'll go, fuck, that tastes good. And they'll try to hit it again, and they'll get pricked, and they'll be like, you motherfucker. And then they'll go, rah, and then they'll clamp right down. The moment that bobber sinks, the bobber will pull itself back up, which will do what? Lock the hook into them.
I see. All right. Well, you have a good night.
I mean, I'm
Tank.
sure you knew that already. I probably didn't need to explain it.
Oh, no, it's all
wanted
good,
to.
man. It's all good.
I don't know why I wanted to.
It's all good. You have a good night, okay, Tank? We'll catch you later, bro.
Yeah, bro. I'll
right.
set up another stream anyway in case you want to pop by later.
All right, then.
All right, bro.
All right, bye-bye.
All right, bye. I'm going to set this up now. Now that I got it open. Well, it's still open. Now that I got it open. Create. This one. Oops, that's the wrong letter. Learn how to spell it, you jetty hooks. Okay, you fucked it up, you see. There we go. Nope. There. Cool. All right. Open Ulpan Sesame. Nope, not that one. This one. El copy. El Fukin Pesto. And we'll copy that. Boom. And then we'll go boom, boom, boom. I want to give it, yeah. Oh, the moment I clicked on that, it would fucking open. Uh-oh. Yep, that'll work. What is this? So we'll change it to yeah. Shit. Oh, shit. Huh? Okay. Um, and then we will go here. And then we will go here. No, not there. Shit. Oops. Wrong one, mate. Wrong one. Oh, there we go. And then we will go here. Performing the task. There we go. Yeah, what the fuck? Yeah, okay. Over here we go. Click it there, lad. It'll be working just fine, you see. I put it on the side. And then here. Like a fucking maze just to get through this cocksucker. What the hell? What the fuck? Yeah, that'll work right there. Okay. I'll clear it right there. Oh shit. Wrong fucking one. You should have went the other way. Oh, here we go. Fuck. It was the right one. Or no, it wasn't. What the fuck? Yeah. Yeah, okay. And then we click here. What the fuck? Oh yeah, okay, yeah, that's there like that. So we will click here. Oh, come on now. What the fuck just happened? Don't be a fucking asshole. Oh, here we go. There we go. Ah, got you. Here we go. All right, let that son bitch load. And then... Okay, cool. Let's get out of there. And, oh yeah, shit. Well, dang. I forgot I was fucking live. What's up, y'all? Fucking, what a fucking waterhead I am. Well, all right. The fuck are you saying wow for? You ain't never forgot something before? I mean, listen, well, maybe, but I'll tell you, 'twas an honest mistake. I was in a different window, and I forgot that I was still alive. I was setting up another stream, you say? Don't want this one to take fucking 6 months to fucking render. Why, it's at 9 hours and 52 seconds. Shit's been going for a while now. I'll tell you one thing's for sure. That's the second almost 10-hour stream. I'm on a roll. Why not? Why not? Shit, I'm talking to myself again. Fuck. It'll be okay. Someday, maybe. I mean, well, maybe. Shit, I gotta... Yeah, okay. Pull that up. Oops. Oh, you dirty son of a bitch. Okay, go here. No, don't go there. Son of a... Oh, wait, yes, I can. I can go in through... Don't touch me, Dharma. You're not my parole officer, okay? You're not, no. Oh, no. Would you just refresh and get it over with, for fuck's sakes? Please? I said it nicely, motherfucker. Fuck it, I'll just search it. ¿Cómo que? Oh my god, what, okay, oh shit, 1 second. Damn it. Wait, what link is this gonna be? Let's make sure we got the right one, you see, because sometimes we can fuck it all up. No, it's not even gonna send. What the fuck? Oh, hey, I can do it this way. El capio, okay. Click el pesto. What fucking stream am I in? Not the new one. No, not the new one. Okay, got it. Ha. What? Take that. You rewind it back. Give that big old booty a smack. Fucking 10 hours, man. Next stream starts in 30 minutes. Get your tickets ready. No? Fuck. I'll be alright someday, maybe. I don't fucking know. I like to think I'm a fortune teller, but I tell you one thing's for sure. Sometimes I get it wrong, you see, and then I got to go back to the drawing board and reconfigure. Even the mind needs a little bit of a defragmentation every now and then, you see. Oh my god. Fuck off. He says it's not what it looks like, lad. Oh, okay. What is it then? Oh, here we go. Well, he said it's...
Hey, man, what are you doing?
Yo, what's up? You sound like you're drunk, yo. Are you drunk?
No, I'm not drunk. You drunk?
No, not a fucking chance. The next stream starts in, I think, 30 minutes. I don't remember what time I set it for.
You don't?
No, I forgot.
You forgot.
I'll go into here. What the fuck?
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
Well, nothing as exciting as you.
Well, exciting is what exciting does, okay? Fuck. Shit, oops, wrong one.
We've been talking about some pretty heavy stuff today. I was afraid that you're a little upset.
I was upset?
Well, I don't know. You seem to be a little wound up.
When?
Right now, you're...
Wound up. Define wound up.
Define wound up.
Yes,
tank. Tank
Yes.
is... Look at the dictionary and it's going to have a picture of tank. Tank wound up.
Are you trying to tell me I turned up, woman? Is that what you're trying to say here?
Oh, no.
Me neither. Fuck, I don't know much. That's the wrong button. What the fuck? Oh my god, I figured it out. Okay. This is where it is. Okay, this is where it is. Alright. So what I do is this. This I do right here, okay? New stream in 20230 minutes. It's just such a funny fucking word, isn't it? Minute. Select. Copy motherfucker. Oh, there we go. Shit, is that the right damn link? Oh,
I don't know. You're the one putting it up.
Son of a beach. Yeah, it's the right one.
Looked to me like you just put up a YouTube link.
Yeah, that's the new stream.
Okay.
It shall start in 20 to 30 minutes, boy. Should be a good stream, you see. Oh, shit. Oh, yeah, I did that. Okay. I don't know how he does it, but I got bills to pay.
You
What?
You still not smoking weed?
Yeah, I'm not smoking weed. Why?
I don't know. I just was wondering. You know me. I told you earlier. I like to. I'm inquisitive.
Intuitive.
Inquisitive.
Wouldn't it be intuitive or?
That's a polite way of saying I'm nosy.
Yeah. Fuck, now you got me confused. What the fuck?
Right now, don't take you much to be confused.
You don't think I must be confused? What? I just don't know. I don't. I really don't.
You don't.
I've tried to figure it out, you see, but it just does not ever work when you try.
Oh. Do you want to know why I'm nosy?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Let me tell you. Earlier, you and I had this we had a 3-hour deep conversation. And we were both very quiet and we were doing some deep conversation. And I go eat dinner and I come back and I find Tank is no longer quiet and no longer in deep conversation.
Because we're not in that conversation, Lassie, you see.
Oh.
We had a different conversation after you so abruptly left. No, but we had a different conversation after that. You know, it wasn't such a fucking drag me down, remind me of bullshit conversation.
Oh.
Spill the tea, Cindy. Why the fuck would she want to spill tea? Tea stains shit.
Oh, Betty, stop staining stuff.
You ever got tea in a white shirt? Fucking horrible.
Oh, I just want to make sure. We just want to make sure you're okay.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
Why wouldn't I be good?
No one said you wasn't gonna be good. Just gotta make sure you're good. Sometimes I like people to make sure I'm good. I like people call and say, Cindy, I haven't heard from you in a couple of days. See, if Betty hasn't heard from me in a couple of days, it'd be nice if she called and say, I haven't heard from you in a couple of days. Are you good?
Fuck, it would be nice, wouldn't it?
It would be nice.
Yeah. I was going to say something just a second ago, and then my brain went gapped.
Betty said she's sorry for spilling the tea.
What tea? Oh, yeah, fuck. Ah, the metaphorical tea, lad. The metaphorical tea. What tell you, this son bitch gonna shoot my fucking shit right up. I'm gonna come out this son bitch. Oh, shit, I forgot to do that. Son of a gun. I'll figure it out, you see. Yes, right here, you see. And then we go here. Fuck off. What a cucks. There we go. Doot. 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 Past. Bust. There we go. Whoa, where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Right there. Oh no. What a sound bit. Sound wire. Yeah, okay. There you go. Fucking right, man. I love my sandbox. My sandbox pretty cool, y'all. It's got Tonka trucks, dump trucks, front end loaders, and back end loaders, and forklifts, and shovels. And shovels are important. The rest of this shit, I don't know. Waste of gas. Yes, corrupting the world, motherfuckers. Yeah. People will disappoint and surprise you all in the same time. Oh, that's not the right one. Oh, fuck off. There we go. This sound bitch, I tell you. Give it a lick and a promise, boy. Give it a lick and... Oh, that works. There we go. I can't fucking figure where the hell... Oh... Ah, shit. Wrong one. Ah! Don't touch that button, you son of a gun, you. There we go. Alright, now what time is that saved for? What a son of a... Ah, okay, I see. Okay, here. Why does that say that? Oh, there we go. Okay, this one. Oh my god. Oh shit, yeah, I can do this. Ha! I already got it copied, man. Suppose I could. Oh shit. Yeah. Did I miss something? No, I didn't. Don't touch me there, fuggin'. There we go. And that's the way the cookie crumbles. Only if you squeeze it, though. I mean, as long as you don't touch it hard, it won't crumble. But if it's cooked nice, it'll be fluffy. Why y'all laughing at me? What the fuck? I'm waiting to see if he needs smacks. I tell you. I don't know what fucking time that said that it was fucking gonna start now. What the hell? I just looked at the stupid thing. They say that the implication is implied by the little details in the fine print. There it is. Oh. It says 28 minutes, Lassie. 28 minutes. Yeah, okay. Well, that's not the right one. But it matches. There we go. Well, that was a stupid game. Don't play that stupid game. The prize might not be what you anticipated on. But that game's fun. So it says 28 minutes. But I'm going to double check it, hypothetically. Hypothetically on purpose, you see. Hypothetically on purpose. You know what I hate? Wasting my fucking time, which that was just a waste of time. There we go.
Never mind. Never mind.
Never
Never
mind.
mind. I'll screw it up.
Whoa. Well, what? Hey, come again? Why will it not let me click that? It should let me click it, but it's not letting me click it. Why, oh why will it not let me click it? What a hunk of shit. Fuck it, enter anyway. What's it do? It's either gonna work or it's not gonna fucking work. One of the others. No?
Okay, I'll be back.
Yeah, it'll probably be on the next stream.
Okay.
Which will start at some point in time here soon. I gotta take a piss and make a coffee.
Thank you for sharing.
Hey, sharing is fucking caring. You
Okay.
know?
I'm glad you're caring.
All right, well, let's exit that fucking thing because that didn't work. And then there was one. Oh shit! I'll put that in there. He says, "Do you want to play a game?" Does that work? Am I in the right fucking stream? What the hell is going on here? Just too many fucking things here, you see. No? Yeah, okay. Can you hear me now there, Mr. Ewell? You fucking shitting me? I can stay up for fucking days. With a purpose. If I don't have a purpose to do it, then I get bored. But I find things to amuse my mind. Real talk. Yeah. Oh my god, what's going on here? The son of a bitch. Oh, here we go. Damn it, refresh that son of a bitch. Hey, I could probably change that while I'm here. 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 He says, step on his fucking throat. There we go. Or no. What? Wait. Yeah. No? Oh, what a hunk of crap. No, I don't drink Viagra. I don't need it. My shit will get up just fine. Just fine. Ooh, what the fuck? Uh-oh. Yeah, okay, there we go. I will be right back. So hang on to your tits, y'all. What's just gonna mute for a moment.